Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 216-230. Avon couldn't show that he knew Klein would definitely revive, so he had no reason to refuse Mr. Azek's invitation to avenge Klein. On the contrary, he had to actively participate and not back down, otherwise he would lose points in front of him. And it was clear that Mr. Azek was very satisfied with Avon's reaction. After sending Azek away, Avon changed out of the clothes he wore to East Borough. As he was about to return to his villa in West Borough, a phantom bridge, composed of countless bird-shaped light points, rapidly extended from an unknown place into this apartment. As the light bridge arrived, the distant light bridge gradually dissipated into nothingness. Bernadette, with chestnut hair, eyes as blue as the sea, and a noble demeanor, appeared in the apartment, approaching from a distance, like a noble princess descending to the mortal world. Although Bernadette didn't display any power, Avon, who bore the city of calamity, still felt her difference from before, a fundamental change in the life essence of the person before him. Congratulations on your successful advancement, becoming an angel who can descend upon the world. Avon placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed slightly, congratulating Bernadette and also saluting an angel on earth. Bernadette shook her head slightly, gently raised her hand, and said to Avon, "No need for such formality. Your information was also crucial for my successful advancement." Seeing Bernadette say this, Avon stood up directly. After all, he knew Rosel's identity as a transmigrator, which made it difficult for him to feel any ripple in his heart or act subserviently about Bernadette becoming an angel. Since Bernadette said no need for extra courtesy, then there was no need. When Lanrius was eliminated, an angel battle occurred in Backland. The Fate Angel beside the true Creator was present, so I dared not linger. Thus, I didn't deal with Mr. A of the Aurora Order, nor did I obtain the Demoness of Affliction's Beander characteristic I promised you before. However, rest assured, I will find Mr. A or another Demoness of Afflictions as soon as possible to fulfill my previous promise. Avon's previous reminder gave Bernadette the opportunity to discern the source of the chaotic fate, allowing her to better control the situation. Therefore, she had once promised Avon to obtain a Demoness of Afflictions Beander characteristic from Mr. A. It was just that the situation during the day was even more tense than she had imagined, which prevented her from taking action in the end, and she was now unable to fulfill her promise. No need, I no longer require this Beander characteristic. If you have low sequence Beander characteristics in your possession, you can use those to offset it. Avon had already obtained the Beander characteristic he wanted from Mr. A, and Natasha and Helen could also receive support from the Demoness sect and Theosophy order behind them. So, he now wanted to acquire more low-sequence Beander characteristics, which was also the biggest problem Sharon and Marich had raised when discussing future faction development with Avon. Hearing Avon's request, Bernadette, who understood the hunter pathway very well, gave Avon a deep look and then said, "I will send someone to contact you. Just be sure to receive them." Bernadette, relieved of a debt, quickly dismissed the matter. Her purpose for coming here today was not for this. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem in her eyes. She mainly came for the 3 favors she owed Avon, and also wanted to inquire about some information regarding the Black Emperor from Avon. After advancing to Sage, Bernadette still hadn't found more information about the Black Emperor in Backland. This was not only because the chaos in the River of Fate had not yet ended, but also because an angel's Beander characteristic was still somewhat lower compared to a true god. You once said that I would only be able to repay the favor for the information you provided after I advanced to an angel. I have now successfully advanced, and you can make your request. Avon had long anticipated this matter, so he said without any hesitation. I have 2 requests right now. One is to obtain the blasphemy slate of the hunter pathway created by your father, and the other is for you to help me eliminate an enemy. Although I have several blasphemy slates, I do not have the blasphemy slate of the hunter pathway that you need. Who is the enemy you want me to deal with? Let me say in advance, I cannot harm innocent people. There is a very important rule in our mystery prior's acting principles: do as you please, but do no harm. I cannot violate my principles to repay your favor. Bernadette was not surprised by Avon's request for the blasphemy slate at all. She just found it a bit strange. Why did he ask about the whereabouts of the Demoness Pathway blasphemy slate when he wrote to her, but didn't mention the Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate at all? Did he know the whereabouts of the Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate? Avon smiled lightly and said to Bernadette, I know that maxim passed down from the Moses ascetic order, and I understand how much you, who established Oravi Island to oppose the Moses ascetic order, value this maxim. Therefore, I will not make demands that go against your choice. Seeing that Avon understood the boundaries, Bernadette put down her doubts and continued to ask. Do you know where the blasphemy slate of the Hunter Pathway is? Who is the enemy you want me to deal with? Backland is called the City of All, not only because it is currently the most prosperous city in the North Continent and even the entire world, but also because of its profound history. Avon didn't directly state his target. Instead, he began to talk about Backland, because he wanted Bernadette to understand what kind of existence the enemy she was about to face was, so as not to misjudge. Whether it was the Intis kingdom overthrown by your father, or the current Fasak Empire, Loan Kingdom, Fanapotter Kingdom, and some other smaller countries, their legal basis for existence originated from the Tudor Truncest Empire of the Fourth Epoch. Because these countries are essentially successors of the Tudor Truncest Empire, and at that time, the imperial capital of the Tudor Truncest Empire was Backland. Therefore, Backland's status in the North Continent is so special that even Trier, personally rebuilt by your father, the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, cannot replace Backland's position. The Tudor Truncest Empire operated under a dual consul system, a flawed governance model inherently destined for division. At that time, the six deities supported Truncest and established the Truncest Empire, while the desperate Tudor consumed the Hunter Pathway potion across pathways in Backland, becoming a true god of the Hunter Pathway, and also the most insane deity of the Fourth Epoch. Because Tudor consumed the potion across pathways, he needed 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics and 1 uniqueness, and these materials came from the Sauron family, the ancestors of the Hone family, and Medici, the war angel beside the true creator. This is also the reason for the fall of Medici, the king of angels. For some unknown reason, possibly due to the special nature of the Hunter Pathway, or perhaps because the resentment of these 3 was simply too strong. After they were sacrificed and killed by Tudor, due to their shared hatred and resentment, their spiritual remnants eventually gave rise to a terrifyingly high-ranking evil spirit. After Blood Emperor Tudor fell in the Fourth Epoch, no true god of the Hunter Pathway has been born since, so this evil spirit is extremely high-ranking. And you also know that the blasphemy slate personally created by your father has a strong aggregation effect. The two attract each other, causing this Hunter Pathway blasphemy slate to eventually fall into the hands of that evil spirit. So, my 2 requests to you are actually one and the same. Eliminate this 3-in-1 angel evil spirit and retrieve the blasphemy slate of the Hunter Pathway. Bernadette listened quietly to Avon's introduction, but her heart was anything but calm. Mystery priors often have the urge to approach history and explore it, but Bernadette didn't expect to be so close to history today, although she herself was gradually becoming a historical figure. Avon's introduction filled a significant void in her understanding of Fourth Epoch history. How do you know so much? This is not something an ordinary person could know. Bernadette finally uttered these words. She didn't want to pry into Avon's secrets, but whether it was the 3 pieces of information he gave her before, or the inside story of the Tudor Truncest Empire's disintegration, they were all highly valuable secrets. And most importantly, after she advanced to an angel, with her eyes that could see through secrets, she saw the mysterious city on Avon even more clearly than before. It was a prison filled with calamities and prisoners, and also a source of disaster that could infect everything. If she hadn't advanced to an angel of the mystery prior pathway, Bernadette felt that she would have been infected and lost control the moment she clearly saw this city. Moreover, the feeling this city gave Bernadette was surprisingly similar to the powerful sealed artifact Augustus I took out during the day. This couldn't help but make her doubt Avon's identity. I am a mystery prior angel. Even if you hide it well, I can still vaguely see some issues, such as the city's phantom on you. This phantom gives me a feeling very similar to the aura of that very powerful sealed artifact Augustus I took out during the day. A sealed artifact capable of resisting a king of angels can only be a sequence 1 Beander characteristic, plus the evil spirit you mentioned is the highest ranked existence of the hunter pathway, so. Upon hearing this, Avon realized why Bernadette had broken their tacit understanding and probed his identity. He felt both amused and helpless. He had underestimated an angel of the mystery prior pathway, not expecting Bernadette to be able to detect the existence of the City of Calamity. Before this, only the true creator and the Evernight goddess had clearly detected the City of Calamity. Coupled with his previous introduction of the 3-in-1 angel and the knowledge he displayed about fourth epic history, it was no wonder Bernadette suspected that he might be the 3-in-1 angel himself or a manifestation of his power. Avon put himself in Bernadette's shoes. She might even suspect that he was the 3-in-1 angel, luring an angel into a trap. That 3-in-1 angel is indeed trapped in a certain place, but I am certainly not it. If it were me, there would have been too many opportunities to break the seal that has trapped me for the past 1,000 years, and breaking the seal doesn't require deceiving an angel. Its sequence is very high, but its strength might not be as great as imagined, and making contact with an angel rashly is a high-risk endeavor for it. As Avon explained, Bernadette's azure eyes glazed over as she probed the river of fate. While she couldn't probe Avon's fate, that didn't mean she couldn't probe her own. By probing her own fate, she found no danger, thus confirming that Avon was not lying, and her internal suspicions faded. Since that evil spirit only has a high sequence but no substantial power, why are you still so cautious? Are there other risks involved? After her suspicions about Avon's motives vanished, Bernadette began to discuss technical issues. This evil spirit has never been discovered by any angel from the fourth epoch until now, and has always been trapped in the place where Tutor ascended to a true god. This is very abnormal. Not to mention Backland, as a famous major city on the North Continent, has been rebuilt countless times, even the true creator cannot understand its situation and has not sent anyone to rescue it. There are very few entities that can achieve this, and this is the biggest obstacle to getting rid of this evil spirit. After hearing Avon's analysis, Bernadette's heart also tightened. The analysis was too logical. The source of danger was not the evil spirit itself, but the existence that had protected it from being discovered for over 1,000 years. No wonder it was said that without the strength and sequence of an angel, one was not qualified to touch this evil spirit. Do you have a suspect in mind? You should know that an existence capable of this, if it truly interferes, even if I have already become an angel, I might not have much power to resist. Originally, after ascending to an angel, she felt she had made significant progress. Now, hearing about Avon's plans with her, Bernadette instantly felt like a small figure again. If it weren't for the sealed artifact she held, made from a death pathway sequence 1 Beander characteristic, and the sealed artifact 005, which was said to be able to influence true gods, giving her a certain confidence, she might have even wanted to break the agreement and leave. Avon pondered for a moment, deciding he should still tell the truth and give Bernadette a correct idea of the potential enemy. Otherwise, if she misjudged the enemy, it would be irresponsible of him. That unspeakable king of angels of the spectator pathway. It is said that the fall of War Angel Medici and Tutor's ascension both had his shadow behind them, and his authority is very useful for hiding this evil spirit. Bernadette nodded, indicating she understood. This was not the worst outcome, as she had almost suspected the Evernight goddess just now. This was mainly because the Evernight pathway's authority over secrecy was too similar to Avon's description, trapping an evil spirit in one place, with no one discovering its existence for over 1,000 years. Moreover, through her father's fragmented words from back then, she also knew that this goddess had a habit of imprisoning people, and the restricted area on Hornassus Peak was the clearest evidence. Although the King of Angels of the spectator pathway was terrifying, it was still much better than facing a true god. And based on her understanding of Beyonders of the spectator pathway, if this King of Angels truly wanted to protect this 3-in-1 angel, he would express his views in a gentler way, unlike Beyonders of the warrior pathway or storm pathway who directly expressed themselves with their fists. This actually meant that the risk of this trip might not be as great as imagined. Thinking of this, Bernadette couldn't help but curse inwardly, and at the same time, she secretly sighed that emotional debts were indeed not so easy to repay. However, she ultimately did not regret trading with Avon, because no matter what, she had successfully ascended with the information Avon provided, and also discovered news of the Black Emperor. Although Bernadette didn't know the specific meaning of Black Emperor, she did know one thing. During the 4th epoch, the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire had once revived completely intact. She didn't understand and resented some of her father's actions, but that didn't mean she didn't love her father, nor did it mean she didn't anticipate her father's return as a king. Over 100 years had passed, and there had been no sign of her father's revival, which made her wonder during this time if her father ultimately didn't make it through the difficulty of cross-pathway potion consumption like Tudor in Avon's words, and failed to become a true Black Emperor, and that his revival was just her wishful thinking. But when she learned from Avon that someone in Backland wanted to become the Black Emperor, she suddenly had a guess. Was her father unable to return because someone else wanted to become the Black Emperor again? Bernadette, who had actively received knowledge from the hidden sage and had never stopped exploring the lawyer pathway for so many years, clearly knew that the lawyer pathway symbolized the shadow of order, and that the Black Emperor's ability to revive might be exploiting a loophole between life and death. So, if someone wanted to ascend to Black Emperor, would they interfere with her father's revival using existing Beyonder characteristics? Avon's news was like a last straw for Bernadette. If I destroy the birth of a new Black Emperor, will my father still have a chance to revive? It was with this belief that Bernadette would not give up contact with Avon, wanting to extract more clues from him. When do we act? Since she had decided to help Avon, Bernadette would not procrastinate. She also wanted to repay Avon's favor as soon as possible, inquire about the Black Emperor from him, and then do her best to stop it. Now. Avon hadn't expected Bernadette to be so proactive, but after thinking about it, he felt he didn't need any special preparations. Because he could pre-cast Sequence 5 abilities, he was now no different from a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Even if he couldn't use the Sequence 5 Feet Harvester, he could use the Demoness Pathway's Fatal Blow instead. Moreover, because Avon had recently advanced again, the convergence effect between him and the 3-in-1 angel was growing stronger, plus Ince Zangwill might have successfully ascended to a demigod and brought 008 into Backland. So he was very worried that the 3-in-1 angel might use Ince Zangwill as a medium to escape due to the convergence effect among hunters. After all, in the original work, it was Ince Zangwill who helped the 3-in-1 angel escape. Alright, let's go. The destination is 8 Williams Street, West Borough, Backland. To save time, please teleport me. Avon was also a decisive person. Since he had made his decision, he wouldn't dally and directly gave the address. Bernadette hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She then grabbed at the void, and a beautiful green jade hairpin appeared in her hand. With a gentle stroke in the air, a silver long river composed of countless bird-shaped light points appeared from beneath her feet, extending into the endless distance. Bernadette said nothing more and directly pulled Avon by the hand, walking on the silver light bridge. Avon only felt that the moment he stepped onto the light bridge, it was like walking into a spacetime tunnel from a movie in his previous life, with the surrounding scenery stretching and elongating. But looking at the countless bird-shaped light points around him, and at Bernadette pulling his hand in front, Avon felt incredibly strange. How is this like the long-separated cowherd and weaver girl, eagerly going to a hotel for a date? Avon thought naughtily. Bernadette in front also knew the meaning of this story. Now, holding a man's hand and traversing the bridge together, she also felt incredibly strange. She also didn't want to directly hold Avon's hand, but unfortunately, this magic, created based on the Magpie Bridge meeting, while very useful, had a drawback. If two people teleported using the Magpie Bridge simultaneously, they had to hold hands and couldn't use other objects, otherwise they might be randomly teleported to dangerous places, or even to the abyss. Fortunately, after only a few steps, they arrived at the end of the Magpie Bridge, 8 William Street, the former Viscount Pound's mansion. Upon arrival, Bernadette quickly let go of Avon's hand and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, which made Avon feel a bit displeased. He suppressed the slight romantic thought that had just arisen in his heart and looked at the large mansion in front of him. This was a house with its own garden and sports field, purchased by the first Viscount Pound during his high-spirited days, leveraging his military achievements. Although it wasn't in Empress Borough, it was very close to it in West Borough, and compared to the tight residential land in Empress Borough, this place was clearly larger and more comfortable to live in. Avon hadn't been here since he bought it, and he had always been afraid to come here, fearing that he and the 3-in-1 angel, possibly the 2 highest sequence hunters in this world, would meet due to a strong convergence effect. Perhaps Avon bringing Bernadette, an angel, here this time was even a manifestation of the convergence effect. Because Avon had never lived here, his butler hadn't sent too many servants here. He had only borrowed a few elderly servant couples from Ahova Earl's court, who were unable to handle heavy work, to act as caretakers and clean the house. If the hotpot angel could be successfully resolved this time, this place could serve as Baron Ramud's residence in Backland. Avon thought this as he surveyed the beautiful but empty house. Killing the 3-in-1 angel. After sending away the patrolling servants, Avon directly led Bernadette to the sparsely decorated house. Viscount Pound had squandered all of the family's assets, and Avon hadn't planned on moving in before, so he hadn't decorated it. Thus, the entire house was essentially just a shell, empty inside. However, precisely because it was empty, it was evident that the remaining servants had diligently cleaned and tidied the house, causing Avon to nod in approval. There was a reason why noble families had hereditary servants, at least in terms of conscientiousness. These servants were far better than those hired from outside. Even if the master was absent for a long time, they did not relax their management of the house. After passing through the living room, Avon looked around, found the entrance to the basement, and then led Bernadette down a staircase into a very spacious basement. There were no gas pipes around, so there was no dedicated light source. Avon directly condensed a ball of fire in his hand to illuminate the surroundings. Although the basement didn't have many items, only some miscellaneous objects, it was itself elaborately decorated, showcasing the financial power of the Pound family back then. After fumbling along the wall for a while, Avon found a grayish-white stone door in the corner that was almost integrated with the wall. Avon took a deep breath and nodded to Bernadette. Bernadette understood and took out an illusory hat from the void, placing it on her head. Her entire being then vanished, concealing all traces. Mystical reenactment, invisibility hat. Seeing Bernadette disappear, Avon took a deep breath, then mustered his strength and pushed open the stone door amidst a slightly heavy grinding sound. With the light from the flame in his hand, he saw a passage paved with dark green flagstones behind the door. The wooden doors on both sides and at the end of the passage had already decayed, but they still seemed barely usable. Avon didn't hesitate and walked directly to the end of the passage, once again exerting force to open the heavy-looking black double stone doors. The grating, teeth-aching, scalp-numbing sound rang out again. From behind the door, specks of spiritual light emanated, illuminating countless interweaving colored auras. At the same time, illuminated by the light were countless slimy, clustered venomous snakes. Their scales of various colors emitted a cold gleam, constantly wriggling, slithering, and mating, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. The opening of the stone door also made these venomous snakes aware of Avon's presence, and they began to slither towards him. The form of the primordial demoness was a beautiful woman with snake hair, symbolizing ultimate misfortune and calamity. So, even though Avon knew these snakes posed no threat to him, he still felt a deep disgust and instinctively took 2 steps back. He turned his face away, unable to bear looking. But Avon quickly reacted again. Flames erupted all over his body, and he pressed his hands forward, sending the flames rushing towards the swarming venomous snakes, like a red, translucent river with some blue light, engulfing all the snakes. The terrifying high temperature directly incinerated all the affected snakes, burning them to a crisp with crackling sounds, and finally reducing them to tiny black powder. Due to Avon's precise control, the flames did not spread to other areas, and because the flame temperature was too high, the burning was exceptionally thorough, so not even a trace of strange smell appeared. Stepping on the black powder formed by countless snake corpses, Avon entered the spacious hall behind the stone door. The style here was consistent with the passage outside, with dark flagstones dominating the floor and walls. 8 large circular columns, several people wide, stood tall, and from the high domed ceiling hung metal rods carved with various patterns, 41 on the left and 40 on the right. Inverted candlesticks, asymmetrical decorations, any normal person would feel uncomfortable. This is practically going to kill anyone with OCD. Although he had long known what he would see, Avon couldn't help but complain inwardly upon seeing it with his own eyes. Passing over the 2 huge, iron-black thrones half a meter above the ground, Avon arrived at the 7 stone doors in the deepest part. Although Avon knew that the content in Lord of the Mysteries was never wrong, being cautious by nature, he still followed the original steps, opening 3 doors from left to right, then opening another 3 doors from right to left, witnessing the true forms of the 6 gods. There was the quiet and graceful Evernight goddess, the bountiful and beautiful Earth goddess, the majestic and solemn Storm god, the handsome and vibrant eternal blazing sun, the god of combat, whose decay was hard to hide, and the wise, old yet vigorous god of knowledge and wisdom. After confirming that all descriptions were identical to the original, Avon focused his mind and pushed open the middle stone door. Just as a crack opened, Avon's spirituality began to warn him frantically. A scene automatically appeared in his mind. Behind the stone door was still a passage, at the end of which was a blood-colored door. The blood-colored door opened a crack, and through the crack, a black iron-backed chair could be seen behind the door. On the high-backed chair sat a man in blood-stained black armor, quiet and still. The perspective got closer and closer, and Avon saw more and more clearly. Just then, the man who had been looking down suddenly raised his head. His young, handsome face had decaying, bone-revealing marks, and his eyes were cold and merciless. He said with a smile, "The bloodline of Einhorn, isn't this also my bloodline?" At the same time, Avon felt an anomaly in the city of calamity on him. The monsters in the city all prostrated and trembled, while the storms and meteorites in the sky, and the volcano in the city center, seemed to have come alive, becoming exceptionally violent. Avon only felt an unparalleled urge to merge with the existence behind the door. This urge far surpassed the attraction he felt from the Augustus family's sealed artifact during the day. It also made Avon instantly understand that the evil spirit behind the door had at least been contaminated by the City of Calamity, and could even be said to possess a portion of the City of Calamity's authority. Avon tried his best to suppress the anomaly of the City of Calamity, but with little effect, because this was the most fundamental aggregation, which even a true god could not stop. Under the influence of this unparalleled aggregation force, the blood-colored door at the end of the passage gradually lost its original suppressive effect, and slowly but steadily opened amidst a heart-wrenching, teeth-grinding sound. When the blood-colored door opened more than halfway, Avon seemed to hear a shattering sound. The ritual seal suppressing the evil spirit had completely failed. Backland, Empress Burrow, Sodarak Palace underground. The crown, covered in rust and bloodstains, which had just been placed on the sealing altar, suddenly burst forth with a rich, bloody red light. It began to spread wildly outwards, transforming all the surrounding sealed artifacts into its servants, to attack the hall they were in. Only a few sealed artifacts narrowly escaped, but they too were struggling amidst the rampant red light. Just then, Augustus I, a Sequence 1 Archangel, suddenly appeared on the sealing altar and began to suppress the restless crown. However, this suppression was different from previous times. The blood-stained crown resisted with extreme ferocity, seemingly coming to life, and the two sides were locked in a constant tug of war. Fasak Empire, outside St. Milone City, there is a snow-capped mountain that never melts and often experiences extreme weather. This is the sacred mountain of the Fasak Empire, second only to the Twilight Giant Hall of the God of Combat Church, and a holy place in the hearts of the Fasak people. And on the peak of the snow mountain sat a middle-aged man in battle armor, with his eyes closed in meditation, legs crossed. In front of him were countless stone sculptures of warriors, standing tall in the wind and snow, solemn and majestic. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and a flash of fire passed through them. He turned his head to look south, and the stone warrior sculptures beneath him also seemed to come alive, making the same movement. Sonia see, by a coast shrouded in thick white fog, there is an excellent and massive port. Countless large ships with sails are docked there. This is the garrison of the Fasak Empire's Sonia naval fleet, which poses the greatest threat to the Loan Kingdom's coast. The naval warships here bear the crucial task of cutting off communication between Loan's mainland and its colonies during wartime, and assisting the army in attacking Loan's mainland. Therefore, 70% of the Fasak Empire's navy is concentrated here. At the port garrison, there was an exceptionally tall office building. In one luxurious office, a man who looked to be in his 30s was reviewing documents. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, and the next second appeared on the God of Combat Church, the tallest building in the port, gazing towards the Loan Kingdom in the west. Intis Republic, outside Trier, in a lavishly decorated grand villa, a pure young girl with a sweet smile woke up in a man's broad chest, looking eastward with confusion. Avon didn't know the outside world's reaction after the seal broke, he only knew he had fallen into his greatest crisis since transmigrating. The young, cold-faced angel in iron armor he had just seen under the spiritual warning, at the moment the seal shattered. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards him, vowing to cut him down with his sword. Just as Avon, the master of the City of Calamity, who was not even a demigod, was unable to react and was about to fall by his sword. His entire being unexpectedly became exceptionally illusory. A cold, violent bolt of lightning flashed through him, but no blood splattered. Avon, struck by the lightning, transformed into a pile of transparent, dancing bubbles. These bubbles, reflected by the flames engulfing Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had revealed himself, shimmered with dreamlike colors. But very quickly, the bubbles scattered in the air reassembled, forming a human figure, and Avon, who had just turned into bubbles, reappeared from within. Mystical reenactment, mermaid, mystery prior, sage. Sauron Einhorn Medici, holding a longsword, couldn't help but murmur when he saw this. Because only an angel-level mystical reenactment could effect such a fatal blow. And just as Avon reappeared from the bubbles, he also released his suppression on the City of Calamity without hesitation, and fully agitated it, causing Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had just dispersed into flames all over the sky, preparing to carefully deal with Bernadette and find an opportunity to escape, to be forced to approach his location. After what happened during the day, Avon had already discovered a way to use the aggregation effect against Beyonders of the same pathway. All the flames shot uncontrollably towards Avon, but each ball of flame showed a figure of Sauron Einhorn Medici. At the same time, the entire underground hall was filled with an iron-black gunpowder smoke, cutting off contact between this place and the spirit world and the astral world, disrupting the actions of the angel lurking in the shadows as much as possible. This was the authority of the war bishop. Since he could not escape due to the aggregation effect, he would do his best to kill this boy with the Eowyn Horn family bloodline, completely connect the City of Calamity on him, and completely seize control of the City of Calamity. Only then would he have a chance to survive, and even counter-kill the mystery prior angel he had been unable to find. Sauron Einhorn Medici clearly understood that he was now at a do-or-die moment. Unfortunately, just as he was about to risk his life to kill Avon, Bernadette, wearing a mask, appeared beside Avon. The moment she appeared, the mask on her face emitted a faint white light. Under the illumination of the white light, the entire underground hall seemed to have undergone a long period of cleansing. The fourth epic ruins, which had been well preserved, seemed to become even more ancient, and the pervasive gunpowder smoke also seemed to have died. The sky full of flames rushing towards Avon instantly seemed to become like a flickering candle in the wind, only able to re-aggregate in the air, revealing a suddenly abnormally aged Sauron Einhorn Medici. Even the longsword in his hand became rusty, looking as if it could break at any moment. Facing the former King of Angels, Bernadette showed no hint of underestimation or carelessness, directly adopting her strongest stance. The attack of Pale Death was not something easily withstood. Even if Sauron Einhorn Medici and his companions were once famous kings of angels or archangels, they would not dare to take it head-on. Not to mention that he was now just a malevolent spirit with only a high sequence but no Beander characteristic to support him. The attack on Avon just now had already depleted their accumulated power. Just as a mouth appeared on the malevolent spirit's left rotten, bone-revealing cheek, trying to say something, Bernadette gave him no chance to speak. A phantom exactly like herself emerged from her body, then she closed her eyes and lay down in the illusory coffin behind her. Mystical reenactment, Sleeping Beauty. This fairy tale from Emperor Rosal was not widely known, so its effect was also extremely powerful. Sauron Einhorn Medici was already very weak from the direct hit of Pale Death, and at this moment, he instantly felt an endless fatigue, his eyes uncontrollably closing as if to fall asleep. Seeing this, Bernadette had no intention of stopping. She directly condensed a long spear in front of her. The style of this long spear was very ancient, its tip emitting a flashing cold light. From the tip to the end of the shaft, there were clusters of bloody dark red, as if it were the fresh blood of some great existence. Mystical reenactment, Spear of Longinus. As soon as this long spear appeared, it instantly woke Sauron Einhorn Medici, whose eyes had already closed. From this long spear, he felt the aura of destruction and the taste of death. It wasn't just him who felt this way, Avon, standing beside Bernadette, felt it even more strongly, so strongly that the city of calamity on him became even more violent, giving him an impulse to hold the long spear and ascend to the heavens to slay a god. Avon thought this and acted on it. The moment the long spear materialized, Avon mobilized the power of the city of calamity to merge with himself, connecting to the Bonaparte's fortitude, existing in Sodarak Palace. He used its power to temporarily become an iron-blooded knight, and towering flames erupted from his body. Not only red flames, but also black flames unique to a demoness. The two types of flames combined without any conflict. Instead, they were remarkably harmonious and transformed into colorless flames, enveloping Avon's entire body. Avon stepped forward and grasped the long spear that seemed capable of destroying heavens and slaying gods. His hollow, colorless eyes looked at Sauron Einhorn Medici, who now wore a solemn expression, and he recklessly and fully mobilized the power of the City of Calamity, creating an unparalleled attractive force between them. Facing the powerful aggregation force, Sauron Einhorn Medici had nowhere to hide. He gritted his teeth and transformed into a bolt of lightning, wrapped in his tattered longsword, and charged towards Avon. Avon also used this attractive force, thrusting the long spear towards him. Wherever the long spear passed, several black lights emanated from its tip, shattering the surrounding space. The powerful force generated by the spatial fragmentation, in turn, empowered the long spear. The long spear collided with the bloody longsword, and the surrounding space shattered. The longsword broke and then was annihilated. The spear of Longinus, with an unerring trajectory, pierced into Sauron Einhorn Medici's chest. Colorless flames surged into his body along the long spear, causing countless cracks to instantly appear on his body, as if he had become a statue that had been smashed to pieces and then re-glued together. And just after Avon thrust this spear, he felt the excitement of the City of Calamity, an extraordinary satisfaction, as if his own flaws had been completely mended in that instant. The spear of Longinus disappeared after hitting its target, and Avon fell from midair, landing on a net woven from many greenish-blue vines. Avon's condition was very poor. The god-slaying spear was not so easy to wield. Even though he bore the City of Calamity, and even though the long spear was very compatible with him, he was still injured by the destructive aura carried by the long spear. His entire body was covered in black patterns, and he couldn't help but vomit large mouthfuls of blood. The blood he spat out was also full of the smell of blood and rust, even corroding the vine bed he was lying on. But even with his body in such a state, Avon paid no attention to it. Instead, he urgently shouted to Bernadette. "He's not dead yet. He can revive. For high-sequence beyonders of the Hunter pathway, as long as the Legion is not extinguished, their bodies will not die. There were no soldiers here to die in Sauron Einhorn Medici's place, but they were intertwined and controlled each other, effectively giving them 3 lives. Facing the threat of the Spear of Longinus, at the critical moment of life and death, Medici and Sauron jointly exerted their power to subdue Einhorn as a subordinate, and then pushed him out to die. Bernadette did not know the inside story, but Avon could feel that he had only just annihilated a part of the malevolent spirit. Bernadette had thought that Avon, wielding the god-slaying spear, had completely finished off this terrifyingly high-sequence malevolent spirit and was preparing to cast a healing spell. Upon hearing Avon's shout, she realized that the cracks on the malevolent spirit Sauron Einhorn Medici, who looked like a shattered ice sculpture, were indeed disappearing. So, she didn't hesitate at all. She immediately extended her right hand, half-cupped it to her mouth, and at the same time, a dark, ancient horn instantly condensed in her palm. It looked extremely heavy and powerful. Mystical reenactment, mystical horn. A deep Ming sound rang out, and wherever the sound waves passed, space shattered. The destructive sound of the horn once again made Sauron Einhorn Medici's body extremely fractured, even more so than before, but ultimately, he was not destroyed. And under the blessing of the City of Calamity, and under the blessing of Bonaparte's fortitude, Avon, through weakness observation, saw that the fire within Sauron Einhorn Medici's body had extinguished by half again, and then he continued to shout. "He's not dead yet. Finish him off completely." Even if Avon didn't shout, Bernadette wouldn't stop. Her eyes glowed faintly, and she extended her finger, waving it in the air, conjuring a materialized piece of information out of thin air and sending it towards Medici, preparing to inject the contaminated information into his body to pollute and destroy all the foundations of this malevolent spirit's existence. Bernadette did not have Avon's weakness observation, and did not know how many times the malevolent spirit in front of her could revive. But she possessed the eye of mystery prying, unique to a mystery prior. She also saw that Medici's greatest weakness as a malevolent spirit was that his power source was not beyond characteristics. As long as the information she wove entered his body and cut off his power source, no matter how many revival methods he had, they would be useless. Indeed, after the materialized information woven by Bernadette was injected into Medici's body, his spirit-like body actually generated flesh and blood. Medici was actually transforming from a malevolent spirit into a human. The reason Medici could still exert power second only to an angel, even with only his sequence, was mainly because his essence as a malevolent spirit allowed him to draw power from the spirit world. So what happens when he is no longer a malevolent spirit, but a living person? Originally, malevolent spirits could not become humans, but an angel of the mystery prior pathway had the ability to add the mystical knowledge they mastered, in the form of information, to the opponent's information flow, thereby transforming the opponent. Bernadette deleted Medici's malevolent spirit attribute and added some information, transforming him towards a human. She didn't demand that he necessarily become human, but as long as there was such a trend, Medici naturally couldn't draw power from the spirit world. Furthermore, Bernadette still hadn't removed the mask from her face, and Medici's face became increasingly aged. HMPH. Just as Medici was about to perish, a cold snort echoed. The faint white light emitted by pale death on Bernadette's face instantly vanished. The mask seemed to have met some kind of natural enemy, and all its functions were sealed. Avon felt that the seed the true creator had planted for him, attached to the periphery of the City of Calamity, suddenly underwent an anomaly, splitting into two. One part continued to adhere to the periphery of the City of Calamity, while the other part manifested in midair, wriggling and growing wildly. In almost an instant, it transformed into a mass of flesh the size of an adult, covering Medici, who had already become a living creature but was also aging to the extreme due to losing his malevolent spirit identity and thus being unable to resist pale death. Bernadette and Avon felt the dark, defiling, and corrupted aura emanating from the flesh-covering Medici, and a single thought passed through both their minds: the true creator. Chapter 217, Neja. Facing the true creator's methods, Bernadette wanted to do something, but no matter how she urged it, the mask she wore remained unresponsive, like someone slacking off and not wanting to work. Even its side effect, gradually transforming the wearer into a dead person, seemed to disappear in an instant. Avon, on the other hand, focused even more on the seed that the true creator still had attached to his body, fearing that the seed left behind by the true creator would mutate again and his body would be taken over. Just as Bernadette was about to pull Avon away, a young, handsome man in white robes appeared in the spacious underground hall. He had golden hair and blue eyes, a smiling face, and his eyes contained compassion, looking at everyone with benevolence, making anyone who saw him feel reverence. Bernadette and Avon both remained highly vigilant of the suddenly appearing young man, adopting a combat stance. Bernadette even produced an item in her hand. The item was golden, resembling a miniature kettle, but with a wick extending from its spout. This sealed artifact was named Wishing Lamp, first appearing in the first epic. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 Orthodox churches, it had a corresponding number. 005. This was Bernadette's final and greatest trump card. It wasn't that she hadn't considered taking Avon away immediately, but ever since this young man appeared, she instinctively knew that without his permission, she and Avon would be unable to leave safely. This was a mystery prior angel's prophecy. At the same time, Bernadette couldn't help but inwardly curse Avon. What nonsense about a spectator pathway king of angels possibly interfering, but absolutely no true God participating. If a true God had participated in this matter, her previous prophecy about the operation having no danger would have been impossible to guarantee accuracy. Avon's reaction was even greater, because after this young man appeared, he felt as if he had returned to the day when he was discovered by the true creator and had a seed planted in his body, as if he were facing the true creator directly. Now, Avon was more panicked than ever, unsure how to respond. After all, Lord of the Mysteries, which he had always regarded as his Bible, didn't teach him how to deal with a true God. And it was a true God who was one of his most loyal subordinates, whom he had almost killed just now. In name, he was even one of his favored ones, although Avon had never truly acknowledged it in his heart. His current sequence was still too low. Even if he could activate the City of Calamity, he couldn't unleash its full power. Previously, he couldn't even remove the seed planted by the true creator, let alone face the true creator himself. What could give Avon a sense of security now were the 2 Sun Flame charms he had acquired from Klein at a price of 10,000 gold pounds each. Holding the charms in his pocket, Avon felt that these 2 charms hadn't undergone any noticeable changes, perhaps because they originated from the eternal blazing sun's blood. He could still feel the heat emanating from them, while the pen Mr. Azek had given him had long since lost its former peculiarity. Under Bernadette and Avon's tense gaze, the young man in white robes smiled and swept his eyes over them, then walked to Medici, who was wrapped in black flesh, and stroked the mass of flesh before him. As he stroked it, the adult-sized mass of flesh continuously shrunk and coiled inward, faster and faster, until it eventually became the size of a football, like a flesh fetus. During this process, the colorless flames Avon had injected into Sauron Einhorn Medici, the destructive aura brought by the lance of Longinus, and the aging caused by pale death, all appeared on the young man. All the damage Avon and Bernadette had inflicted on Sauron Einhorn Medici appeared on this young man. This caused his aura to fluctuate between powerful and weak. But strangely, Bernadette's tampering with Medici's information flow did not appear. Not long after, the flesh fetus bloomed outwards, emitting a soft red light. When it fully opened, a naked, indistinct infant phantom stood inside. The infant opened its eyes, suddenly shed tears, knelt on one knee, and in a childish but undeniably excited voice, cried out, "My lord!" The handsome young man raised his hand and gently stroked the head of the infant kneeling before him, saying in a gentle tone, "You have suffered for so many years. When Solomon died, I was severely injured. To protect the departure of my believers, you voluntarily borrowed power you shouldn't have. This also caused you to suffer corruption, becoming less and less like yourself, so I tacitly allowed Adam's scheme against you. Do you blame me?" The illusory infant, Medici, kneeling in the center of the flesh fetus quickly shook his head and excitedly said, "My faith in you has never changed or diminished, so how could I blame you? Moreover, what you did was the most correct decision." The handsome young man sighed deeply upon hearing this, then said, "The contamination of the city of calamity has been cleared, but your resurrection will not be so easy. You must undergo gestation in a mother's womb. This is one of the most fundamental rules of heaven and earth. Shall I use myself as the mother to regestate you?" When this young man uttered the term, city of calamity, Avon's expression subtly changed, his eyelids twitching, feeling as if he had been schemed against. Bernadette, however, felt a sudden connection between herself and Avon's illusory city. An aura filled with destruction and the smell of rust assailed her, as if this name was a terrifying taboo, and merely hearing it would cause contamination. However, Bernadette was no longer what she used to be. An angel of sequence 2 and a demigod of sequence 3 were completely on different levels of existence. So, with just a thought, she instantly transformed into complex mystical information, then transformed back, cutting off the invasion from Avon. At the same time, she continuously savored the name, City of Calamity, in her heart, wondering what it was. And what connection Avon had with the City of Calamity. When Medici heard the young man's words, his eyes welled up with tears, and he excitedly bowed his head, saying, "This is my honor." Hearing Medici agree to his suggestion, the young man nodded, then pointed again, and the flesh fetus that had bloomed like a lotus once more closed into a ball of flesh, then transformed into a beam of light and entered his belly. Watching this scene, Avon was dumbfounded, feeling as if mythology had entered reality, and it was the mythology of his previous life that had entered reality. Medici had become Neja. But now was not the time to think about such things. Avon suppressed all extraneous thoughts, looked at the young man who had turned to face him, his left hand in his pocket holding the sun flame charm, his right hand trembling as he drew an inverted cross on his chest, and forced a smile, saying, Mr. Z of the Aurora Order welcomes my lord's descent. I heard that the Lord's wrath and angel of punishment were trapped here, and I specifically came to rescue them." Avon wanted to lie through his teeth, but looking at the eyes of the young man, who was likely a god, his voice grew softer and less confident. Bernadette, on the side, was stunned. Avon was the true creator's favored one. He was actually the true creator's favored one. This favored one of the true creator painstakingly provided her with information about the true creator's divine descent vessel, helped her advance to angel, and then dragged her along to kill another favored one of the true creator. Were the true creator's eyes blind, or was Avon's conscience as a favored one black? What was he trying to gain by doing this? Was it for favoritism? What kind of female-oriented palace drama is this? A thought flashed through Bernadette's mind, a complaint her father occasionally uttered, and she felt it was perfectly suited for this situation. The young man before them, however, was unusually easy to talk to. He didn't dwell on Avon's lie. Instead, he beckoned with his hand, causing the shadows of the underground hall to cluster around a card that had fallen to the ground, bringing it into his hand. Then he said to Avon, "The seed planted in your body is a symbol of his attention to you. Originally, it had no effect whatsoever. It was only because of my intervention, as a channel for borrowing authority, that it could display such power, so you don't need to worry." Upon hearing this, Avon breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a ticking time bomb, he could still barely accept it. But then he immediately felt confused by the words of the person in front of him, thought for a moment, and then cautiously asked. Thanks to your planning, he had the opportunity to cultivate a qualified vessel by leveraging the resentment and pain of Tingen, and by utilizing the authority of degeneration, he split off me, finally bypassing the blockade of the 7 gods and descending into the world. So I am just an angel of the hanged man pathway, not a true god with complete authority. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to bypass their gaze now, and this place would have become a battlefield for gods. Avon felt as if his head had been placed inside a large bell, and someone was swinging a large hammer to forcefully strike it, his mind ringing. He never expected that the young man before him had descended because of his Tingen operation. He finally understood why Ouroboros, knowing there was no possibility of killing or capturing the life counselor, still chose to force his way into Backland a dozen hours ago. He also finally understood why the true creator made no move when Lanrius was eliminated by Bernadette. And he finally understood why the matters of Backland and Tingen seemed completely unrelated, yet the actions in both places were so consistent. All these actions were to conceal the true creator's goal of descending into the world by using the god-child in Migos' belly. Ouroboros' forceful entry into Backland was to attract the attention of all true gods, to clear obstacles for the true creator's descent as much as possible. Avon couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He had previously thought himself quite formidable, that although he hadn't changed Tingen's ultimate outcome, he had completely altered the scripts of 008 and Ince Zangwill. But he never expected that all his actions were being watched and utilized, and perhaps his schemes were so smooth because the true creator was personally pushing them from behind. Those who scheme against others may also fall prey to others' schemes. A schemer is always schemed against, and a conspirer may ultimately die by conspiracy. Avon suddenly felt that the conspirer potion within him was completely digested in an instant, but there was no joy in his heart. All true gods and angels were tricked. No, 2 of them must have known about this, the Evernight goddess and the king of angels Adam, who had been manipulating Tingen. The Evernight goddess tacitly allowing the true creator to descend is somewhat understandable, as the most important thing for her is the Death's legacy. Moreover, the moment she let go of 008 and sought the Death's legacy, she had already de facto torn up the tacit understanding between the 7 deities. But why didn't Adam intervene to stop it? The Twilight Hermit Order he leads takes the true creator as its target and mortal enemy. He himself is also a mortal enemy of the true creator, being from an adjacent pathway. What exactly does this mean? Too many questions surged in Avon's mind, leaving him stunned on the spot. Medici, in the 4th epic, to cover the transfer of his last believers, chose to actively connect with the City of Calamity to gain greater power, but he was ultimately corrupted by it. This corruption is very troublesome, even a true god has no good way to deal with it. Only by killing the master of the City of Calamity can the corruption on him be removed. And you also need to kill him to seize the authority on him and complete your control over the City of Calamity. Although this battle seemed like a good thing for Avon, he felt no excitement in his heart, only bitterness. After all, such a completely calculated outcome, predetermined from the start, made him feel utterly powerless. Is this incident a joint scheme between you and Adam? Aren't you mortal enemies from adjacent pathways? Knowing that everything about him was transparent before this person, Avon simply stopped pretending and directly asked his biggest question. Sometimes, the positions of friends and enemies can be interchanged. Moreover, our relationship is not as simple as you think. The 7 deities blockade is not only against me, but also against everyone else. Don't you think that after entering the 5th epic, the overall world situation has stabilized much more compared to the chaotic 4th epic? This is the result of 7 sequence 0s jointly suppressing the situation. During this period, others did try to resist, but ultimately failed to change this pattern. The closest attempt was Rosel's resistance, but he ultimately failed due to his reckless actions. When speaking of Emperor Rosel, the young man's tone, which had been calm, involuntarily fluctuated slightly. And this topic also touched Bernadette, who had been holding the wishing lamp and maintaining a combat stance, observing with cold eyes. But before she could speak, Avon, like a thoughtful little angel, asked, "Besides pushing the Industrial Revolution in the secular world and changing the economic foundation of all nations' rule, what efforts did Emperor Rosal make in the Beander world to change the status quo, and why did he ultimately fail?" The young man glanced at Bernadette, who stood by, looking at him with eager eyes, and continued in his gentle tone. Rosal Gustav prepared to cross pathways to become a Black Emperor, and then use the Black Emperor's characteristic of being able to revive and return, using death, to abandon all the Beander characteristics he had previously consumed, thereby getting rid of all the corruption on him. He ultimately succeeded, but also failed at the same time. He successfully advanced to become a Black Emperor, but he did not get rid of the fatal corruption. Although he had anticipated it, Avon still felt inexplicably shocked when he heard it firsthand. When he previously speculated that George III's scheme to advance to Black Emperor and Adam's era trend were one, he had deduced what the previous era trend pushed by Adam's Twilight Hermit Order was, and then he focused on the Industrial Revolution pushed by Rosal. Emperor Rosal was too famous, so much information about him was not a secret in the mystical world, such as him being a Beander of the Savon pathway. As a fellow transmigrator, Avon had thoroughly understood and researched Rosal Gustav, and was very clear that his death was not simple. At the same time, he was very sure that Rosal was at least an angel during his lifetime. As a fellow transmigrator, Avon could imagine that Rosal would certainly not be content to remain at the angel stage, but the reality before him was that there was a god of steam and machinery above his Savon pathway. According to the conditions for advancing to Sequence 0, he couldn't even advance to Sequence 1. While the adjacent mystery prior pathway could allow him to advance to Sequence 1, there was also a hidden sage standing above it, whom even the god of steam and machinery found thorny. Based on the known conditions, if Avon faced the dilemma of having no path forward, he would also risk crossing pathways to consume the potion in pursuit of advancement, let alone the Black Emperor's irreversible resurrection characteristic. Moreover, in the original novel, Lord of the Mysteries, Klein also speculated about Rosal crossing pathways to consume the potion, but it was not confirmed. This should be content that was not unlocked later, and now Avon has confirmed this fact in advance. Clearly, Bernadette also had some understanding of Rosal crossing pathways to seek advancement to Black Emperor, so she was not surprised by this. What she wanted to know was, since her father had successfully advanced, why had he not revived and returned after more than 100 years? Today, she finally got the answer she had longed for from this young man, who could represent a true god: corruption. But what kind of corruption could hinder the Black Emperor's destined resurrection? Bernadette looked at the young man in front of her with hopeful eyes, but he shook his head and said to her, "Although you have successfully advanced to Sequence 2 Angel and are qualified to know many inside stories, some inside stories are very dangerous, and even if you are an angel now, it is not advisable to know too much. You only need to know that the source of your father's corruption is related to the apocalypse of 1368. He once, when he had just advanced to an angel, very recklessly ascended the crimson moon right under the noses of all the true gods." Even Avon was stunned this time. Any transmigrator should know how sinister a moon that turns red is, yet he dared to ascend it. He was truly too reckless. Bernadette, however, was pondering the information within, and tentatively asked, "Primordial moon?" The young man nodded, but was unwilling to say anything more, and Bernadette did not ask further. She had not forgotten that she had advanced by killing his divine descent vessel, and receiving the previous information was already beyond her expectations. However, judging from Avon's conversation with him just now, it was possible that her advancement was the result of his assistance. Rosal being corrupted is one thing, whether he will be killed is another. The best way to kill a Black Emperor is to give birth to a new Black Emperor. Just as Bernadette thought their conversation was about to end, the young man suddenly said to Bernadette. Bernadette was stunned, thinking that someone in Backland wanted to advance to Black Emperor, and her expression became extremely cold, nodding heavily to express her gratitude. What exactly is the City of Calamity? Seeing that Bernadette's question was finished, Avon eagerly followed up. This is not something you can know now. As your sequence increases, you will understand everything yourself. The young man's tone remained unhurried. Do you know what the other anomaly on me represents? Avon cautiously asked his most pressing question. He was worried that the other party knew nothing, and his question would expose his secret, but he also wanted to know what it was. The young man merely chuckled and nodded, then immediately shook his head, ultimately saying nothing useful, which made Avon want to hit that handsome face with the most gentle smile, but considering the disparity between them, he could only endure it. As if sensing Avon's anger, the young man handed over the card in his hand and then said, "In any case, I must thank you for your actions, which enabled me to break free from the 7 deities' blockade and be born smoothly. I also thank you for your help in allowing Medici to escape the City of Calamity's corruption. Even if Medici is reborn in the future, to avoid being corrupted again, he will no longer be able to tread the hunter pathway. You don't need to worry about this. Let this card from Rosal be your reward." Looking at the card the young man handed him, Avon took it, looking at Rosal in a deep crimson robe, sitting on a chariot on the card face, and sighed deeply. This card should have been his sweet spoils of war, obtained through arduous effort, layers of planning, and countless hardships. Now, it had become a reward for completing a task assigned by his boss. The item was still the same, but its emotional value had plummeted to the lowest point. Seeing Avon accept the offered reward, the young man turned to leave, and at this moment, Avon's voice came again, asking, "Since you refer to yourself as I, you obviously don't consider yourself equal to Creator, so what should we call you? We can't call you Creator, can we?" The young man's figure paused, then he said without looking back, "You can call me Grisha." After saying this, she disappeared step by step into the shadows of the underground hall. And Bernadette's spirituality also reminded her that she could leave. Then she took Avon's hand again and walked onto the Magpie Bridge, formed by countless glowing birds. Returning to the apartment in Sherwood Borough, Avon's first reaction was to immediately disconnect himself from Bonaparte's fortitude. The first time he borrowed the power of this sealed artifact, Avon was a little reluctant to disconnect, only wishing to take this shortcut to become an alternative hunter pathway demigod. After all, once you experienced the power of a demigod, it was really hard to let go. However, the huge commotion from Bonaparte's fortitude reminded Avon to know when to stop. Through the perspective of Bonaparte's fortitude, Avon saw Augustus I, the founder, on the 10-pound banknote, fiercely collide with a rusty crown emitting a dazzling red light. Augustus I, a great angel, was actually unable to gain the upper hand against a sealed artifact. Perhaps sensing the gaze from Bonaparte's fortitude, the crown became increasingly violent, its characteristics of coming alive becoming more apparent. Avon understood that the crown had sensed his presence, and more likely, the aura of the City of Calamity, leading to this situation due to the aggregation effect. This scared Avon into quickly disconnecting from Bonaparte's fortitude. That crown should be the conqueror, Beander characteristic held by the Augustus family, as mentioned by the demoness of Theosophy order. This time, in order to kill Sauron Einhorn Medici and minimize the gap between them, Avon not only fully utilized Bonaparte's fortitude to temporarily gain the demigod rank, but also extensively used the power of the City of Calamity. With both sealed artifacts being in the Augustus family's sealed artifact treasury, it was natural for them to be detected. As Avon's aura weakened, dropping from demigod to normal level, Bernadette, who had already put away her mask and magic lamp, said in an annoyed tone, "Through what happened today, we've gained some understanding of each other. Shouldn't we be more honest?" Avon awkwardly scratched his head. Too many things had happened today, all beyond his control. He had almost fallen into his own schemes. If Grisha had harbored any ill intentions just now, both he and Bernadette would have been doomed. The Aurora Order was plotting the descent of the true creator's child in Tingen, and Lanrius was the executor. His deception wasn't originally that grand. I wanted to profit from it, so I gave it a push from behind. I just didn't expect it to get so out of hand, directly nurturing and strengthening the true creator's child. I had originally left some countermeasures, thinking I could resolve it, but I never expected the true creator to actually team up with that king of angels of the spectator pathway, and with his help, use his child to descend into the world. Bernadette was dumbfounded, finally understanding the background of Grisha's birth. The seven deities' efforts to seal and obstruct the true creator's descent into the world since the fifth epoch were all ruined by Avon. Since you are a true creator's favored one, why did you want to prevent the true creator's child from descending? Why did you ask me to eliminate Lanrius? Why did you ask me to help you kill that evil spirit? This was the most incredible point for Bernadette, because from her perspective as an outsider, Avon seemed to be intentionally targeting the true creator. More crucially, judging by Grisha's attitude just now, the true creator actually ignored his betrayal. Although all of Avon's actions might have been instigated by the true creator, it couldn't change his subjective malice. Yet, the true creator simply let the matter go. Well, strictly speaking, I am not a follower of the true creator. You are also an angel now, a subordinate deity, so you should know that deities can mark followers who chant their honorific name. Because of the city of calamity on me, I can block a true god's mark on me whenever I want. So, I am not entirely a follower of the true creator. Perhaps because of this, the true creator himself once planted a seed on me to mark me. Moreover, I am a favored one of the Evernight goddess, certified by the Night Church, honest and trustworthy. Since Grisha had already exposed the existence of the city of calamity to Bernadette, Avon was less reserved with Bernadette and spoke very directly. He even brought up his status as a favored one of the Evernight goddess to prove that he wasn't a lunatic, as the Aurora Order's reputation was really not good, and Avon's previous actions did seem a bit crazy. Bernadette was speechless, feeling as if she had never been so surprised in her life. He was also a favored one of the Evernight goddess. Did the Evernight goddess know what he was doing outside? Just the crime of instigating Lanrius's deception and causing unrest in Tingen would be enough to send Avon to the gallows in the Loan Kingdom. However, Bernadette was no longer an underage girl who would naively believe that a righteous deity like the Evernight goddess would necessarily be benevolent, nor was she the Pope of the Night Church who needed to be responsible for her followers. So, once she understood the background of Grisha's birth, she moved past the matter and stopped focusing on it. At the same time, she also understood the importance of the city of calamity she had seen on Avon earlier. The Evernight goddess taking Avon as a favored one, and the true creator's tolerance towards him, might both be due to this. After all, it was an existence capable of corrupting a king of angels of the hunter pathway. Since you are not a follower of the true creator, why did you infiltrate the Aurora Order and become Mr. Z? Was it a mission from the Night Church? Bernadette was genuinely concerned about the Aurora Order's internal selection mechanism for its leaders, as a heretic who was not a follower of the true creator could become one of their main leaders. She also found it strange why Grisha hadn't explicitly expelled Avon just now. Even if he valued Avon because of the so-called City of Calamity, he shouldn't let him continue to stay in the Aurora Order, should he? Avon also thought about this question and had some guesses as to why Grisha hadn't expelled him, but he didn't need to explain everything to Bernadette, so he just casually said. At first, I was mainly interested in the Iron and Blood Cross Order, who also believed in the true creator, hoping to obtain the promotion formulas and materials I needed. However, the Iron and Blood Cross Order mainly operates in Intis, and coincidentally, a member of the Aurora Order invited me to join. Thinking that both organizations believed in the true creator, I went along with it, and I didn't expect to do so well. Doing well. How is this just doing well? Perhaps before long, you might even control the Aurora Order. Bernadette couldn't help but want to retort, but she held back and instead started to taunt Avon. You previously guaranteed me that no true god would intervene in tonight's events. What do you have to say about that? Bernadette adopted a posture of demanding an explanation, while Avon looked apologetic. This was indeed his mistake, and he had no way to defend himself. Moreover, this contractor was rather assertive, so he could only ask cautiously. This time it is indeed my fault. I can compensate you. Please tell me what you need, and I will definitely do it as long as I can. Bernadette had been waiting for these words. She still remembered the 3 favors she owed due to Avon's schemes earlier. Having lived for over 100 years, it was the first time she had been so openly schemed against. You also know that my father has become a Black Emperor and might revive, if no new Black Emperor is born. You also told me before that someone in Backland wants to be promoted to Black Emperor, and for that, they even colluded with the Demonist sect. For some unknown reason, they need a lot of manpower, which has led to many disappearances in Backland's East Borough. So, to cover up the truth, they are preparing to carry out a population write-off in Backland, but the specific time is uncertain. My compensation request is simple: you help me investigate this write-off plan. Aren't you good at gathering information? This task should be very simple for you. Bernadette first learned that someone in Backland wanted to be promoted to Black Emperor from Avon. Hey, I thought you wanted some kind of compensation. Just this. No problem, I'll let you know when I have news. Hearing Bernadette's request, Avon secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then began to take on the responsibility enthusiastically. Bernadette, however, looked suspicious. She believed in Avon's ability to gather intelligence. Whether it was the 3 high-level pieces of information that made her owe him 3 favors before, or the hidden location of the 3-in-1 angel this time, these were all secrets that were very difficult for others to know, yet Avon knew them all. However, if the candidate Black Emperor in Backland was going to carry out a population write-off, they would surely ensure strict secrecy. Their collusion with the Demonist sect clearly indicated they were prepared to get their hands dirty. How could Avon be so confident that he could obtain the information he wanted? Seeing Bernadette's disbelieving expression, Avon chuckled and said, "That person who wants to be promoted to Black Emperor needs to make a lot of preparations. It's impossible for him to do everything himself. He must have someone to handle things for him. This person must not only have the ability to coordinate various forces but also be able to make decisions on the fly and, more importantly, take all the blame at critical moments. Do you know who this person is?" Bernadette saw that Avon was deliberately building suspense, so she played along, shaking her head, and then looked at him with an inquiring and eager gaze, which gave Avon a great deal of emotional satisfaction. He proudly said, "It's me. So no matter what actions they plan, as long as they still need manpower to cooperate, they can't hide it from my eyes." Bernadette was somewhat numb. She hadn't expected Avon to have yet another identity. She couldn't help but ask, "How many identities do you actually have? You're like an onion, peeling off one layer after another. Let's take this opportunity to properly introduce ourselves. Eowyn Horn, a member of the Horn family of Ahova Earl's Court in the Lowen Kingdom, Colonel Intelligence Officer of Military Intelligence Section 9. Avon might need to establish a deeper cooperation with Bernadette in the future, so the previous method of contact wouldn't suffice. He needed to formally introduce himself, rather than just using the name Carl Woodward, an agent from Military Intelligence Section 9, to fool her. "What is Robert Horn's relationship with you?" As expected, the name Eowyn Horn had little recognition, but Robert Horn's name was quite prominent, both in the mundane and Beander worlds. Bernadette savored the surname, Horn, on her tongue, then asked directly. "He is my elder brother, and it is thanks to his care that I was able to rise to a high position in Military Intelligence Section 9 so quickly." Avon, far from feeling annoyed or wanting to avoid suspicion like some second-generation scions, was proud and boastful of having Robert as his backer. Bernadette shook her head and sighed, saying, "It's your fortune to have a brother as your backing, but if you lacked ability, it would be difficult to climb to such a high position. After all, which of your competitors doesn't have a backer? However, what is your brother's attitude towards the one who wants to advance to Black Emperor? Is it support or opposition? Why are you willing to help me? You should know that, to some extent, helping me is an act of treason. It's very difficult for ordinary people to overcome that hurdle in their hearts. Bernadette stared intently at Avon, watching his expression, trying to discern his true thoughts. After all, she had seen too many rebellious members of the Sauron family in the past, who desperately pursued restoration movements, completely disregarding the vast difference between themselves and their father. Many even bravely faced death, righteous and unrepentant, as if thinking, I am doing the right thing. The Horn family had been passed down for 1,000 years in the Loen Kingdom, intermarrying with the royal family for generations. Logically speaking, they should be staunch loyalists of the royal family. Avon's unreserved willingness to inquire about matters related to the Black Emperor for her was truly strange. My brother and I are not direct descendants of the Horn family. The old Earl, after losing his heir, took a liking to my brother and chose him as his successor. Therefore, we don't have the kind of emotional bond with the royal family that heirs cultivate from a young age, and our relationship with the royal family isn't that close. This also means my brother is not a core member of that Emperor's private circle, so my brother doesn't know anything related to the Black Emperor. As for why I became Prince Grove's subordinate and became deeply involved, it's not what you imagine, that I was absorbed and accepted by them. It's because I was ambushed by them. They thought I had already become their manipulated puppet. Since the City of Calamity had already been exposed, and both parties were going to cooperate deeply on the Black Emperor matter, Avon didn't mind revealing more information to further deepen their trust. Puppet. Bernadette didn't understand Avon's meaning, so she asked in return. Yes, puppet. You should be familiar with the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude. After all, this sealed artifact originated from your father. I heard about that sealed artifact from my father. He often lamented its loss and wished he could beat the thief who stole it to death. What's wrong? Is this sealed artifact currently in the Augustus family's hands? Bernadette had heard about this sealed artifact from Rosal. This sealed artifact was known for its highly active characteristics. As long as good communication could be established, it was almost a level 1 sealed artifact with no side effects. Avon almost burst out laughing when he heard this, because according to his interrogation and excavation of Bonaparte's fortitudes, living characteristics, it was clearly given by Rosal to the Demoness of Silver because he was horny. How could it have been stolen? But Bernadette was Rosal's daughter after all, and there was no reason to make a dirty joke about her old father in front of his daughter, so Avon could only suppress his laughter and continue. Yes, this sealed artifact is currently in the Augustus family's hands. They obtained it from the Demoness sect. They used this sealed artifact to attack me, intending to use the high sequence abilities of the Hunter pathway to swap my living characteristics with those of this sealed artifact. They hoped to completely control me and use my current identity and position to influence my brother, stirring up conflicts in various aspects of Loen. This might be part of the Black Emperor's advancement ritual. Fortunately, I possess the City of Calamity, so they didn't succeed, and I was able to infiltrate their ranks instead. So, no matter what the Horn family's original relationship with the royal family was, to me, they were the first to be unkind, so you can't blame me for being unjust. Moreover, from the perspective of maximizing benefits, if one could truly help a true god revive, that would be a highly profitable business. And that candidate for Black Emperor is truly human scum. Following him, let alone eating meat, you wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Avon understood Bernadette's doubts about his surname, so he spoke with unusual frankness, directly revealing his disdain for George III and his desire to seek greater benefits. What's more, your father Rosal is also a transmigrator from the same place as me. Given a choice, I would definitely choose Rosal, who is also a transmigrator. Of course, Avon would not tell Bernadette this reason. Neither the City of Calamity nor the Lord of the Mysteries in his mind were Avon's most valued secrets. What he valued most was his identity as a transmigrator. As a seasoned mystery prior, Bernadette had some understanding of the high sequence abilities of the Hunter pathway, so she immediately understood the Augustus family's plan to ambush Avon, which further removed any doubts she had about cooperating with Avon. Based on your understanding of your brother, what would be his reaction if he knew you were ambushed by the royal family? Regarding the emergence of the new Black Emperor, Bernadette intended to follow her father's past approach. Gather as much power as possible, not miss any opportunity for assistance, make many friends, and few enemies. Next, she would not even rely on her status as an angel. Instead, she would actively participate in the exchange meetings organized by Ms. Amanda and actively win over relevant individuals at the gatherings. She could see that none of the demigods who could attend Ms. Amanda's gathering were simple. Even Ms. Amanda, the high summoner with whom she had the most contact, she still couldn't see through, only feeling that she was shrouded in layers of mist. If Robert knew I was ambushed by the royal family, he would definitely not let the mastermind go. However, I don't plan to tell him about this. On one hand, it involves the City of Calamity, and telling him would do him no good. On the other hand, I don't want him to worry about me. Avon frankly told Bernadette that he would not tell Robert about this, hoping Bernadette would not misinterpret his intentions. Robert was not an angel. Telling him this matter would inevitably involve the City of Calamity, and might even cause Robert to suspect Avon. Moreover, after such a long period of interaction, plus accepting all the original body's memories, Avon could feel Robert's brotherly affection for him. He was not heartless, and naturally regarded Robert as his true family, and he also didn't want him to worry. I understand your meaning, but your brother is truly extraordinary. Although I am already an angel of the mystery prior pathway, I still cannot make accurate predictions about your brother. This also includes Ms. Amanda, who organized the gathering. You should know that they are both lower in sequence than me. Bernadette naturally understood Avon's meaning and would certainly not act against an ally's firm opposition, but she also reminded Avon not to underestimate his brother. Avon was stunned for a moment. He knew his brother was formidable, but he never expected that an angel of the mystery prior pathway would be unable to predict him. He had always regarded Robert as an ordinary Beander very suitable for the Arbiter pathway. Although he was a demigod, a prominent figure in the Beander world, he was still ordinary. But now, learning from Bernadette that Robert was not ordinary at all, made him recall his encounter when he first visited the suburban manor in Backland at the old Earl's invitation. At that time, the old Earl sent Avon to rest and spoke with Robert alone. During this period, the City of Calamity stirred, causing a commotion in Avon's bloodline. Later, when Avon saw Robert again, he felt that his entire person had changed. Because the City of Calamity was the source of the Hunter pathway and Assassin pathway, it was easy to eliminate possibilities. At that time, Avon guessed whether the Horn family might be part of the Medici family that betrayed the true creator, which was why they were qualified to intermarry with the Angel family, Augustus, and why they were valued by the Storm Church, and why they had remained a top noble family in the Loan Kingdom for 1,000 years without falling. This was also one of the reasons Avon was eager to kill Sauron Einhorn Medici. After all, if Avon truly had Medici blood, it would be a huge weakness in the Beander world, so Avon had to kill him no matter what. But just now, during the decisive battle with Sauron Einhorn Medici, when the seal was opened, Avon's spirituality allowed him to see the hotpot angel awakened behind the seal and hear his provocative words. The Einhorn bloodline, isn't this also my bloodline? This sentence came from the middle mouth of the hotpot angel, which was Medici's mouth, and he had no reason to lie at that time. So, the words were conclusive. Avon's previous guess was completely wrong. He did not have Medici blood, but rather the bloodline of the Faesac Empire's imperial family, the Einhorn family. This reminded Avon of Robert's insistence that Mr. Hope go to the Faesac Empire to investigate Petrov Andrei. Did he truly just send Mr. Hope to investigate a rat? Chapter 219. The Elegy of the Horn Family. This chapter is quite important. Avon had previously found it a bit strange that Robert wanted to send Mr. Hope to the Faesac Empire to personally oversee Petrov Andrei's vetting process. Although Petrov Andrei was very important, it shouldn't have warranted Robert sending his most capable subordinate, should it? One must know that Mr. Hope was Robert's most important confidant. In fact, he could often be considered an embodiment of Robert, handling many miscellaneous tasks for him and even making decisions independently for Robert without needing to report. If Mr. Hope were to meet with an accident in the Fasak Empire, the loss would be irreparable, even if 10 Petrov Andres were sacrificed. At least, that's how Robert would see it. Previously, although Avon was surprised that Robert would send Mr. Hope to the Fasak Empire, he didn't have any deeper thoughts. However, after unexpectedly learning from Sauron Einhorn Medici that he possessed the bloodline of the Fasak Empire's royal family, Avon finally realized the deeper meaning behind Robert's actions. He must have had another purpose in sending Mr. Hope to the Fasak Empire. Vetting the rats was probably the least of it. From this incident, Avon, relying on the unique intuition brought by being a conspirer, sensed Robert's restless inner thoughts. What exactly did Robert want to do? He couldn't be thinking of returning to the Fasak Empire, could he? Given Robert's character and political foresight, he would certainly not make such a foolish decision. Furthermore, the split of the Horn family from the Einhorn family must not have been simple. I would never believe that there wasn't a bloody feud involved. From what I know of Robert, he is not someone who would compromise or grovel just because of bloodline and identity. If he were to learn that the Horn family has the Einhorn royal family bloodline, what would he do? If I were him, I would leverage this bloodline to split the Fasak Empire, using it as a stepping stone for my own advancement, or even outright replace the main lineage with a minor one, seizing the highest power in the Fasak Empire. This should also be the reason why the Lewin kingdom protected the Horn family, to use the Horn family as a future leverage against the Fasak Empire. Such a 1,000-year spanning scheme might seem unimaginable to others, but for the Augustus family's angels, it's a perfectly normal arrangement, merely the strategy of one generation of angels, which isn't considered too long. Besides that, the unexpected demise of the old Earl's heirs was also quite concerning. The old Earl had once said that both of his two heirs were beyonders of the Hunter pathway, but they both died in accidents. The official cause of death for these two heirs was stated as traffic accidents, which was just to fool ordinary people, but given the old Earl's power, he didn't conduct a large-scale or even private investigation, which in itself already indicates many problems. If it were before, even if Avon understood that there was something fishy about the old Earl's heirs repeatedly encountering problems, he would only have guessed in other directions, such as political enemies' schemes. But knowing about the Horn family's bloodline issue, Avon naturally couldn't treat this problem lightly anymore, and two culprits naturally emerged in his mind. One was Augustus, and the other was the Fasak Empire's royal family. If the Fasak Empire's royal family was behind it, it's easy to understand. No matter what, the Horn family was a threat to them. The intentions of the Augustus family are clear to anyone who understands the inside story. However, for so many years, they had been at peace. What reason would they have to suddenly lash out and kill? When the Einhorn family split back then, one branch moved to the Lewin kingdom and was accepted, and the Augustus family and the Einhorn family must have had intense clashes over this. Ultimately, both sides must have engaged in a series of compromises and negotiations, which led to the birth of the Horn family and so many years of peaceful coexistence. What reason would make the Fasak Empire suddenly resort to killing? Without the support of the Augustus family, the current Horn family has no possibility of threatening the Eowyn Horn family whatsoever. In judging from the experiences and situation during this period, the Lewin kingdom, due to George III's ambition to become a Black Emperor, entered a reform phase many years ago and is generally in a strategic defensive state against the Fasak Empire and other competitors. It's unlikely to play the Horn family card at this time, and the death of the old Earl's heir was 10 years ago. When things don't make sense from a mundane perspective, Avon often tends to think in terms of mysticism. The most significant characteristic of the old Earl's two heirs who met with accidents was that they were not beyonders of the Horn family's traditional arbiter pathway, but rather beyonders of the Hunter pathway, which the old Earl personally confirmed. Could it be that the Horn family's new generation of heirs being Hunter pathway beyonders provoked the Einhorn royal family? Did the Fasak Empire believe this was sanctioned by the Lewin kingdom, preparing to use the Horn family again for some conspiratorial activities. After all, conspirers are most sensitive to conspiracies and fear them the most. Another, more likely culprit in Avon's mind was the Augustus family. If the old Earl's two heirs became Beyonders of the Hunter pathway not by the Augustus family's command, but merely by the old Earl's own initiative, then it is very possible that they offended the Augustus family. On one hand, the old Earl was a capable assistant to the previous king but did not gain the trust of the new king, George III, and there was some conflict between them. On the other hand, for the Augustus royal family, the Horn family is a very useful chess piece, so they cannot tolerate the chess piece developing its own thoughts, and must maintain strong control. The head and heirs of the Horn family must not become Beyonders of the Hunter pathway. This should have been part of the compromise reached by the two great royal families. And the head and heirs of the Horn family are best as Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway and Lawyer pathway, to facilitate the Augustus family's control. At the same time, a carrot must also be offered, constantly marrying royal women into the family, strengthening the bloodline connection through intermarriage, which also benefits the Augustus family's strong control over the Horn family as a chess piece. Therefore, for some unknown reason, the old Earl, without notifying anyone, allowed his heirs to become Hunter Beyonders, which can be said to have offended both the Augustus and Einhorn Angel families simultaneously, and both of these families had reasons to act. Based on Avon's speculation, the truth behind the successive assassinations of the old Earl's two heirs is very likely that the Augustus family deliberately left an opening, and then the Einhorn family sent people to carry it out. Subsequently, the old Earl, in utter helplessness and recognizing reality, could only choose Robert, who had very likely already become a Arbiter pathway Beyonder and had already grasped the role-playing method, at that time, as his heir, as a surrender to the royal family. If this speculation holds true, it also explains another question: why the royal family was so supportive of Robert's advancement, who is only 32 years old this year, even possibly providing him with the demigod Beyonder characteristic. On one hand, it might be because Robert was at the forefront, vigorously pushing for reforms, which greatly aligned with George III's interests, so he lent Robert a hand, giving Robert more confidence to contend with Duke Nigan. On the other hand, it might be to appease the old Earl to some extent, allowing the Horn family to be willingly manipulated by the Augustus family again, without any thoughts of resistance. This method of hitting with a stick and then offering a carrot should be very familiar to ancient royal families like theirs. As for Robert sending his most capable subordinate to the Faesac Empire under the pretext of vetting the rats, but actually making unknown arrangements, it must be because the old Earl revealed everything to him that day, which sparked his ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Avon couldn't help but let out a long sigh, gaining a certain grasp of Robert's actions and intentions. Robert had developed disloyalty towards the Loan Kingdom or the Augustus royal family. He had set his sights on the Faesac Empire. And Avon had already instantly decided to lend Robert a hand, not just for Robert's sake, but for his own as well. The reason is simple: the future advancement of the Hunter pathway will certainly involve war, and increasingly larger wars. Is there a better way to dominate future wars than by swallowing the Einhorn family? Although it might seem like wishful thinking and sound a bit overconfident, in this mysterious world with royalty, bloodline is enough to form the basis of ambitious aspirations. Having this bloodline connection is already much stronger than Rosal back then. Avon doesn't believe he can't do what Rosal did. What are you thinking? Why did you suddenly zone out? Just as Avon was deep in thought, Bernadette couldn't help but ask, startling Avon awake. Oh, nothing. I know you want to determine whether my brother will side with George III on this Black Emperor matter, and whether it's possible to bring him over. In my opinion, I think it is possible. Bernadette raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. After all, Robert was already a political heavyweight in Loan, and he was about to inherit the Horn family's hereditary title. Even without knowing that Avon had been schemed against, Avon still judged that it was possible to draw him into the anti-George III camp, which truly surprised her. Do these two brothers have a habit of backstabbing their own factions? 1. Thinking of how Avon first messed with the true creator's divine descent vessel, and then with Sauron Einhorn Medici, the true creator's favorite dear, Bernadette couldn't help but inwardly complain again. The Augustus family maintains very strict control over beyonders who are not of their family, especially demigods. Robert should be facing a ceiling in his advancement right now, and I should eventually encounter it too. I don't know what others think, but I only know that my brother is a proud person who doesn't easily admit defeat. He certainly can't stand this situation. At this time, if I can give him another choice, point out a path for him, I think he will be tempted. Avon needed to give Bernadette a reason why he believed Robert could be brought over, but he couldn't reveal the Horn family's connection to the Einhorn family bloodline. Therefore, he could only discuss it from the perspective of advancement. Your father should have left you a lot of inheritance. Among them, are there any blasphemy slates for the Arbiter pathway or the Black Emperor pathway? Avon asked, half knowing the answer and half with anticipation. Bernadette understood that Avon was asking for Robert, but she still shook her head regretfully and said, as far as I know, the blasphemy slate of the Arbiter pathway should currently be in the hands of the Castile family in Fenaport. My father told me this in person. He was always ambiguous about the Faesac Empire and the Fanapotter Kingdom, or rather, the God of Combat Church and the Church of the Earth Mother, but at critical moments, he would definitely step in to help each other, which made their relationship hard to fathom, causing him some doubts. After all, the biggest threat facing the Intis Republic was actually fighting a two-front war simultaneously with the Faesac Empire and the Fanapotter Kingdom, one in the north and one in the south. So, after he created the blasphemy slate of the Arbiter pathway, he sent it to the Fanapotter Kingdom, hoping to incite internal unrest, as the Castia royal family of Fenaport also controls the Arbiter pathway, just like the Augustus family. As a senior intelligence executive in Military Intelligence Section 9, Avon's primary focus was the Faesac Empire, but information about other countries was discussed in high-level work meetings, so he had some grasp of the basic situation. Currently, the main protagonists in the struggle for North Continent hegemony and the expansion of Southern Continent colonies are the Loan Kingdom and the Faesac Empire. Since Rosel's assassination and the establishment of a parliamentary republic in Intis, the country has never again formed a cohesive political force. Every year, every month, is spent in endless squabbling and internal strife. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Steam and Machinery Church constantly compete and contend in various fields. Governments and parliaments dissolve and reorganize one after another, and national internal consensus is continuously eroded. Of course, this is partly due to the efforts of various countries adding fuel to the fire, but the parliamentary system itself is also a big problem. In the current era of great contention, the inability to form a united front internally is the biggest problem, and the country is constantly regressing. It is only because the foundation left by Rosel was thick enough, otherwise, Intis might have disintegrated long ago. However, precisely because the foundation was too thick, even with the country's significant regression, internal conflicts have not yet erupted on a large scale. This is also why, after more than 100 years, there are still strong forces within Intis advocating for the restoration of the Gustav family, because people from all social strata in Intis miss the era of Emperor Rosel. Lumburg, Massey, Seeger, and other countries controlled by the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom are typical small nations where clerical power is superior to royal power. Other countries, at least on the surface, have the Church and the royal family ruling together, while the small countries controlled by the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom are all absolutely dominated by the Church, with the Church directly intervening in national governance. However, due to the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom's idiot aversion, these small countries actually have a less strong religious atmosphere internally. Coupled with their highly efficient elite governance strategy and their central location on the continent, which makes them sought after by other major powers, their lives are actually quite good. But also because of the relatively small territory they control, there is no possibility of competing for North Continent hegemony. Fenaport is located in the southern plains of the North Continent, with a warm and humid climate very conducive to agricultural development. Coupled with the backing of the Church of the Earth Mother, although its territory is not as large as that of the Fasak Empire, the Loan Kingdom, or the Intis Republic, it is the largest granary in the North Continent, feeding the most people and even capable of large-scale dumping abroad. The Loan Kingdom's grain bill was enacted in response to the Fanapotter Kingdom's large-scale dumping. Last year, under Robert's leadership, the grain bill was abolished, lifting restrictions on foreign grain. This led to a significant drop in grain prices within Loan, directly causing 1/5 of the Loan Kingdom's self-sufficient farmers to go bankrupt, with at least half more farmers expected to go bankrupt later, forcing them to move to cities for work, selling themselves to factory owners and capitalists. However, an overly comfortable environment also led to a lack of strong ambition among the citizens. The saying, "born in sorrow, die in comfort," is not just a casual remark. Therefore, among the countries of the North Continent, Fenaport has the weakest industrial strength, and its army's combat effectiveness is relatively weak, with no will to fight in the military and no desire for war among the populace. Yet, even so, the Fanapotter Kingdom remains a player in the North Continent's situation. It's just that in recent years, Fenaport has seen some changes internally, namely a split within the ruling Castia royal family, leading to internal power struggles. This situation is very rare because royal families in most countries are typically angel families, and there is always an angel within the family whose word carries the most weight, so even if there are internal disputes, they can be controlled within a certain range. Such a prolonged and continuously escalating split is unprecedented. Previously, Avon didn't understand why this would happen, but today, after hearing Bernadette's words, he somewhat understood. It turns out it was a mine Rosal had planted that took effect. Of course, how much the blasphemy slate of the Arbiter pathway ultimately played a role in this still needs to be discussed, but the reality is that the Fanapotter Kingdom has been overwhelmed by internal royal strife in recent years, and it is now certain that they cannot get their hands on this card. As for the blasphemy slate of the Black Emperor pathway, I have some clues, but getting my hands on it won't be easy. Oh, why is that? Avon asked, feigning ignorance. Because this card is hidden among my father's relics, and after his death, almost all of his relics have been safeguarded by the Steam and Machinery Church. Ordinary people cannot access them, and even though I am now an angel, I don't have absolute certainty of obtaining it. Avon nodded understandingly, connecting it to Bernadette's actions in the original work, guessing that the Rosal Memorial Exhibition might have been pushed by Bernadette through various means, in order to retrieve the blasphemy slate of the Black Emperor pathway hidden in the manuscripts. He just didn't expect a sudden complication to arise, allowing Klein to get there first, and the blasphemy slate that was almost within reach was gone. This is not without a solution. Emperor Rosal, as the most legendary figure of the Fifth Epoch, is still an idol in the hearts of many people and enjoys high popularity among the populace. You should have some influence in Intis. Don't use Beyonders, only use ordinary people. From the side, promote the Emperor Rosal Memorial Exhibition. It should achieve a very good response. It might be difficult to act in Intis. I will operate in the Loan Kingdom, at the government level, promoting the Emperor Rosal Memorial Exhibition to be held in Backland under the guise of cultural exchange and friendly neighbor relations. Backland is not the home ground of the Steam and Machinery Church after all. Everything will be easier then. Bernadette thought about it and felt that this plan was very feasible and had a high success rate, so she agreed. Both sides tacitly avoided mentioning the ownership of this blasphemy slate. At that time, it would be up to each to use their own methods. However, even if Bernadette ultimately obtains this card, in order to win over Robert and repay Avon for his help in this operation, she would at least provide a magic potion formula that Robert desperately needed. This was also a tacit understanding between them. By the way, I have one more thing I'd like to ask you about. I wonder if I can. After settling on their cooperation to obtain the blasphemy slate of the Black Emperor pathway, Avon hesitated for a moment, then asked Bernadette. What? Bernadette was somewhat surprised by Avon's hesitation. In her impression, Avon had always been straightforward, resolute, and decisive. Why would he be so hesitant now? I want to ask if the blasphemy slate of the Savant Pathway is in your possession. If it is, was it obtained from your younger brother, Charles Gustave? Avon asked somewhat cautiously, knowing that this would touch upon Bernadette's painful memories. Indeed, upon hearing Charles's name, a deep sadness emanated from Bernadette, moving even Avon, who was usually hard-hearted. Why do you ask this? Bernadette's tone was noticeably colder than before, sending shivers down Avon's spine. But since he had already asked, there was no turning back. He could only brace himself and say, I know a demigod of the Savant Pathway, and I've been trying to win him over but haven't found an opening. If this blasphemy slate is truly in your hands, perhaps I can use it as leverage to bring him onto our side. George III hasn't reached the final stage yet, and there's no need for you, an angel, to act too early and arouse suspicion. Daily sabotage operations require a certain amount of manpower. My sequence is too low, and Robert's identity is too obvious. If we can bring a demigod to the forefront, it will only benefit our future actions. Avon tried his best to downplay his personal motives, instead linking this action to their future plans. Not long after, Bernadette recovered her previous composure and said to Avon, You go ahead and make contact with him. Let me know when there's progress. After speaking, Bernadette turned into bubbles and disappeared from Avon's apartment. Avon watched the fading bubbles after Bernadette disappeared and sighed, knowing that his suggestion had touched upon her painful memories. But Avon quickly regained his composure, took out the blasphemy slate of the Hunter Pathway given by Grisha, and processed it. Although Avon was the master of the City of Calamity and himself a huge convergence source of Beander characteristics from the Hunter and Demoness pathways, it was better to invite less disaster if possible. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Adam and Grisha, The Footsteps of War. Avon held the seemingly ordinary blasphemy slate, examining it from all angles, front and back, sensing the slight aggregation it possessed, then began to inject his spirituality into it. Under the infusion of spirituality, the card revealed streaks of scarlet light, forming a palm-sized illusory book. The book's pages flipped, revealing vivid, richly colored portraits of Roussel Gustave. He was either dressed as a hunter, roaming through dense jungles, or he was raising his middle finger, making Avon feel provoked, or he was walking through burning buildings, or he was hidden in shadows, sinisterly observing something. Sequence 9, Hunter. An excellent tracker, an outstanding trap expert, a superb hunter. Main ingredient: fire lizard's tongue, a piece of crimson essence stone. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 ml red wine, 1 red chestnut flower, 5 grams of aspen leaf powder, 10 grams of basil. Sequence 8, Provoker. Sequence 7, Pyromaniac. Sequence 6, Conspirer. Sequence 5, Reaper. Main ingredients: foreclaw of a demonic wolf, tongue of a jungle hunter. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 ml demonic wolf blood, 2 jungle hunter fangs, 10 drops of venom from a rainbow-bearded horned lizard, 10 drops of hornbeam essential oil. Advancement ritual: orchestrate a conspiracy, capture a target of a higher sequence than yourself alive, display the complete conspiracy before them, and consume the Beander potion in their fearful and remorseful gaze. The more targets captured alive, and the higher their sequence, the better the ritual's effect. The more fearful and regretful the target, the better the ritual's effect. After consuming the Beander potion, the advancer will fall into an illusion of battling numerous enemies. The ritual's purpose is to weaken the powerful enemy that must be faced last in the illusion, helping the advancer muster the courage to defeat their opponent. Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Sequence 3, War Bishop. Sequence 2, Weather Warlock. Sequence 1, Conqueror. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Main ingredients: 3 Sequence 1 Foot Conqueror, Beander characteristics plus the Red Priest, uniqueness. Auxiliary ingredients: Advancement Ritual. Ignite a continent-spanning war and achieve sufficient victories. Looking at all the advancement rituals for the Hunter pathway, Avon felt no surprise. The higher the sequence, the greater the demand for war. Now, the Conspirer Beander potion had been fully digested, and he just needed to wait for the Joy Demoness's Beander potion to be digested and collect the Han Demoness's Beander potion materials before he could prepare for the ritual advancement. The Joy Demoness's Beander potion was easy to digest. He just needed to visit Helen and Natasha more often, and it would be quickly digested. The difficult part was the formula and materials for advancing to sequence 5 Feet Demoness of Afflictions. Next, Avon's focus would be on the Demoness sect and Theosophy order. Avon acquiring the formula and materials himself might arouse suspicion from these two organizations, but having Helen and Triss do it would perfectly circumvent these problems. This was where the importance of Avon having settled things with Helen and Natasha in advance was evident. In addition, Avon also had to start preparing for the ritual to advance to sequence 5 inches Reaper. In the 5th epoch, where deities were not manifest and Beyonders had faded from daily life, Sequence 5 was already a significant figure in the Beander world. Even in the churches of the true gods, which had the most Beyonders, a Sequence 5 Beander could become part of the highest decision-making body. Unless a major war broke out, these churches of the true gods would not extensively relax the restrictions on advancement. Therefore, selecting suitable targets was crucial for preparing the ritual to advance to Reaper. The Folk of Rage, Sequence 5 Master Puppeteer, Master Rosago, who appeared in the original work and eventually successfully assassinated Duke Nigan, is now Avon's neighbor. The Sequence 5 Feet Desire Apostle, Jason Patrick, who might have already become a Sequence 5 Feet Demoness of Afflictions, Tracy, these are all good targets. If Avon only sought to successfully advance, with his current strength, it would be effortless. Don't forget, Avon could borrow power from Bonaparte's Fortitude, in Backland City. Capturing these people alive with demigod power, then killing them, and then consuming the Beander potion and advancing as a Sequence 6 was not a problem at all. The Hunter Pathway's Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight, was inherently capable of granting one steel-like courage. But the problem was that Avon hoped to digest the Beander potion through the ritual. The better the ritual was prepared, the faster the Beander potion would be digested after advancement. The more he knew, the more Avon yearned to advance to a high sequence, feeling that time was of the essence. Since he had such convenient conditions, Avon didn't want to make small moves. He wanted to go for a big one, and he had already chosen his target. Looking at the myriad lights of Backland outside the window, Avon's eyes were hazy. He drank the water in his hand in one gulp, then turned and left the apartment. When Avon returned to the West District villa, the butler brought him a newly received telegram. It was an urgent telegram from Butler Buck of the Tingen Earl's Court, reporting unfortunate news. His classmate, Inspector Klein Moretti, an investment consultant for the Horn family, had tragically died in a desperate struggle with vicious thugs while protecting innocent civilians. Butler Buck had already sent 2 flower baskets on behalf of the Ahova Earl's Court and Avon personally, and inquired about the next steps for handling the matter. Avon pondered for a moment, then instructed the waiting butler. Send a telegram to Butler Buck, telling him to attend Klein Moretti's funeral on my behalf. The remaining matters will be handled when I return to Tingen. According to the customs of this world, a deceased person, once processed by the church, would usually be buried very quickly, sometimes even on the same day if it was fast. Avon had many things to do in Backland and certainly wouldn't have time to return for the funeral. When do you plan to return to Tingen, and do you need me to make any preparations in advance? The butler asked proactively upon hearing Avon's instructions. I visited the Earl's Court today to see the old Earl. His health is very poor, it might be in the next day or two, but it's not certain. Once the old Earl passes, Robert will inherit the title, and he will definitely have to return to Tingen. I'll go with him then, after all, my fief is also in Tingen City. Avon was very interested in returning to Tingen to dig up Klein's grave and hoped that Klein wouldn't pop out before he got there. I will coordinate with the Earl's court and make some preparations in advance. The butler, also from the Ahova Earl's court, felt great pity for the old Earl's health, and his voice was somewhat subdued. Oh, also, I've decided to officially make 8 William Street my Baron's manor. I hadn't seen the house since I bought it, but I just went there and found that it truly lives up to its reputation as an old mansion meticulously managed by an old noble family. It's much better than the villa we currently live in. You should also prepare, we'll be making that our residence from now on. After the hot pot angel was dealt with, 8 William Street became a high-quality property, and Avon no longer needed to avoid it. He wanted to move there as soon as possible. I understand. I will have people start some procurement, and after this period passes and things are less busy, I will personally redecorate. The butler wholeheartedly supported Avon's suggestion to move. Although their current villa wasn't bad, most of their neighbors were wealthy merchants or nouveau riche. As someone from the Ahova Earl's court, the butler naturally felt uncomfortable with this, believing that Avon, as a newly advanced hereditary baron, was demeaning himself by living there. So he had suggested moving long ago, but Avon had always avoided the topic. He hadn't expected Avon to suddenly agree today, which made him extremely happy. Seeing the butler's excitement, Avon just smiled and went upstairs to shower. Actually, after Avon became a pyromaniac, he no longer needed to shower. It wasn't because his body functions changed after advancement and he no longer sweated, but because he could make flames circulate throughout his body, purifying himself with terrifying high temperatures. However, Avon still enjoyed the feeling of water flowing over his body and being completely wet while showering, so he maintained the habit. After drying the water droplets from his body with a thick towel, he tossed the towel aside and lay on the wide bed, beginning to browse the contents of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind. He found that almost all the content of the first volume had become blank, but some parts remained, such as Klein climbing out of the grave on the 4th night, after his death. For example, after Klein severely wounded Migos and her child with the solar flare, charm and mutated sun emblem, he witnessed Grisha's birth firsthand. Seeing the description of Grisha's birth inside, Avon regretfully patted his forehead. If he had paid constant attention to the changes in Lord of the Mysteries before, he might have been able to deduce the fact that the true creator and Adam had joined forces. And he wouldn't have reacted so strongly to Grisha's sudden appearance in the underground hall of Viscount Ponder's manor. Avon was now very curious about the relationship between the true creator and Adam. Whether from the veiled but lingering fragments of history from the 4th epoch, or from Rosal's diary's brief description of the Twilight Hermit order led by Adam in Lord of the Mysteries, the true creator and Adam should, by all accounts, be true mortal enemies. Their animosity could even be said to be undisguised, yet these two sworn enemies actually cooperated. This made Avon re-examine the relationship between the true creator and Adam. Although most of the content of the first volume of Lord of the Mysteries, in his mind had become blank, Avon was already intimately familiar with the original plot. After repeated consideration and shifting perspectives, Avon re-examined the Tingen plot and found the true creator's attitude towards 008 to be very strange. He noticed that 008 was using him to set up a scheme, then naturally took advantage of it, even allowing Lanrius to complete the ritual for the descent of a divine offspring, which other Aurora Order members couldn't achieve. On the surface, it seemed the true creator was being used, but in reality, wasn't he helping Adam perfect his script? Moreover, judging from the original plot's development, the true creator was really lacking in initiative regarding the events in Tingen. It's important to remember that the Beander characteristic of an author, represented by 008, could also be needed by him. Even if he knew that he couldn't defeat Adam while being sealed by the 7 deities, and couldn't obtain 008 under the Evernight goddess's watchful eye, he should have at least caused some trouble for Adam. For example, he could have directly issued a divine oracle to members of the Aurora Order like the Saint of Shadows and Mr. A, telling them that a son of God had appeared in Tingen. As long as more demigods or Sequence 5 Beyonders appeared in Tingen, Zangwill and 008's script would be in danger of collapsing. After all, 008 has no direct attack power. Its ability to weave scripts and deal with unexpected situations depends on the weight of the chess pieces within its sphere of influence. However, whether in the original plot or the current plot altered by Avon, the true creator did not do so. This indicates that from beginning to end, the true creator was quite pleased for Adam to obtain 008. It wasn't that Adam helped the true creator bypass the 7 deities' seal to descend into the world in exchange for him giving up on 008. This point is very important. If it were a cooperation achieved through an exchange of interests, then there would be nothing to it. Coming together for profit and disbanding for profit is common. But if one always helps the other at the most crucial moment, then the inside story is worth pondering. If someone was unaware of the inside story, even if they discovered the cooperation between the true creator and Adam, they would assume it was an exchange of interests due to Grisha's birth, and wouldn't suspect anything else. But Avon happened to be someone familiar with the original plot. In 2 completely different plots, the true creator helped Adam in the same way, and Avon eventually noticed the difference in their relationship. Avon still doesn't understand what secret lies between them, but he feels it will be very useful when facing Adam in the future. Grisha, or rather, the true creator, was very tolerant of Avon's actions, but Avon would not take this for granted. He would still take precautions where necessary. After reading Lord of the Mysteries, Avon also knew the final outcome of the Tingen incident. Besides Klein's unexpected death, no one else died because of it. The ending could be said to be as perfect as it could be. Even Klein, the only one who died, would be resurrected due to the gray fog. It could be said that all of Avon's original efforts in interfering with this matter were achieved. Moreover, tonight he obtained the blasphemy slate of the Hunter Pathway, completed his control over the City of Calamity, eliminated Medici, a powerful opponent he would face in the future, learned the secret behind the Horn family, and reached a strategic cooperation with Bernadette. In short, apart from the unexpected birth of Grisha, which is neither good nor bad, today was a very fruitful day for Avon. Having reviewed the day's gains, Avon closed his eyes contentedly and entered his dream. And while Avon was sleeping with inner satisfaction, the outside world was in an uproar due to the commotion in Backland tonight. In St. Millam City, the magnificent palace complex, nominally the political power center of the country and the living area of the royal family, exuded an aura more like a formidable military fortress, inspiring awe. Tonight, deep beneath the largest central palace, a group of red-haired royal elites in battle armor were gathered around a massive stone table for a meeting. However, their casual, bickering, and taunting demeanor made onlookers wonder if this was a gang meeting, not a core meeting of the North Continent's strongest military power. The aura that appeared tonight is far from simple. It affected all of us, and the source of the aura is in Backland, Loen. We must investigate the inside story, an old man in battle armor with deep red hair said first. Don't forget there's still a branch of the Einhorn family bloodline in Backland. If this matter is related to them, it will shake the Empire's rule. What is the current situation of those people? That young fellow has already conceded, choosing an Arbiter Pathway successor. Although quite talented and already a demigod, he poses no threat to us. A young man with bright red hair also said flippantly, clearly not taking the Horn family of the Loen Kingdom seriously, with an indifferent expression. I am responsible for intelligence work and have always kept an eye on the Horn family. The new generation successor of the Horn family is indeed a demigod of the Arbiter Pathway, but his younger brother is a Beander of the Hunter Pathway, working for Military Intelligence Section 9 and currently in charge of intelligence work targeting us. Upon hearing this, many inattentive people turned their heads to look at the speaker. Clearly, this matter had caught their attention, though most still maintained their previous demeanor. I remember the new generation successor of the Horn family should be in his 30s. How old is his brother, and can he threaten us? He is reportedly 10 years younger than his brother and just graduated from university. In the past 2 months, intelligence organizations from various countries have suffered heavy losses in Backland, reportedly due to this young hunter. As for his current sequence, it's not entirely clear yet. A university student in his 20s. Is there even a need to discuss him? Which one of us here isn't exceptionally compatible with the spiritual imprints in our ancestors' Beander characteristics, and spent countless hours to reach this position step by step? No matter how talented a 20-something university student is, he doesn't possess the power to threaten us. Is he worth mentioning here? I don't think he can threaten us either. I just mentioned them in passing because they came up. Most of the participants in the meeting had a dismissive attitude towards the Horn family and were quite nonchalant about the Horn family producing another young hunter. Regardless of whether he has hunter talent or can threaten us, we will stick to our old rule: he must be eliminated. We will do it the same way we always have. Finally, the old man at the head of the table issued a kill order against Avon, and no one else objected. After all, their disdain for the Horn family was real, but it didn't prevent them from acting cautiously and eliminating potential threats. Just then, streaks of red light emanated from each participant. All the casual expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by solemnity and gravity. Almost simultaneously, they all stood rigidly upright, facing the direction of the great snow mountain outside the city, and performed a military salute. After a long while, the red light on everyone dissipated, and the old man at the head of the meeting stone table directly said, "According to the old ancestor, the unusual movement we sensed this time is related to the Blood Emperor tutor of the fourth epoch, and to a higher level of power. It cannot be underestimated. And Backland just happens to be where the Blood Emperor advanced to, Red Priest, back then. Furthermore, Ouroboros's strange forced entry into Backland today, followed by this incident tonight, makes one wonder if there's an intrinsic connection. These are all things that need to be investigated. Next, we will fully mobilize our intelligence forces to search for clues. Backland is the territory of the Augustus, making it difficult to dispatch demigods there. Bork, you are a war bishop. Go to the outskirts of Backland, use your abilities to conceal your tracks, cover the actions of your soldiers to enter Backland and search for clues, and eliminate the Horn family's hunter. If there are no issues, proceed as we just agreed. I need to go to the Twilight Giant Hall to meet with the Grand Patriarch and discuss related matters." After the news of the Night Church's renegade archbishop taking 008 spread, the God of Combat Church has been restless. This time, I need to discuss with them the issue of jointly attacking Loan in the future, as we cannot rely solely on covert investigations to uncover the truth behind this. And all of you should also prepare for war when you return. As soon as these words were spoken, all present revealed ecstatic expressions, followed by wary glances at their surrounding kin. War is always the favorite of Hunter Pathway Beyonders. It is their ladder to advancement and the ultimate shortcut for digesting potions. Although the Einhorn family obtained some high-sequence Beander characteristics of the Hunter Pathway due to the collapse of the Intis Kingdom and the fall of the Sauron family, thus becoming the North Continent's top family and establishing the Faesac Empire's position as the foremost military power. However, the higher up one goes, the more competitive it becomes, with more monks than porridge. Sometimes their greatest enemies are not foreign nations but their own people. But clearly, the Einhorn family maintains an open attitude towards this barbaric competition, believing that only the most brutal competition can cultivate the most outstanding hunters. Looking at his sword-drawn and bow-strung juniors, ignoring a few family members who were secretly eyeing him with ill intent, the red-haired old man merely returned a provocative, "What can you do to me?" gaze, then turned and left the vast underground hall, ignoring the curses and sounds of fighting echoing behind him. Tonight's disturbance of the Bloody Crown is very unusual. Something must have happened, and it's right in Backland. Augustus I, with his square face, said to his descendants. Many people came to listen to Augustus I's teachings, each a prominent figure who could appear in newspapers, and many were royal family members whose deaths had already been announced by the royal family. According to information from the three great churches, the sealed artifacts related to the Hunter Pathway they possess were all affected by the Bloody Crown, and caused disturbances. Ouroboros's actions today are very unusual. Could these two matters be related? George III, who was clearly of a much lower generation but could sit as an equal with Augustus I, suddenly said. The royal family's test, Robert's shock. Right now, we have too little information. The three great churches are also at a loss and cannot make an accurate judgment. Moreover, Ouroboros's collision with Life Counselor disrupted the entire River of Fate, making it impossible to detect anything with prophecy-type sealed artifacts. This was clearly done on purpose. Prince Grove, as the actual operator of the royal family's foreign affairs, had to express his views on such an occasion. Compared to the reason for the Bloody Crown riot, what I am more worried about now is the Fasak Empire's reaction. Our plan isn't ready yet, and they are a bunch of lunatics who wish for chaos. Will this incident provoke them and break the hard-won balance? There is such a possibility. We must be prepared next and keep track of the meander movements of the Fasak Empire to prevent them from causing trouble. The current grand strategy is still primarily about patience, to endure until the great undertaking succeeds, but there must also be a limit. Being too soft will lead to being looked down upon. The defeat in the Southern Continent War is our temporary forbearance. If the Fasak Empire makes a move, we must firmly push back so as not to be underestimated. I heard that the Horn family has another hunter pathway meander. They are our best weapon against these barbarians in the future. This time, we cannot give them any more leeway. Instead, we must protect them well. This also serves as a warning to the Einhorn family, they have had it too easy these years. Augustus I instructed Prince Grove. Clearly, he did not know that Avon had already been secretly attacked by Prince Grove using a sealed artifact. But Prince Grove said with no change in his expression, "Yes, I obey your command. How should we deal with the existence of the Life Counselor? Are we just going to let him stay in Backland? Will his existence affect our plan? Should we try to find him first?" King George III spoke with some concern. Because his long-planned operation was about to begin, and a Sequence 1 Fate Angel wandering around Backland made him a bit worried. Life Counselor might be severely injured, but his very existence is a weathervane that influences fate. He could potentially make things develop for the better or for the worse. No matter who the plan designer is, they hate uncertainty. The uncertainty brought by Life Counselor made George III feel uneasy. Life Counselor is a Sequence 1 angel like me, and he is very good at hiding. After Ouroboros retreated, I also tried to investigate his whereabouts, but unfortunately, I still found nothing. Now we can only hope for the best. After all, we helped block Ouroboros's pursuit. He shouldn't be so ungrateful as to deliberately ruin our affairs, right? Let's observe for a while. If the existence of this Life Counselor truly interferes with our plan, I will ask the Sanguine for help, borrow the Fate Sequence sealed artifacts in their hands, and through strengthening the aggregation effect, find and eliminate him. Hearing Augustus I's reassurance, George III could only calm himself down and nodded in agreement with this handling method. Late at night, while Avon was still asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the figure by the bed. A blazing white spear appeared directly in his hand and was thrown at the figure. At the same time, he directly rushed forward, a heavy sword emitting flames appearing in his hand, and slashed at the figure. The figure on the opposite side was not flustered and directly shouted, "Hostile attacks are forbidden here." As soon as these words were spoken, Avon felt the restraint from the rules, quickly withdrew, and at the same time, dissipated the blazing white spear he had shot out in midair. If he didn't do this, it would be equivalent to violating the rules, and he would suffer a difficult-to-defend counterattack and punishment. Avon could have forcibly violated the rules with brute force to severely injure the person opposite, but he had already recognized this uninvited guest at this time, so there was no need to do so. You can indeed borrow the power of the sealed artifact itself and temporarily become a meander. Prince Grove looked at Avon, whose flaming longsword had disappeared from his hand, with an expression that clearly said, "I knew it." "Prince Grove, are you here late at night just to test how much strength I can exert?" Avon sneered, looking at the person in front of him, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Prince Grove's unannounced appearance in his bedroom had already crossed the safety red line in Avon's heart. What's more, he came in person this time, unlike last time when he communicated remotely through a sealed artifact sealed in Sodarak Palace. Avon continuously evaluated his own strength and his opponent's strength, wondering if he could keep him here. Prince Grove saw Avon's displeasure but didn't care, saying, "It was just a sudden whim. I came to ask you this time, did you notice anything unusual today? Are you asking about today's daytime or nighttime?" After evaluating, Avon felt that even if he could exert the strength of an iron-blooded knight now, he would not be able to subdue the person in front of him in a short time, so he could only temporarily suppress the killing intent in his heart. But at the same time, he secretly guessed the purpose of Prince Grove's sudden appearance. Had he been exposed? It shouldn't be. Grisha was present at the scene, and Bernadette also took anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures. The River of Fate should also be in chaos, so how could it be traced back to him? Nighttime. Prince Grove stared closely at Avon, as if he was also guarding against something. "Can you do a good job with the relevant seals? That crown went crazy and almost affected me. I was just a little bit away from being permanently conquered." Even now, whenever Avon thought of the erosion from the bloody crown, he felt through the vision of Bonaparte's fortitude. Earlier, his heart still couldn't help but tremble. To some extent, Avon still had to thank Augustus I for suppressing the bloody crown, and Prince Grove for the protection of the grade 0 sealed artifact, Holy Crown, he once wore. Although the two sides re-signed the cooperation agreement last time, after Prince Grove sensed Avon's restlessness, he placed this sealed artifact next to Bonaparte's fortitude, constantly reminding Avon to behave. He didn't expect that it was precisely because of this action that it helped Avon relieve a lot of pressure. Avon vaguely understood why Prince Grove suddenly came. Tonight, the bloody crown suddenly flared up, using the authority of the conqueror to wantonly erode everything around it. Except for some 0-grade sealed artifacts, other sealed artifacts were more or less affected and became its servants. In Prince Grove's eyes, Bonaparte's fortitude, as a sealed artifact of the same pathway, should have been more affected, so he hurriedly ran over to see if Avon had any problems. He even wanted to test whether the bloody crown would also possess Avon. After all, Avon's previous idea of shedding his sealed artifact form and becoming human had left a deep impression on him, leading him to guess whether the bloody crown, with its higher authority, would also do the same. But fortunately, the test result made him breathe a sigh of relief. As a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, he could feel that the previously signed mystical contract was still in effect. Avon should not have been affected by this sudden incident, otherwise, he would have had to reluctantly eliminate Avon, this incredibly useful chess piece. This was a sudden incident. We were also very surprised by the bloody crown's outburst. It should have been affected by some power. As a Beander of the Hunter pathway, do you have any thoughts on this? Your Augustus family doesn't lack angels. If you don't know what happened, how would I know? This time, due to your mistake, I was almost affected. Logically, shouldn't you give some compensation? Avon didn't want to say much because he wasn't sure what information the Augustus family had, and he was worried about saying too much and making mistakes. So he directly skipped Prince Grove's question and instead asked for compensation, which left Prince Grove speechless and forced him to also skip the topic. I came to you this time for another matter to inform you. The body you currently occupy has the bloodline of the Einhorn family. Due to some historical reasons, they are very hostile to the appearance of Hunter Beyonders in the Horn family. So it's very likely they will send people to assassinate you. I came here to tell you to pay more attention to your surroundings, act carefully, and not expose your identity. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Avon's eyes, and then he deliberately asked, "Oh, is there such a thing? When do you estimate they will act, and who will they send? Will a Beander make a move?" Prince Grove gently shook his head and then said, "No one can say for sure about this matter. I estimate that a Beander probably won't come, because you are simply too young, and your externally displayed sequence is not high. Sending a Beander would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and there's also the risk of being eliminated by us. However, this matter is very special, so it's hard to say. You should still be careful not to delay our matters. The plan to clear the East Borough is about to be launched. Oh. Backland just experienced an angel battle, and the nerves of all factions are still taut. Are the demonesses preparing to return already? Speak of the devil. Just as he had agreed with Bernadette to investigate George III's next action plan, Prince Grove personally delivered himself to his doorstep. After this collision, it should be able to deter some people, but precisely because of this, the three great churches wouldn't expect the demonesses to choose to return at this time. Moreover, it's almost September, and the winter climate is very suitable for the implementation of the plan. We don't have much time. Avon nodded to show understanding, saying with great earnestness, "Once the action plan is confirmed, if there's anything you need me to do, please notify me as soon as possible. I will cooperate." Seeing Avon so sensible, Prince Grove didn't emphasize anything further. He nodded and left Avon's room. Watching Prince Grove's retreating figure, Avon lost his sleep. The commotion Avon caused by pulling Bernadette to clear the hot pot angel exceeded his previous expectations. This was mainly because Avon didn't know that the war angel Medici had been corrupted by the City of Calamity during the fourth epoch. Therefore, the confrontation between Avon and Medici was essentially a struggle for control over the City of Calamity, which directly triggered an uprising within the City of Calamity, subsequently affecting all Beyonders of the Hunter pathway worldwide, leading to some reactions that Avon had not anticipated. For example, the unexpected uprising of the Bloody Crown, a Beyonder characteristic of the Conqueror, even showing signs of coming to life. However, it was ultimately a false alarm, and it even led to an unexpected development: the Fasak Empire's Ewan Horn family might send people to Backland to assassinate Avon. For Avon, who already knew the Horn family's secret, this was a great opportunity, and it was also a great opportunity for Robert. It was precisely for this reason that Avon had to consider having a frank discussion with Robert, which would be beneficial for their future actions. Just as Avon was contemplating his next move, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the bedroom door. "Come in." After Avon assented, the butler, dressed in pajamas, rushed in, his face full of panic and bewilderment, completely losing his usual meticulousness. He anxiously said to Avon, "News from the Earl's court, the old Earl has returned to the kingdom of God." Avon sighed softly. When he visited the comatose old Earl during the day, he had already felt something amiss, believing that his life's flame would extinguish within these 2 days. He hadn't expected to receive the bad news just a few hours later. The old Earl could be considered a common benefactor to Robert and Avon. Without the old Earl's care and support, it would have been impossible for the two of them to obtain so many resources and reach high positions at such a young age. Avon's rapid ascent to a high-ranking official in Military Intelligence Section 9, and Robert's becoming the youngest influential figure in Lowen's political arena, were both closely related to the Ahova Earl's court, a 1,000-year-old establishment. So Avon also felt a sense of sorrow over the old Earl's passing, and then instructed, "Prepare the carriage, I need to go to the Earl's court." Because of Avon's calmness, the butler also regained his usual composure, nodded, and left Avon's bedroom. Avon, attended by servants, changed into a dark black tailcoat, preparing to go to the Earl's court to pay his respects. Backland at night was so silent, but the closer the carriage got to the Ahova Earl's court, the more carriages they encountered on the road, to the point where there was finally a traffic jam. Many nobles had received the news of the old Earl's death and rushed over in their carriages overnight. However, Avon had no way of knowing whether they were truly coming to pay their respects or to see if the old Earl was truly dead. Eventually, due to the congestion, Avon had to get out of the carriage early and walk to the Earl's court. At this time, people were coming and going, and many were queuing up to express their condolences to Robert. Robert saw Avon's arrival from afar but showed no special reaction, and Avon also did not go forward to talk to him, but consciously began to play the role of a member of the Earl's court, helping Robert entertain some guests. It wasn't until noon that Robert and Avon both finally caught their breath, came to the study, and drank coffee to rest. How could it be so sudden? I thought he could last a few more days. Avon, who is also a demoness, could clearly perceive people's vitality. In his opinion, the old Earl should not have passed away so quickly. The old Earl had been in a coma for most of the time. Last night, he woke up again, unwilling to linger on his deathbed. After giving me his final instructions, he chose to end his own life. Robert's tone was very sorrowful, as his relationship with the old Earl was truly extraordinary. If General Barron was the mentor and friend who helped him rise in the military, then the old Earl was the most important patron in his life. The old Earl not only paved the way for his development but also completely entrusted him with the accumulated wealth and thousand-year-old reputation of the Ahova Earl's court, comparable to a second parent. Yet, he could only watch the old Earl end his own life and could do nothing, naturally feeling very unwell. Of course, the old Earl ending his own life might have been because he was unwilling to linger on his deathbed, or it might have been out of concern that he would be unable to withstand the Beander characteristics backlash in his final moments, turning into an irrational monster. Avon sensed the sorrow in Robert's heart but could only pat his arm in comfort, then began to change the subject. Yesterday, I met Queen Mystic, whom I had met at the gathering hosted by Ms. Amanda. She has already completed her advancement and become a true angel on Earth. Robert turned his head and looked at Avon. He hadn't expected Avon to suddenly reveal his cards at this moment. Since Avon wasn't pretending anymore, he wouldn't either, and he asked very naturally. Did you provide him with information about Lanrius, helping him complete the ritual for advancing to an angel? Avon nodded in acknowledgement, then continued to say to Robert, Mr. Z, the head of the Aurora Order in Tingen, has always wanted to drag me down, and I have been playing along with him for the Hunter Pathways magic potion formula and materials. In June, a Beander incident occurred in Tingen, involving me and several classmates. My classmates died because of it, but I miraculously escaped and even became a favored one of the goddess. Avon spoke of facts that were 9 parts true and 1 part false. Except for moving up the time he became a favored one of the goddess by a few days, everything he said was true. This gave Robert the illusion that all of Avon's unusualness and special qualities stemmed from the goddess's favor. Wait, you said you are now a favored one of the Evernight goddess. Robert never expected that things would develop in a direction he had not anticipated at all. Had his constant worry about Avon being dragged into evil god rituals all been an illusion? Had all his previous extensive inquiries and multiple probes been nothing more than fighting with air? Yes, I became a favored one of the goddess. Otherwise, why do you think I was able to quickly gain Archbishop Anthony's recognition and become the Knight Church's representative in Military Intelligence Section 9? Avon said with a light chuckle. Robert's mind was in a mess, not understanding how things had turned out this way, but he had, after all, been involved in politics for a long time, and his psychological resilience far surpassed others. He quickly stabilized his surprised emotions, and many more doubts immediately surfaced in his mind. Since Avon was a favored one of the Evernight goddess, why was he still involved with that demoness named Helen? After all, Mr. Hope had already confirmed that the demoness was currently working as a secretary by Avon's side, and Robert didn't believe Avon was unaware of the demoness's identity. Being favored by the goddess is naturally a good thing, but it also carries a special mission. At the same time, besides the Aurora Order wanting to pull me in, the demoness sect and Theosophy Order are also vying to pull me in, hoping to influence you through me. And the mission given by the goddess is also very simple, to make me infiltrate them and complete some tasks. So now I am not only the new Mr. Z of the evil god ritual Aurora Order, but also an peripheral member of the demoness sect and Theosophy Order. Avon formally placed the blame for his joining the evil god ritual on the Evernight goddess, and Robert listened with wide eyes. The 3 most notorious organizations in Backland recently were all connected to Avon, and he had even risen to a leadership position within the Aurora Order. If what Avon said was true, what secrets could Military Intelligence Section 9 possibly have in front of these 3 evil god organizations? No wonder Military Intelligence Section 9 had launched large-scale operations repeatedly, only to catch some small fries. Avon probably didn't miss many opportunities to tip them off. Although Avon's words were difficult to confirm and difficult to disprove, as a follower of the Wind River, he couldn't go to Archbishop Anthony to verify them, but Robert's heart was already inclined to believe them. Because Archbishop Anthony's attitude at the beginning was indeed suspicious. He so easily recognized Avon, a university student who had just arrived in Backland less than a month ago, as the representative of the night church. It truly shocked countless people, bringing Avon into the sight of important figures and also bringing Robert a huge surprise. Now that it was known that Avon had long been a favored one of the Evernight goddess, the previously unreasonable aspects also received the most reasonable explanation. Since Avon's joining the evil god rituals was a mission from the Evernight goddess, the goddess would naturally protect Avon from the evil god's corruption. Robert's biggest concern dissipated, and his mood, which had been depressed by the old Earl's death, also brightened somewhat. You revealed the information about Lanrius to Queen Mystic. Is this related to his advancement ritual? Knowing that Avon was now Mr. Z of the Aurora Order, and recalling Queen Mystic's action against Lanrius yesterday, Robert naturally concluded that Lanrius was related to Queen Mystic's advancement. Yes, I revealed the information about Lanrius to him. The Mystery Prior's advancement ritual to Angel is to prevent a disaster involving high-level power. He had prophesied that such a disaster would occur in Backland, which is why he sought relevant information at the gathering. I took this opportunity to tell him that Lanrius was the vessel for the true Creator's descent, lending a helping hand. Robert nodded. As the head of the Military and Intelligence Committee, he was very knowledgeable about many pieces of information and greatly approved of Bernadette's character. He also approved of Avon's decisive investment, seizing the opportunity. In an era where true gods were not manifest, angels on earth were synonymous with the pinnacle of the Beyonder world. Does he have something to discuss with me? Otherwise, you wouldn't have confessed to me today. Robert still somewhat blamed Avon for not confessing to him earlier, so he spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction. Avon smiled sheepishly, ignored Robert's dissatisfaction, and said to him seriously. She asked me to ask you if you were interested in the lawyer pathways card of blasphemy. Chapter 222, the mysterious version of Candlelight and Axe. You have this blasphemy slate in your hand. What do you want? Robert's eyes narrowed. Avon, sitting opposite him, even felt a sense of danger emanating from him through his spiritual intuition. It was clear that Robert cared deeply about this blasphemy slate, even contemplating making a move against Bernadette. This surprised Avon greatly, as he had already clearly told Robert that Bernadette had become an angel, and the reports regarding Bernadette defeating Lanrius yesterday should have also reached him. Robert definitely knew Bernadette had a powerful sealed artifact in her possession. What made Robert dare to scheme against Bernadette? He confessed to me that he knows where this blasphemy slate is, and he wants your help to prevent the birth of a new Black Emperor. Avon's words were astonishing. As a demigod of the Arbiter pathway, Robert knew many historical truths that others didn't. Naturally, he also knew that the War of Four Emperors in the Fourth Epic was essentially a War of Four Gods, and the Black Emperor was the deity of the lawyer pathway. A new Black Emperor is about to be born. Who is it? Who was the last Black Emperor? Was it Emperor Rosal? What did Queen Mystic tell you? Tell me everything, completely. Robert keenly grasped the meaning in Avon's words and pressed him with questions. The majesty we both serve is preparing to bypass the sacred oaths signed by various nations of the Fifth Epic under the witness of deities, and ascend to Black Emperor in this era. That's why he has been secretly supporting reforms all these years. It's all in preparation for his ascension ritual. The previous Black Emperor was Queen Mystic's father, Emperor Rosal. Emperor Rosal, finding no path to further ascension, used his achievements to consume a magic potion from a different pathway, ascending to Black Emperor. He then hoped that the Black Emperor's ability to resurrect would allow him to expel the excess Beyonder characteristic and escape the madness brought on by consuming a potion from a different pathway. And the best way to kill a Black Emperor is for a new Black Emperor to be born, so Queen Mystic wants to prevent the birth of a Black Emperor at all costs. The news Avon brought was truly shocking, and it also reminded Robert of many things. That is, whenever he faced obstruction from conservative forces and pushed for reforms, he always felt a force intentionally or unintentionally helping him, pushing him to persevere. Now he understood. It turned out that George III, seemingly the biggest conservative on the surface of the kingdom, was secretly undermining the conservative forces. If it were before, Robert would have been grateful to George III for his silent support, just as he was grateful to Admiral Buck and Old Earl. But ever since he learned of the Augustus family's true attitude towards the Horn family, he had developed disloyalty towards the Augustus family. Now, he felt only disgust and resentment at being used, with no gratitude whatsoever. Thinking of the promotion ceiling he had touched, and then recalling the resentful curse of Old Earl before his death, the balance in Robert's heart began to tilt. Moreover, Robert genuinely did not want George III to become the Black Emperor. Having a great angel of the arbiter pathway above him was already making him uncomfortable, and he did not want to see an even greater Lord standing above him. Queen Mystic wants to trade that blasphemy slate for my cooperation. Although he already had plans to disrupt George III's ascension and profit from George III becoming the Black Emperor, Robert still wanted to see the price Bernadette would offer. Avon shook his head gently, then said, "No, this blasphemy slate holds extraordinary significance for her. She cannot easily hand it over. This slate is currently hidden among Emperor Rosel's relics, under the custody of the Steam and Machinery Church. She and I agreed to use a Rosel Memorial exhibition as a theme to entice the Steam and Machinery Church to display Emperor Rosel's personal belongings. Once this exhibition reaches Backland, both sides will rely on their own methods. The basis for this action is that you agree to stand with her on the same anti-Black Emperor front in the future. Only then will it be executed. Of course, even if she obtains the blasphemy slate in the end, she will still give you the magic potion formula for the next sequence you need to advance. This is also an unspoken understanding between her and me." Hearing the deal Avon and Bernadette discussed, Robert gently shook his head and then said, "The bargaining chip is not enough. If I don't obtain this blasphemy slate, in addition to giving me the magic potion formula for sequence 3 feet frenzied mage of the lawyer pathway, she must also give me the magic potion formula for sequence 2 feet Duke of Entropy." Evidently, Robert did not believe that a single sequence 3 magic potion formula could buy him over and make him cooperate with Queen Mystic, even though he also did not wish for a new Black Emperor to be born. "All right. I will convey your request to Queen Mystic as soon as possible and have her respond." This was a transaction between Robert and Bernadette, a game of their own, and it concerned the future leadership of their cooperation. Since Robert had already named his price, it meant he had decided to oppose the Black Emperor. "Oh, right, did you ask about the blasphemy slate of the Arbiter pathway?" In fact, compared to changing pathways, Robert actually preferred to continue down his original Arbiter pathway. "Of course, I asked for you." According to her, this card was just created when Emperor Rosel sent it into the hands of the Castile royal family of the Fainapotter kingdom. The current split within the Castile family should be related to this. Robert knew that the Castile family was unstable internally, subtly forming two factions. If it weren't for the Church of the Earth Mother mediating, a civil war might have broken out long ago. But he had not expected the source of the matter to stem from Rosel's schemes over 100 years ago. He couldn't help but sigh at Rosel's profound legacy for Intis, which benefited the Loan Kingdom as a result. After all, Dici County in the southern part of the Loan Kingdom bordered Fenaport, and like Intis, faced the danger of fighting on two fronts with the Faisac Empire and the Fenaport Kingdom. Avon didn't know of Robert's internal sigh, only continuing to advise him on the transaction. "Actually, compared to obtaining the magic potion formula for sequence 2, I feel that obtaining the Beander materials for sequence 3 is more important. It can more quickly enhance your strength. Is considering sequence 2 a bit too far off right now?" Even if Avon was confident in his future path, He didn't believe he could ascend to an angel within 5 years, not to mention the troublesome rituals of the order pathway Beander. Bernadette, who possessed many legacies from her father, only managed to ascend to an angel yesterday with Avon's help. Nastor, the pirate king, king of the 5 seas, despite possessing the relevant Beander characteristic, had lingered at that threshold for many years and had yet to cross it. Robert picked up the coffee cup on the tea table, took a light sip, and said with a smile, "I have a frenzied mage, Beander characteristic in my hand, which I collected a long time ago. I have also fully digested the imperative mage, magic potion. It's just that I lack the corresponding formula, which is why I couldn't change pathways and advance. Ever since I became sequence 4 feet imperative mage of the arbiter pathway, the royal family's support for me has not been as good as before, and I have had the intention of changing pathways for a long time." Avon was somewhat surprised by Robert's initiative. He should have become a demigod last year after the abolition of the grain bill. His rapid digestion of the corresponding magic potion should be attributed to Avon helping him push for the Government Employee Recruitment Act, completing the digestion in no more than 2 years. According to a general plan, without Avon's assistance, he would have needed at least 3 years to fully digest the magic potion. Yet, he had already obtained the sequence 3 feet frenzied mage, Beander characteristic. One had to admit Robert's foresight. It was estimated that Ms. Amanda, the sanguine beauty, must have helped a lot behind the scenes. "Actually, I still have a Chaos Hunter, Beander characteristic from the Arbiter pathway, but it wasn't something I found. It was a legacy from the Horn family ancestors. Old Earl gave it to me after I officially became a Viscount. Although the Horn family was forced to change their surname and submit to the Augustus family for protection, successive Earlahova never gave up on restoring their former glory. Generation after generation, they passed down a rich legacy, yet they always revolved around the arbiter and lawyer pathways, not daring to cross the line. Is this legacy from the Horn family ancestors? Or from the Einhorn family ancestors?" Avon directly exposed the matter, indicating to Robert that he already knew the relevant truth. Robert's coffee cup, which he had brought to his lips, suddenly paused. He then tried to maintain a calm tone as he retorted, "What? Einhorn family? You've been in charge of the Fasak Empire's intelligence work lately, have you become muddled in the head? Brother, you don't have to hide it from me anymore. I found relevant records in the Knight Church's collection of historical data, and after some verification, it has been confirmed." Avon once again brought out the Knight Church to vouch for himself. Robert sighed, drained the coffee in his cup, and began to recount the history that had occurred over 1,000 years ago. As Avon expected, it was a mysterious version of the candlelight and axe incident. In the 4th epoch, the leader of the Einhorn family, a sequence 1 great angel, along with the Sauron family ancestor and war angel Medici, were suddenly wiped out by Tudor, who popped out of nowhere, becoming the most wronged great angel in history, killed by the most unexpected enemy. At that time, the Einhorn family still had 2 sequence 2 angels protecting them, and they actively joined the Truncest Empire, supported by the 6 gods, to participate in the War of 4 Emperors. In the final decisive battle, Blood Emperor, Tudor was the most insane and powerful, with the most detestable angels under him, Bethel, Antigonus, Aemon, and Adam. Coupled with the Hunter pathway's top tier, Provoker, being the most hated, with all buffs maxed, he was consequently focused down and eliminated first by everyone. The reason Blood Emperor, Tudor was the most insane was not only because he consumed magic potions from different pathways, but also because the 3 Conqueror, Beander characteristics he consumed all carried extreme resentment and distinct spiritual imprints. He had not fully digested the magic potions and was constantly influenced by the spiritual imprints within them. When Blood Emperor, Tudor fell in battle, the 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics and the uniqueness automatically split. The Beander characteristics had residual spiritual imprints of the Einhorn and Sauron family ancestors, coupled with the Beander characteristic aggregation effect, which led to the Einhorn family angel and Sauron family angel present, each obtaining another conqueror Beander characteristic and withdrawing from the battlefield. According to the rule that it should be more compatible with the spiritual imprint on the Beander characteristic, the obtained Beander characteristic should be inherited by the direct descendant of Eowyn. Horn, which was Plato Einhorn, the son of Eowyn Horn, who was killed by Tudor. This caused Dante Einhorn's unwillingness. He was the previous patriarch's younger brother, the current patriarch's uncle, and another sequence 2 angel of the Einhorn family. In short, Dante Einhorn ambushed and severely wounded his nephew, Plato Einhorn, the patriarch of the Einhorn family, and snatched the conqueror Beander characteristic that did not belong to him. Finally, with the help of subsequent wars, he successfully advanced to sequence 1 conqueror, and at the end of the 4th epoch, taking advantage of the Night Emperor's death, established the current Faesac Empire. Later, after Dante Einhorn, who had become the first emperor of the Faesac Empire, successfully advanced, he once again found his nephew, intending to kill him to eliminate future troubles, but ultimately failed for various reasons. However, the conqueror's authority was too troublesome for enemies. Although Plato Einhorn escaped the pursuit, his injuries became increasingly severe and irreversible. Even finding other sequence 1 great angels could not reverse the damage caused by the conqueror, only slightly delay it. Finally, for the continuation of his descendants and to leave a spark for future revenge, Plato Einhorn converted to the Storm Church and, under the witness of the Storm Church, submitted to the Augustus family. He signed a contract agreeing to offer the sequence 2 Weather Warlock Beander characteristic and the sequence 3 War Bishop Beander characteristic after his death, hoping to obtain double protection from the Storm Church and the Lowen Kingdom. For various reasons, the Lowen Kingdom accepted Plato Eowyn Horn's conditions, which also drew the hostility of the Faesac Empire, and the 2 sides immediately went to war. During this period, Plato Einhorn died due to severe injuries, and the remaining Beander characteristics were divided by the Storm Church and the Augustus family according to the previous agreement. At the end of the 4th epoch, when the entire North Continent was in chaos due to the struggle for the inheritance left by the Truncest Empire, the Underworld Emperor, who gained the most from the War of the 4 Emperors, integrated all the power of the southern continent and allied with the primordial demonists to attack the North Continent, triggering the Pale Disaster. Due to the threat of death and the primordial demonists, the 7 deities put aside their differences and pressured various countries to reconcile their conflicts and jointly confront the enemy. Compared to the Einhorn family, which had become the imperial family of the Faesac Empire and possessed angels, the Lowen Einhorn family, which no longer had angels, did not have as much strategic value for united front. Initially, the Faesac Empire demanded that the Lowen Kingdom hand over the rebellious lineage, but the Storm Church was not easy to deal with, and the Night Church, due to the War God Church, strongly supported the Storm Church's demands. Ultimately, the Faesac Empire took a step back, demanding that the rebellious lineage must change its name, no longer bear the surname Einhorn, and that future generations could not embark on the Hunter Pathway Beander path, among a series of other harsh conditions. Their ancestors naturally strongly opposed this, but the Einhorn family of the Faesac Empire refused to yield further. The Storm Church, seeing that the Faesac Empire was willing to make concessions, no longer intended to step forward. The Augustus family also did not want a Beander family with independent inheritance and the ability to advance to high sequence pathways within their kingdom. Furthermore, they also wanted to control the Einhorn, rebellious, lineage more strongly, so they used the lure of helping them change pathways, coercing and enticing the then Horn family. The then patriarch, Matthew Einhorn, seeing that no force stood on his side, for the continuation of his bloodline, could only helplessly believe the Augustus family's lies, was forced to change his surname to Horn, and pushed his clansmen to switch to the Arbiter pathway, accept royal enfeoffment, and intermarry with the Augustus family. Initially, Augustus also helped the Horn family cultivate demigods of the Arbiter or Lawyer pathways. With the arrival of the 5th epoch, the major Orthodox churches strictly prohibited the spread of the role-playing method, and the Augustus family also took this opportunity to retract the various promises or privileges previously given to the Horn family. After more than 1,000 years of erosion, the Horn family gradually transformed from an angel family of the fourth epoch into an ordinary secular noble family. Apart from its long history and some accumulated wealth, it had nothing too special. Throughout generations, the Horn family had not failed to consider breaking free and restoring the family's glory, but the inability to pass down the role-playing method had already locked the Horn family's upper limit. Occasionally, talented clansmen, like Robert, summarized the role-playing method, but could only sign Augustus's confidentiality agreement and could not pass it down. Therefore, although there were occasional ripples in the Horn family during the more than 1,000 years after entering the fifth epoch, they ultimately did not create big waves. After listening to the history of the Horn family, Avon really didn't know how to complain. In the face of absolute interests, no one can be trusted. As an angel of the hunter pathway, with conspirer as a prerequisite sequence, Plato Einhorn actually didn't understand this point. After obtaining the conqueror Beander characteristic, the first person he should have guarded against was his uncle, followed by other angels of the hunter pathway or demoness pathway. Moreover, as a seasoned conspirer, he failed to see through his own uncle's true nature, so it's not surprising that he stumbled in a ditch. However, Plato Einhorn's subsequent choice to rely on the Storm Church and the Augustus family was still a good one. On one hand, under the pursuit of the Faesac Empire, his descendants, without angelic protection after his death, would find it difficult to preserve the Beander characteristics and escape the pursuit. Since nothing might be preserved, it was better to converse with the storm god while alive, exchanging the weather warlock and war bishop Beander characteristics for the protection of his descendants by the Storm Church and the Augustus family. Plato Augustus's choice to rely on the Storm Church and the Augustus family was not a random one, it was clearly well thought out. On one hand, he was unwilling to accept his failure and still harbored a glimmer of hope to set things right. However, with the Faesac Empire already established and Dante Einhorn having the support of the god of combat, he had to choose a true god and a powerful nation as his backing. The Sauron family of the Intis royal family also controlled the hunter pathway. Relying on the Intis kingdom would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, being devoured without even bone fragments remaining. At that time, the Fenaport kingdom, which had not yet split, and the Faesac Empire, along with the war god Church, were allies and could not be relied upon. Death of the southern continent was abnormal, and the southern continent was not the center of the world stage, so it could not be chosen either. Joining the Loan kingdom became Plato Einhorn's inevitable choice. However, how to make the Loan kingdom willingly accept his lineage and become hostile to the Faesac Empire was also a problem. At that time, it was still an era when true gods walked the earth. The storm god and the Evernight goddess dominated the situation in the Loan kingdom. The Evernight goddess and the god of combat were absolute mortal enemies, and would certainly support going to war with the Faesac Empire. Therefore, Plato Einhorn set his sights on the Storm Church, exchanging the protection of the Storm Church for his lineage's faith in the Storm God and the ownership of the Weather Warlock Beander characteristic by the Storm Church after his death. Originally, because the Evernight goddess was an ally, the Storm Church's relationship with the War God Church was already poor. This time, being able to gain an angel-level Beander characteristic for free was simply a huge gain. At the same time, to appease the Augustus family, who at the time appeared to be the storm god's junior, Plato Einhorn, while believing in the storm god, also softly submitted to the Augustus family. It should be known that although there is a huge difference in strength between angels and great angels, there is no essential difference in status. From this point, it can also be seen that Plato Augustus was also a generation's hero, capable of bending and stretching. If he hadn't stumbled in a ditch, his portrait should have been on the Faesac Empire's currency, and he wouldn't have been forgotten by almost everyone. If Plato Einhorn's performance was still commendable, then Martin Einhorn's performance, forced to change his surname under pressure, was disastrous. The pale disaster instigated by death and the primordial demoness, and the 7 deities reforming their alliance to integrate the powers of various North Continent countries, was an irresistible trend and simply unstoppable. Compared to the imperial family of the Faesac Empire, the rebellious lineage at that time was indeed not enough to contend. The plan Plato Einhorn had laid out before his death, to trigger a major war between the Faesac Empire and the Loan Kingdom and seize the opportunity for revenge, had already effectively collapsed. At this time, Martin Einhorn should have been more decisive, leading his clansmen to hide and live in seclusion. At that time, the north and southern continents were in chaos, and the Faesac Empire was also unable to pursue them. This is called a gentleman not standing under a dangerous wall. In this way, the Faesac Empire's Einhorn imperial family would also lose the excuse to eliminate them through the 7 deities alliance, and the storm god would also be happy to see this, secretly continuing to support them. However, Martin Einhorn, against his better judgment, listened to the Augustus family's lies and made a series of compromises, ultimately causing the Horn family to decline into an ordinary Beander noble family over a millennium of attrition, becoming a complete leverage point for the Augustus family against the Faesac Empire. Avon even suspects whether this drama of changing surnames was a double act performed jointly by Augustus and Einhorn, all for the purpose of weakening the Horn family to the greatest extent possible. Regardless of the truth of the past, the final outcome was that the Horn family was deeply entangled in the web woven by the Augustus family, unable to extricate themselves. And the royal family of the Faesac Empire also weakened the challenge from the Horn family to the greatest extent. Understanding the history of the Horn family, one would then understand how sensitive it was for the old earl's 2 heirs to successively become hunters. Since the death of Emperor Rosal, the Loan Kingdom accepted the steam and machinery church to preach within its borders, attracting engineers from Intis who were fleeing internal strife. After decades of development and reform, the Loan Kingdom successfully became the strongest industrial nation in the world today. While the Faesac Empire did not develop as quickly as the Loan Kingdom, it was not far behind. Coupled with its entire nation being a militaristic system and the Einhorn family's strong control over the country, there were no hidden dangers of internal division. Everyone, from top to bottom, could unite, making it truly worthy of the title of the North Continent's strongest military power. Therefore, in recent decades, the Faesac Empire and the Loan Kingdom have been vying for hegemony over the North Continent and even the entire world. Since the old Earl understood that the Augustus family was merely using the Horn family as a pawn to deal with the Faesac Empire at a crucial moment, and the Faesac Empire had always been closely monitoring the Horn family, why did he risk letting his 2 heirs cross the red line and become hunters? Was it coercion from the Augustus family? This was the point Avon found most difficult to understand. Since he understood his own predicament and had no ability to change it, why would he still cross the red line? From several centuries ago, the Horn family had essentially entered a state of lying flat. Although they hadn't given up on their last hope, they no longer tossed and turned restlessly. But if it was at the Augustus family's command, then why did both heirs die? Was the Augustus family unable to protect people even on their own territory? Robert sighed softly and said faintly, "This is all due to fate." Avon was full of questions. How did it suddenly turn to mysticism? But fortunately, Robert did not have a habit of keeping him in suspense, and continued before he could even ask. According to the old Earl's own account, when he was young, he also had a lying flat mentality, doing whatever he pleased, traveling and indulging in pleasures. But during a hunting trip, he accidentally met a soothsayer. The soothsayer I'm talking about isn't the kind who deceives people on the streets, but a sequence 2 angel of the monster pathway. This angel of the door pathway enjoyed predicting the future for people and digesting magic potion. At the old Earl's request, he made a prophecy for the future of the Horn family. The Horn family would one day return to the peak of the continent, reclaim their surname, and the time would not be too far off. After receiving this prophecy, the old Earl was very excited. He reined in his nature, diligently studied the world's situation, and finally concluded, the future hegemony of the North Continent would be contested between the Loan Kingdom and the Fasak Empire. Coupled with the appreciation of the previous king, William Augustus VI, he felt that he was the key person destined to shoulder the revival of the Horn family. So the old earl turned over a new leaf, fully assisting the former king in reforming the country, enabling the Loan Kingdom to break free from old constraints, drawing Intis and the Knowledge and Wisdom Church closer, and using diplomatic means to stir up conflicts between the Loan Kingdom and other nations with the Fasak Empire. The old earl was already an arbiter pathway beyander at that time, and he realized the role-playing method too late. But fortunately, the royal family did not realize that he had comprehended the role-playing method in time, giving him the opportunity to spread it. So he passed the role-playing method to his two children and actively collected materials to enable his children to become hunters. The old earl believed that as the Loan Kingdom and the Fasak Empire officially became important rivals for North Continent hegemony, the Augustus royal family would change their idle stance towards the Horn family, thereby allowing them to leverage the situation to break free from the shackles binding the Horn family and achieve the great revival of the Horn family. Initially, the Augustus royal family's attitude towards the appearance of hunter beyonders in the Horn family was indeed ambiguous, which further strengthened the old earl's resolve. However, after the current King George III ascended to the throne, the old earl was met with coldness, and his two heirs met with misfortune one after another. When the first heir met with misfortune, the old earl thought it was an accident. But after the second heir met with misfortune, the old earl finally understood that the Augustus family held a negative attitude towards the Horn family's re-emergence of hunters, and intentionally opened a loophole, allowing the Fasak Empire to send people to assassinate them. In desperation, the old earl could only choose an heir from among his clansmen. This led him to discover me, who had already entered the Beyander world during high school, and he helped my growth. Robert recounted the old earl's story in full, filled with tragedy. In his youth, he accidentally met an angel, received a positive prophecy, was full of hope for the future, and fought for it, leaving a significant mark on the development history of the Loan Kingdom. In his middle age, he wholeheartedly nurtured his heirs, still full of confidence in the future, firmly believing that the future would be bright. In his old age, his ideals were shattered, he outlived his children, and discovered that his entire life had been in vain, even serving as a stepping stone for the Augustus family. Finally, for the survival of the family, he still did not dare to fall out with the Augustus family. He could only bow down and choose Robert, an arbiter pathway beyander, as his heir. However, what comforted the old earl was that Robert, this heir, truly surpassed him, with excellent abilities and cunning. The only pity was that he was not a hunter pathway beyander. Avon felt that the old earl must have despaired of that prophecy in the end, which could be seen from his lack of strong reaction even after knowing that Avon was a hunter pathway beyander. The old earl once told me that he was too excited by the soothsayer's prophecy at the time, so much so that he overlooked the fact that the time concept of mythical creatures might not be the same as that of ordinary people, which led to the death of his two children. Upon hearing this, Avon felt very speechless. It turned out that the old earl still believed that prophecy until his death. However, perhaps it was precisely because he chose to continue believing this prophecy that he was able to endure for so many years after realizing his plan had killed his two heirs, until Robert was able to take over the baton of inheritance before he died. However, Avon did have some belief in this prophecy, mainly stemming from his self-confidence, and also because his judgment of the world's situation was actually consistent with the old earl's. The Augustus family might have indeed planned to use the Horn family to restrain the Fasak Empire before, but this plan should have been suspended due to George III's deification plan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the Augustus family's ambiguous attitude when the old earl was training his heirs to become hunters. Robert fully agreed with Avon's speculation. He had also been puzzled by the Augustus family's attitude before, and only today, after learning about George III's desire to advance to Black Emperor, did he realize it, and could only sigh in his heart about the old earl's unfortunate timing. Fate played a huge joke on the old Earl. Everything he calculated was accurate, but he couldn't resist a massive black swan event, which led to his plan failing before it had even fully unfolded, having only taken the second step. After finishing the history of the Horn family and the tragic life of the old Earl, Robert began to focus on the present, and couldn't help but remind Avon. The news of the old Earl's death will soon reach the Fasak Empire. They may now be thoroughly investigating everyone and everything around me. You're becoming a hunter. Pathway Beander will definitely come to their attention, and perhaps assassins targeting you are already on their way to Backland. You must act carefully and preferably not leave Backland. Don't worry, as long as it's not a demigod personally assassinating me, I am confident in handling it. You don't need to worry too much. In fact, if Avon were to fight with all his might, regardless of the risk of exposure, he was confident in dealing with even a demigod. Moreover, the gray-white vision, brought by the City of Calamity made Beyonders of the Hunter Pathway and Assassin Pathway as transparent as glass in front of him, completely unable to hide. An assassination where the assassin is exposed as 99.99% bound to fail. If the assassination succeeds, then it's not an assassination, but a forced kill. But once an assassination escalates into a forced kill, no matter what the Augustus family's intentions are, they must step in to punish it. If they ignore such open defiance of order, the edifice of rules and order they established will also collapse. You're sending Mr. Hope to the Fasak Empire to identify rats should just be a facade, right? Do you already have plans for the Fasak Empire? Since they had already laid their cards on the table, Avon directly asked the question he was most concerned about: Robert's thoughts on the Fasak Empire. Anyway, Avon was very excited when he learned that he had Einhorn family blood. The Augustus family's idea of using the Horn family as a leverage against the Fasak Empire was truly excellent, and Avon also wanted to do the same. Originally, Avon felt that his transmigration to the Beander world, with the Horn family as his backing, was already a very high starting point. But he never expected that the Horn family had such secrets behind it. The Fasak Empire now officially surpassed the Rose School of Thought, becoming the biggest treasure in his heart. He was now eager to dig at their foundation. However, Avon alone was not enough for the Fasak Empire. Robert held much more power than Avon. If he and Avon shared the same idea, things would certainly be twice as effective. We are members of the Horn family, born with a mission. Some things cannot be avoided. Instead of passively reacting, it's better to face them actively. Since it has been confirmed that they are enemies, we must plan ahead to avoid being flustered later. Robert never mentioned his ambition towards the Fasak Empire throughout, but he consistently emphasized the irreconcilable opposition between the Fasak Empire and them. Avon understood, said no more, and began to inquire about the Horn family's accumulated resources. Compared to the fourth epoch, the Horn family had been quite down and out for so many years, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it was still a 1,000-year-old legacy. A great family that spans epochs. The longer the existence, the more accumulation it brings. Although high-sequence items are not available to the Horn family, things that can be bought with money have accumulated quite a bit, for example, low-sequence Beander characteristics. These Beander characteristics seem useless to Robert Horn, but once the world war predicted by the old Earl breaks out, if Robert and Avon can participate in it, these Beander characteristics can quickly help them raise a Beander army as a guarantee for their standing. This is good news for Avon. How strong a high-sequence hunter demigod is depends on how strong the army he commands is. The upper limit is very high, the lower limit is very low. Although we now possess Beander characteristics that can raise a Beander army, we cannot put them into practice because we currently do not have an army that we can control. Moreover, to raise a corresponding army, we must obtain the approval of the Augustus family, otherwise we will be labeled as rebels and suppressed. The old Earl's experience is a lesson to be learned. Since the two brothers reached a consensus on the matter of the Fasak Empire, they would have to carry out some preliminary preparations. Sending Mr. Hope to the Fasak Empire to plant spies is one thing, but having their own army is a much bigger matter. The crux of all problems lies in how to get George III to support us. The reason the old Earl's plan was suppressed was ultimately because George III was preparing for a ritual and conducting internal reforms. He needed a stable external environment, so the old Earl's actions clashed head-on with George III's plan. However, times have changed. George III has been preparing for so many years, even the most difficult rituals should be almost ready. George III also needs to consider the impact of his ascension to godhood. Regardless of whether George III successfully advances, a world war will break out. If he successfully advances, the Loan Kingdom will have the support of at least 3, or even 4, true gods, and will certainly launch a war to unify the North Continent. If the advancement fails, the Loan Kingdom will face severe backlash, and all ambitious individuals will pounce on the Loan Kingdom like sharks smelling blood. Even if George III does not consider this, the Augustus family must. And the greatest threat to the Loan Kingdom is the Einhorn family of the Faesac Empire. The most important task now is to remind George III that the Horn family, this chess piece, has reached the moment it should be used. Robert deeply agreed with Avon's suggestion. He thought for a moment, chuckled, and then said, "Perhaps there's no need to even remind him. My advancement should have been tacitly approved by George III. Now that I think about it, I obtained the imperative mage magic potion formula from the Augustus family too easily back then. If George III was truly behind my advancement, then it shouldn't be difficult for us to control an army. In that case, the next question is how to ensure that the army we control is loyal to us and not the Augustus family, to prevent our efforts from ultimately benefiting Augustus." Avon had already prepared for this problem, with several different plans. He told Robert about his preparations during this period and then said, "There are many methods, but they can be broadly divided into 2 types. One is to train a new army, and the other is to reform the military system. The Faesac Empire can utilize the gathering authority of the hunter pathway to share its abilities, maximizing the compensation for the airship's own shortcomings, making the airship an independent combat platform, giving them absolute air superiority regardless of who they fight. The aircraft I invested in are absolutely epic, making weapons and equipment. As long as they are commanded by a hunter pathway demigod, they can even turn the tables and gain air superiority against the Faesac Empire. You can use your position as chairman of the Military Intelligence Committee to propose training a new army and vigorously developing aircraft manufacturing. And I can serve as the first chief officer of this new army, injecting my soul and will into this army." At this point, Avon specifically paused to observe Robert's reaction. He believed this method was the best, although very difficult, its effect was also the best. Unfortunately, Robert didn't comment much, only motioning for Avon to continue with the second plan. It was clear that he thought the first plan was a bit too difficult and wanted to hear another method. The defeat in the Southern Continent War this time shows that the command systems between the Navy and the Army are uncoordinated, leading to joint operations becoming a dead letter. The internal barriers within the army are difficult to eliminate for a while, and everyone is constantly arguing about who to listen to during joint operations. But the Loan Kingdom needs to solve this practical problem. Generals from the Defense Department and the Military Intelligence Committee must be having headaches now. Since the problem cannot be solved immediately, let's compromise for now and establish a specialized mobile force, directly under the jurisdiction of the Defense Department or the Parliament, to be deployed as needed during wartime. Although it doesn't solve the fundamental problem, it's a patch. This was actually the path of the U.S. Marine Corps in Avon's previous life, always ready to respond to orders and provide support wherever needed. This method does not involve the allocation of military expenses for existing armies, so it is very likely to be approved by the military. Robert looked at Avon with satisfaction. He hadn't expected Avon to quickly find a solution to a problem he found somewhat troublesome, and even provide a corresponding implementation path. It truly made him look at Avon in a new light. Robert thought for a moment, made an assessment, and then said, "Both methods are very good. I actually value your first method more. After all, a new army trained from scratch is the most reliable. But we cannot abandon the second plan, we will walk on two legs. Even if the first path doesn't work, we can take the second path. As Emperor Rosal said, only by aiming high can you achieve something. Avon naturally agreed with Robert's decision with both hands, but he still had some doubts about organizing the Air Force into an independent branch. After all, with the defeat in the Southern Continent War in the first half of the year, and the major corruption case in the Defense Department in the second half, military spending was definitely cut. The Navy and Army were fighting tooth and nail over budget allocation. Would the inclusion of the Air Force at this time lead to collective resistance? Robert, however, was optimistic about this, because it was a major reform of the military. Even for the sake of preparing for the ritual of ascension, George III would give it his full support, not to mention solving the practical problem of breaking the Fasak Empire's air superiority. In short, you must keep a close eye on the development of the aircraft you mentioned. This is the foundation of all plans. You must achieve results quickly and produce the corresponding physical objects as soon as possible. I need something tangible to present this army building plan at the Imperial Council. And you must submit the relevant reports to me as soon as possible, whether it's a proposal to establish a professional air force or a direct mobile force. It must withstand the argumentation and scrutiny of all parties. Understood, I will submit the relevant reports to you as soon as possible. By the way, to make the aircraft fly, on one hand, the weight of the aircraft itself must be reduced as much as possible, and on the other hand, it requires an energy source that is powerful, portable, and saves a lot of space. The energy contained in coal is definitely not enough, as it takes up too much space. Airships can use coal to boil water and generate steam, but aircraft absolutely cannot, so they can only use phlogiston as fuel. However, phlogiston is an absolutely prohibited item, and without the support of the Defense Department, how can we obtain the relevant phlogiston for experiments? This aircraft project I invested in has not been approved by the Defense Department, so naturally, I cannot obtain the relevant phlogiston. I got a little from the contraband I seized from Military Intelligence Section 9 before, but it will run out soon. Can you help me get some? Another thing is that no amount of research funding is too much. You, as the big spender, should also contribute a bit. Avon seized every opportunity to make demands, as this was the easiest time for them to succeed. Robert laughed wryly, but he also knew that Avon's money had all been invested in the acquisition of the Tingen factory. Furthermore, military equipment research and development itself was extremely costly, and it was indeed difficult to do without the support of the Defense Department. Moreover, military-controlled items like phlogiston were indeed not problems Avon could solve, so he readily said, "Okay, I will resolve the phlogiston issue as soon as possible. I will have Hope bring you a check later, use it sparingly." Seeing Robert agree to pay, Avon breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially provided 30,000 gold pounds for research expenses, thinking it would be more than enough, but he hadn't expected the money to be spent so quickly. Various unexpected problems arose during the research process, forcing Avon to add another 10,000 gold pounds, and his liquid funds were almost depleted. This made Avon realize that research work was not as easy as he imagined, and sometimes, what scientists said was the least trustworthy. Leaving the Ahova Earl's court and preparing to go to Backland University, Avon continuously analyzed historical patterns in his mind. The fifth epoch was too stable compared to the fourth epoch, all unstable factors were suppressed by the Seven Gods Alliance. But everything is relative. Without turmoil, without change, everyone's upward mobility is extremely narrow and difficult to open. It was no coincidence that Emperor Rosal was able to overturn the Sauron family's rule a century ago. At that time, ambitious individuals from across the continent gathered under Emperor Rosal to seek change. Moreover, the righteous churches and angel families jointly established the world order, which was indeed relatively peaceful, but it also led to the solidification of the world's social strata, both in the Beander world and the secular world. This, in turn, is anti-human, and now people's minds are stirring. In summary, everyone is calling for war. Chapter 224, The Demonist Sect's Conspiracy, the End of Lowen's Old Era. When Avon realized that the entire world, due to the stable situation of the fifth epoch, had become a pressure cooker on the verge of exploding without a pressure relief valve, he was delighted, because this was too beneficial for his promotion. At the same time, he also began to wonder why the seven deities restrained each other, promoted the signing of the sacred oath, and no longer interfered too much with reality. Avon didn't believe that these deities, who resided high in the clouds, would truly do this for peace. There must be something that forced them to do so. However, these matters were too far removed from Avon. He wasn't even a Beander yet, so it wasn't the time to delve into the secrets of the deities. Thus, he immediately put aside the questions in his mind. Avon went to Backland University, handed the 30,000 gold pound check Mr. Hope had given him back to Mr. Murphy, and saw the latest research results. He felt that the most basic prototype could be produced in less than half a month, and then he left contentedly. After leaving Backland University, Avon thought for a moment, then instructed the coachman to take him to an apartment in Hilton District, where Avon had settled Helen. Today, Helen was off work. Before Avon even got out of the carriage, he saw Helen at home through his gray-white vision and told the coachman to leave. Walking to the apartment door, Avon saw spiritual spider silks floating in the air, knowing that this was Helen's early warning system. Just as he was about to push the door open, he thought of something else, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. He extended his own spider silks, entangled Helen's, and continuously teased them. Sitting in front of her dressing table, looking at her perfect reflection in the mirror, Helen, who had been sighing because Avon hadn't visited for days, suddenly felt a disturbance in her warning spider silks. Her eyes instantly sharpened, looking towards the direction of the door. Just as she was about to become invisible and use the pre-arranged ambush to deal with the uninvited guest, she suddenly stopped all movements. Her entire face turned flushed as she collapsed onto the dressing table, gasping for breath. Although Helen was also a prisoner transformed by Avon, her transformation was based on her original will, unlike Natasha, whose entire inner being was replaced by Avon. She still had love for Avon, would throw tantrums, and act spoiled, not just blindly obey. So, even though Helen now knew who was playing tricks, she didn't want to admit defeat actively. She could only lie there, enduring, not even letting out a single sound. But after a few seconds, Helen's resistance failed, and she was forced to emit a low sound from her throat again. After another dozen seconds, Helen could no longer bear the feeling. She stumbled and knelt, running to the door, opening it, and pulling Avon, who was continuously pointing and pressing the spider silks with his right hand, inside. She pushed him onto the bed and then pounced on him. Avon didn't resist at all, allowing Helen to strip off both their clothes. She straddled him, and the two immediately entered a state of intense battle. After the storm, Helen lay naked on Avon's body, her sweat-soaked hair scattered across his chest. "You could have just come, why did you have to torment me? You're so bad." After a short rest, Helen playfully sat up, repeatedly pounding Avon's chest with her soft fists. At the same time, she exposed her snowy peaks, making Avon dizzy. Avon didn't argue. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Helen again, constantly stroking her back to soothe her. Soon, Helen's temper subsided, and Avon's interest was piqued again, and the sound of a cooing bird once more filled the apartment. "Has your mother communicated with you recently?" Avon asked, while twirling and playing with Helen's beautiful hair with his fingers. "Not long before you came, Mother contacted me through the mirror. She informed me that the Demonist sect had another unusual movement, and the Demoness of White was preparing to enter Backland again. She will also follow soon. I was just about to contact you." Avon nodded lightly, not surprised by this news at all, because last night, Prince Grove had personally told him that the Demonesses would return. However, it was somewhat surprising to Avon that Theosophy Order could get the news so quickly and act accordingly. But thinking about it, it made sense. Theosophy Order, despite being much weaker than the Demonist sect, had managed to survive well and even caused considerable trouble for the demonist sect, so they must have some tricks up their sleeves. This was beneficial to Avon, as it would be more conducive to him using Theosophy Order to secretly attack the demonist sect in the future. Next time you communicate with your mother, remember to remind her to be careful of the combined efforts of the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family. They are both aware of Theosophy Order's attention to Backland, and the last incident showed them the destructive power of Theosophy Order on their plans. Tell your mother to be wary of a joint ambush from both sides. I understand, Avon. You didn't come here just to ask about mother's whereabouts, did you? Is there something you need to instruct me to do? Helen, nestled in Avon's arms, enduring his constantly moving hand, asked in a low voice. For safety reasons, Avon always came to Helen's apartment at night to stay over, he would never come during the day. This time, he obviously had a task, and it probably wasn't simple. During this time, I unexpectedly learned the secret of the Horn family. The Horn family is the main branch of the Einhorn family, and the branch in the Fasak Empire is the collateral one. The two split at the end of the fourth epoch. Smaller forces might not be very clear about such secrets from over 1,000 years ago. But there's no reason why the demonist sect, which experienced the entire fourth epoch, and Theosophy Order, which actually split from the demonist sect, wouldn't know the inside story, not to mention that this concerns the internal affairs of a rival family occupying an adjacent sequence. Did you know about this before? Is that true? Of course, I didn't know about this. If I had known, I would have told you already. Apparently, Helen was also very surprised that the Horn family was actually the Einhorn family. Tell me again how you discovered that Mrs. Sharon of the demonist sect wanted to recruit me. I need to review what happened back then. After Avon learned that the Horn family was essentially the Einhorn family, he became puzzled by Mrs. Sharon and Helen's eagerness to recruit him. Mrs. Sharon and Helen might not know the Horn family's secret, but the high-sequence demonesses of the demonist sect and Theosophy Order certainly would. Given this, whether it was the importance placed on him by the demonist sect and Theosophy Order, or the demonist sect using the opportunity to infiltrate him through Bonaparte's fortitude, their motives were not simple. Previously, Avon thought this was because of Robert, but now it seems the demonist sect and Theosophy Order were more concerned with the surname, Einhorn. At that time, I was just looking for an informant, trying to find a way to infiltrate the demonist sect to find out what they wanted to do in Backland. I discovered that Demoness of White, Katerina, Despairing Nightingale, Panatia, and Natasha were all from the same bloodline. I followed this bloodline connection and found Mrs. Sharon, and then I found you. You know the rest of the story. Avon reviewed Helen's actions and felt that they were just going with the flow, there shouldn't be any conspiracy involved. As a conspirer, he still had that much confidence. Helen's actions to win over Avon should not have been an action led by a Theosophy Order Beander, but rather a passive push for Helen to act after they discovered the demonist sect's movements. Theosophy Order was also very wary and interested in the demonist sect's sudden interest in the Horn family. As for Mrs. Sharon's actions to win over Avon, Avon didn't know if there was a higher level intention from the demonist sect behind it. After your mother arrives in Backland, your main task is to try everything possible to find out from your mother Theosophy Order's attitude towards the Horn family, and Theosophy Order's speculation about the demonist sect's actions against the Horn family. The organization that understands the demonist sect best in this world must be Theosophy Order, their old rival. Theosophy Order should have some speculations about the demonist sect's purpose in approaching the Horn family. Avon doesn't have much information, so his inferences might be inaccurate. In contrast, Theosophy Order's speculations might be more accurate. I understand, I will definitely help you find out clearly. Sigh, why are you putting on your clothes? Stay a little longer. Helen had just shyly agreed to Avon, reaching her hand down, preparing for another spring dream, but unexpectedly, Avon pulled his handle out of her hand, picked up the clothes that had fallen under the bed, and put them on. I still need to go to Natasha's place, I can't give it all to you. I have to leave some for her, right? Avon said with a light chuckle as he dressed. Helen pouted, but still didn't say much, only getting up to help Avon dress, though she had to endure Avon's constant teasing during the process. Leaving the apartment in Hilton District, Avon spent another hour arriving at Viscount Morgan's mansion in Empress Borough. Previously, he had been riding in a carriage with the Horn family crest inlaid, which was inconvenient to visit Backland's biggest social event right after the old Earl's passing. It would invite gossip. Now, everyone was probably at the Ahova Earl's court to pay their respects, so Avon could come here to assign tasks to Natasha. A long moan mixed with a muffled roar, and Avon, gasping for breath, collapsed onto Natasha. After a while, having somewhat recovered his strength, Avon again asked Natasha about the inside story of her relative, whom he wasn't sure whether to call a brother or sister, Mrs. Sharon, recruiting him. Natasha also couldn't explain why. She only learned about Avon, an outer member recruited by Mrs. Sharon, after Avon arrived in Backland, and her mother, Demoness of White, Katerina, informed her to take over Avon's contact work. However, there's a detail I didn't notice before, but now that I hear the master's doubts, I find it a bit unusual. What detail? That is, Mrs. Sharon has already become a sequence 6 feet Demoness of Pleasure. Although the Demoness of White is somewhat displeased because she is gradually losing herself to her female body and plans not to focus on cultivating her, but rather use her as high-level cannon fodder, she still shouldn't have been sent to Tingan City. You know, although Tingan City is a first-tier city, it's really not that important. The strongest official power there is only Sequence 7. Sending him there was truly a waste of talent. I've requested his recall to Backland more than once, but it was never approved. Now it seems that his assignment to Tingan might have been part of a mission, and that mission might have been to develop you. Avon's eyes flashed with a glint as he pondered and said, Mrs. Sharon might not have gone to Tingan City with a specific mission, but the Demoness of White, Katerina, definitely gave her some tasks to develop valuable peripheral members. In that case, it's highly probable that Mrs. Sharon targeted me, as I am quite valuable. The reason they sent Mrs. Sharon to Tingan to develop me was mainly because they never intended for her to survive after completing the mission. They had prepared for her elimination from the very beginning. Avon is now a high-ranking intelligence officer in Military Intelligence Section 9, having read many documents and knowing many cases. He understands that when people want to achieve their goals, they always take a long detour and hide their main objective in seemingly unintentional actions. If he hadn't learned that the Horn family was essentially the Eowyn Horn family, and if he hadn't already subdued Natasha and learned the secrets within the Demoness sect from her, Avon would have had no way of knowing the Demoness sect's true movements. This is truly a layout that is formless. Realizing that he had always been a target of the Demoness sect's high-level calculations, Avon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, constantly reviewing his previous interactions with the Demoness sect to see if he had made any oversights. After much deliberation, Avon believed that he had not exposed himself to the Demoness sect. It wasn't that the Demoness sect was too foolish, but rather that Avon was too adept at causing trouble. Ever since Avon arrived in Backland, before the Demoness sect could even assign him any tasks, he had already created too much trouble for them. Whether it was Mr. Z of the Aurora Order contacting Triss, or Mr. A finding Triss, and the subsequent battle between the Demoness sect, Theosophy Order, and the royal family's demigods at Red Rose Manor, Duke Nigan's first assassination attempt, and the Demoness sect being forced to withdraw from Backland, all these events kept the Demoness sect overwhelmed, leaving them no energy to focus on Avon. You have 2 tasks next. First, to fully investigate the Demoness sect's high-level attitude towards the Horn family, how they intend to use the Horn family, and whether their targeting of me is their own intention or the royal family's. The second task is to fully conceal any aspects of me that might arouse their suspicion. When your mother returns, she will definitely ask you to report my recent activities to him. You must handle it carefully and not reveal any flaws. You can rest assured, even if you didn't say anything, I would do it well. Natasha wrapped her arms around Avon's arm, rubbing her large chest against him as she spoke, clearly not having had enough earlier and wanting to initiate a second grand battle. And Avon understood the principle that to make a horse run, you must feed it well. With a light chuckle, he flipped over and once again pinned Natasha beneath him, and for a time, the room was filled with her soft cries. In this world with Beyonder powers, every church emphasizes quick burial, preferably burying the deceased before dark if they die in the morning. However, the old Earl was no ordinary person. He was a pawn in the Beyonder world, but he held great influence in the secular world. In his youth, he even reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could achieve, using secular means like internal national governance and diplomacy to, in a sense, reshape the relatively chaotic situation in the North Continent after Emperor Rosel's death, thereby reshaping the Beyonder world's landscape. Therefore, the entire funeral lasted 3 days, during which not only nobles from all over the country attended, but even foreign envoys personally called to offer condolences. The royal family also showed great respect this time, emphasizing in the newspapers the old Earl's lifelong contributions to the Loan Kingdom. This made many young people who grew up during George III's era realize that there was such a remarkable figure who made historical contributions to the rise of the Loan Kingdom, and ordinary citizens also came with white chrysanthemums to pay their respects on the day of the old Earl's burial. Whenever Avon thought of the old Earl's experiences, he felt great pity. The Horn family's millennium-long grievances had, to some extent, burdened the old Earl, and being born too early or too late was even more unfortunate. From beginning to end, the old Earl did nothing wrong, yet he suffered a complete defeat. Being born too late meant he missed the era when Emperor Rosel dominated the world. He and Rosel could both be considered destroyers of the order established by the fifth epic deities. They had a natural common language. Avon believed that if the old Earl had been born in Rosel's era, he would have joined Intis at all costs to help Rosel succeed, which in turn would have helped the Horn family to some extent. After all, Rosel at that time truly dominated the world, even overthrowing powerful North Continent nations supported by deities. A little more destruction wouldn't have mattered much. Being born too early, he didn't become a contemporary of Robert and Avon, missing the opportunity to be a trendsetter of the era. Instead, he ran head-on into George III's plan to become a god, and his own schemes were shattered against this plan. Even more tragically, the old Earl never knew where he went wrong from beginning to end, only able to bitterly curse the Augustus family, that giant rock blocking his path, before his death, simply because he wasn't even a demigod and couldn't access deeper secrets. But the old Earl's lifelong efforts were not entirely in vain. Because of his endeavors, the Ahova Earl's court's previously dim reputation once again shone brightly. Otherwise, where would Robert's political prowess come from, or Avon's ease in military intelligence? Section 9. Do you really think the world operates according to predetermined rules, that if you have a title, others must obey you? This coup in the kimchi country is truly too abstract, so abstract that if it happened in China, it would definitely enter official history. Historians would surely record it in its entirety, making it an epic reverse operation for everyone to remember. One generation plants the trees, the next enjoys the shade. The old Earl planted the trees, Robert and Avon enjoyed the shade. Thinking of this, Avon felt sincere gratitude towards the old Earl. Under the gaze of many, he followed Robert to carry the coffin for the old Earl, Aristotle Einhorn, and then filled his grave with soil. Looking at the old Earl's tombstone, amidst the chanting of the Storm Church choir, everyone present removed their hats and bowed in respect. This was not just a farewell to the old Earl as an individual, but a farewell to the old era of the Loan Kingdom from decades ago. With the old Earl's death, the last iconic politician of the older generation passed away, and the old era of the Loan Kingdom finally came to an end, with a new era officially dawning. On the train from Loan to Tingen, in a luxurious carriage, Robert and Avon sat around a tea table, drinking tea and reading the documents in their hands. The old Earl's funeral was held in the morning, and by the afternoon, Robert, who had officially become the Earl Ahova, set off for Tingen. With the old Earl's passing and the new generation of Earls inheriting the title, Tingen City was the Ahova Earl's court's base of operations. Robert needed to visit Tingen as soon as possible, both for public and private reasons, to solidify his title. After all, Robert did not inherit the title through the normal father-to-son succession. To prevent anyone with ill intentions from exploiting this, Robert's trip was unavoidable. Fortunately, it was still the parliamentary recess, so the timing was convenient. Avon, on the other hand, actively offered to accompany him, mainly because he wanted to visit Klein's grave, and also because he still had outstanding debts. Avon had bought 2 sunlight talismans from Klein at a price of 10,000 gold pounds each, but because he didn't have enough cash on hand, he still owed money. Naturally, he had to repay it to Klein's family and, while he was at it, strengthen his relationship with Benson, Melissa, and the Nighthawks team. 2 days prior, Senior Deacon Sesima of the Night Church met Avon through Archbishop Anthony's introduction. During the meeting, Deacon Sesima, seizing the opportunity when Archbishop Anthony temporarily left, quietly told Avon that he had already handled the matters concerning the Tingen City Nighthawks team for him, assuring him not to worry, which left Avon utterly confused. Later, after understanding the inside story, he found it truly absurd. It turned out that Sesima thought Avon was cultivating a capable team within the church to prepare for his future, iron-blooded knight, ritual. However, this was an unexpected boon for Avon. He was indeed the mastermind behind the leak of the role-playing method, but that was part of his plan to counter Ince Zangwill, and he hadn't thought much beyond that. But Deacon Sesima's wild idea also opened up Avon's thinking. The Tingen Nighthawks team was a combat-effective unit, and recruiting 1 or 2 members from it would be very helpful for his future rituals. It seems the first plan I proposed cannot be implemented. After finishing the documents in his hand, Avon couldn't help but sigh, took a sip of tea, and said dejectedly. Avon had long been planning to form an air force and a military mobile force. The day after convincing Robert, he presented a detailed plan. Upon receiving the plan, Robert did not hesitate in the slightest, nor did he submit it to Parliament for discussion as Avon had expected. Instead, he went directly to Soderak Palace, personally met George III, and presented the military reform plan. George III was indeed very interested in this military reform, especially in forming the world's first professional air force. This was definitely a groundbreaking change, and he immediately expressed his support for Robert, even changing his previous habit of hiding behind the scenes, preparing to personally push it forward. As expected, it faced comprehensive resistance from all sides, not only from political and military circles but also from within the Augustus family itself. Chapter 225, Duke Nigan blocks Robert's path, the Augustus family's marriage alliance. As the millennium-old royal family of the Loan Kingdom, the Augustus family had intricate ties with the army, with various internal factions even having certain reserved areas within the military. The advantage was that it expanded the royal family's control over the army and maintained the Augustus family's rule. The disadvantage was that it led to corresponding influence and the formation of special interest groups for each internal faction of the royal family within the army. Every reform of the army would directly affect the royal family's internal members, who were all blood relatives. Those with long-lasting influence were descendants of demigods or even angels, making them difficult to touch. The greatest rule of the feudal emperor system was to treat the country as one's home, and blood ties were the most solid order. Establishing a professional air force separate from the army and sea would involve too many changes to the military structure, budget allocation, and a series of other issues touching upon the interests of too many people. Moreover, the crucial aircraft mentioned in Avon's demonstration report was still under development, so it was no wonder that many people opposed it. However, despite many people's doubts about the aircraft under development, the aerial suppression by the Fasak Empire was an undeniable reality that had to be faced. Therefore, the suggestion to establish a professional air force was rejected, but it was agreed to let the Defense Department re-examine the aircraft Avon mentioned and conduct a feasibility study. If the Defense Department re-examined it and approved the aircraft research, they would definitely invest in it, and Avon's previous investment would not be in vain. Although the first proposal was rejected, Fortunately, the second report passed. "We can consider it a goal achieved," Robert said with a smile, blowing on his cup and taking a sip of tea, clearly pleased with his methods. Robert had submitted 2 reports simultaneously, essentially endorsing both. Since the first was rejected, rejecting the second would be a public slap in Robert's face. Indeed, many people in the political arena disliked the young Robert, but directly and recklessly tearing off all pretenses with Robert was a politically risky move, not to mention that His Majesty George III had already clearly expressed his support for these 2 reforms. Robert's fearless charge to the forefront also earned him George III's strong support. Slapping Robert's face twice while also slapping George III's face twice was something even Duke Nigan wouldn't dare to do. Therefore, the second proposal to establish a direct mobile force was approved by the royal family, the parliament, and the military within a few days. Currently, the focus of debate among all parties is whether this mobile direct force should be affiliated with the Defense Department or directly under the royal family, and whether its official designation should belong to the army or the sea. Avon's eyes flickered, and after a moment's thought, seeing that there were no outsiders around, he spoke directly. "Our proposal to establish this direct force is not for the Loan Kingdom, but primarily for us to truly control an army. Being affiliated with the royal family would leave deep Augustus family imprints, which is not conducive to our plan. I understand that, but if it's affiliated with the Defense Department, it will be very difficult for me to arrange for you to be the person in charge of forming this unit." Robert's main role was the chairman of the Military and Intelligence Committee in the Parliament, responsible for military budget allocation and intelligence work. He was the Army's financial overseer and the head of the Intelligence Department, holding a high and powerful position. It seemed that the government's Defense Department was subordinate to him, but in reality, they were in a relationship of mutual checks and balances. Since the Parliament controlled the money, it could not directly interfere with personnel changes in the army, otherwise, would this country still be named Augustus? If the newly established mobile unit was affiliated with the Defense Department, Robert would find it difficult to interfere with relevant personnel appointments, as many people saw the formation of this unit as a lucrative position and wanted a piece of it. Conversely, if it was affiliated with the royal family, Robert might be able to directly influence the royal family to let Avon establish this unit. Since the key now is the Minister of Defense, and the Defense Department currently has no minister due to a corruption case, Robert, you should slowly and carefully discuss the relevant candidates with Duke Nigan. Don't rush, take your time. Avon also frowned, feeling that he had thought too simply before. It was indeed inconvenient if the Minister of Defense was not one of their own. However, fortunately, the Defense Department currently had no minister, and the Military Intelligence Committee had the right to nominate candidates for the Minister of Defense, so nothing was set in stone yet. Robert understood the implication in Avon's words. He was being told to delay the appointment of the Minister of Defense. But what was the point of that? Robert had previously pushed for General Barron to run for Minister of Defense only to try to secure a larger share of the military budget for the army from Duke Nigan, and he wasn't confident that he could truly get General Barron into the position. But from Avon's current meaning, he actually wanted to use some means in the future to take down the position of Minister of Defense. But why? Robert had already put in a lot of effort to make General Barron a candidate this time. What means could Avon have to get General Barron into the position? Due to the strong influence of the sea over the past century, coupled with the support of the Storm Church, the position of Minister of Defense has always been held by an Admiral of the Sea, and the one orchestrating all of this is precisely Duke Nigan. Such matters were not Avon's alone, so he had to reveal some of his intentions to Robert, to prepare him and prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Robert's expression tightened. He scrutinized Avon, then asked seriously, "You're not thinking of doing something foolish, are you? Political assassination was a very bad rule, something that only occurred when conflicts were irreconcilable." As a high-ranking political figure and an arbiter pathway meander, Robert naturally felt repulsed by such methods. Avon chuckled and shook his head, then said, I wouldn't be that foolish, leaving behind potential leverage. The mastermind behind Keelangos has never been found, which in itself is very suspicious. Even the death pathway demigod who silenced Keelangos could not have their name or origin clearly investigated, and the entire case has stalled. These circumstances indicate at least two things. There is a high-sequence Beander targeting Duke Nigan, and there is a very powerful organization behind Keelangos that wants to eliminate Duke Nigan. Under these circumstances, I believe Duke Nigan being assassinated again is a high-probability event. Moreover, the Storm Church will likely be unable to protect him in the end, as there's no saying you can guard against a thief for 1,000 days without a single oversight. So, I suggest you delay the announcement of the Minister of Defense's appointment, to wait and see how things develop. Robert recalled his spiritual intuition that day, the high-sequence Beander of the death pathway whom he believed he couldn't defeat, and thought of Military Intelligence Section 9's delayed report on Duke Nigan's assassination case. He finally nodded in agreement with Avon's conclusion that Duke Nigan would be assassinated again. In fact, Robert had always been very interested in that unexpectedly appearing death pathway demigod. It was just that there had been too many things recently. When he had free time, he might start looking for this powerful individual to see if he could win him over or cooperate with the organization behind him. Robert deeply believed in Emperor Rosel's discussion on politics. Politics is about making more friends and fewer enemies. The Einhorn family, the royal family of the Faesac Empire, was a formidable behemoth, not to mention their empire spanning the North Continent and the incredibly powerful war god Church. I feel that due to the god of combat, the warrior pathway is severely underestimated. Another point is that I personally don't really like the setting for the warrior pathway sequence for Feet Demon Hunter. Robert wanted to unite all possible forces. Even if the organization behind that mysterious death pathway demigod wanted to kill Duke Nigan, Robert had no intention of giving up cooperation with them. They were assassinating Duke Nigan, not him. As long as there was no irreconcilable conflict between them, he had no psychological burden whatsoever. Moreover, Duke Nigan being assassinated now was not a bad thing for him. Any sudden event could bring significant risks and opportunities. If one could prepare in advance, it could lead to high returns. Originally, Robert had just established his position as the third most important figure within the Conservative Party and should have further consolidated his power, waiting a few years before aiming for a higher position. However, upon learning that George III wanted to advance to godhood, Robert could no longer sit still. Time waits for no one. If George III truly became the Black Emperor, and the Augustus family could simultaneously dominate both the arbiter and lawyer pathways, plus Robert himself was a loyal subject of the Augustus family from beginning to end, he would forever be subordinate, which he absolutely could not accept. Therefore, Robert also had to accelerate his pace in acquiring power. Under these circumstances, Duke Nigan was once again blocking his path, which was quite an eyesore. Originally, Robert was still troubled about how to bring Duke Nigan down. Because Duke Nigan, under the mediation of Earl Hall, had allowed him to become the de facto third most important figure within the Conservative Party. In the eyes of outsiders, Duke Nigan was considered quite magnanimous, and tolerant towards the restless Robert. So, if Robert were to act against Duke Nigan again, it would give the impression of insatiable greed, provoking ill will and opposition from everyone, and putting himself in the crosshairs. But if Duke Nigan were truly assassinated, then Robert would not have to face such a dilemma. Having made up his mind, Robert prepared to work on easing the tense atmosphere in Backland and creating a relaxed and safe environment, making Backland a comfortable and secure city, once he returned from Tingen. As for this mobile force, I also suggest adding the designation of the sea, not the army. Avon didn't know that Robert had already made a certain decision in his heart. Seeing Robert remain silent, he thought Robert disliked discussing Duke Nigan's affairs, so he changed the subject. Why? Both Old Earl and I come from the army and have deep connections there. If we add the army's designation, it would greatly help in forming this unit, wouldn't it? Avon merely shook his head gently and said solemnly, Precisely because of your deep connections in the army, you cannot do this. It will give the Navy the impression that this mobile force is essentially still the army, which will cause many complications. Don't forget, this unit is a mobile force and must have its own warships. Without the Navy's help, it would be almost impossible to cut in line and acquire a main battleship from a shipyard. Robert chuckled, realizing Avon was already eyeing a main battleship from Pritt's shipyard before even forming the army. Young man, you have quite an appetite. A main battleship? What are you thinking? It would be good enough if they gave you a second-hand warship. A main battleship? How about the next ironclad for you? Avon raised an eyebrow, a bit unconvinced, but he knew Robert was speaking the truth, so he ultimately said nothing. However, Avon was clearly not interested in second-hand sailing warships. Knowing there was something better, yet only being able to settle for less, was not in Avon's character. At the very least, it should be a ghost ship. Thinking of ghost ships, Avon recalled that Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, of the Tarot Club, had one. Should he consider that option? Hey, what are you thinking? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Do you want an ironclad that badly? Wipe away your drool. This time, it was Robert who roused the suddenly dazed Avon. Don't even think about an ironclad. That's the newest naval flagship, a groundbreaking sea weapon, worth millions of pounds. If you dared to snatch that ship from the Navy would bombard Ahova Earl's court with warships from Pritt's port tomorrow. Not even His Majesty could stop them. Avon wiped away the drool that was about to escape, smiling sheepishly without excuse. Although he really wanted an ironclad, he could also recognize reality and not pursue it excessively. By the way, I heard some rumors during the funeral these past few days. George III is preparing to marry a princess to you. Is this true? Avon suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard recently and asked. Robert's expression stiffened, looking a bit unnatural, as if he felt a little guilty. He nodded and then said, "It's true. That day, I submitted your report to George III. After reading the report, George III praised it greatly and brought up this matter." Avon saw Robert's guilt. It wasn't the guilt of Robert claiming credit for drafting the report, as they had already discussed that beforehand. Instead, it was like the guilt of being caught doing something bad. Avon's mind quickly spun, and he understood the whole story, teasing him with ill intent. "Ms. Amanda must know about this, right?" Robert glared fiercely at Avon, who was gloating, and said testily, "I'm taking the blame for you, and you still have the nerve to laugh. If you laugh again, I'll directly tell George III that you wrote this army reform plan and push the trouble onto you." "No," Avon exclaimed upon hearing this. George III could not know the truth about this matter, because George III knew that Avon was essentially a sealed artifact, and a chess piece in his hands. If he knew that this plan came from Avon, it was very likely to give him the impression that Avon, this sealed artifact, was very dishonest and difficult to control, which would not benefit Avon's infiltration at all. On the contrary, George III might even think of using Avon as a pawn and actively support Avon in controlling this mobile unit. After all, in his eyes, if Avon controlled the army, then he controlled the army. George III wants to marry a princess to you, partly to add weight to you, to increase your importance, and to keep you at the forefront of reform. On the other hand, it is also to deepen control over the Horn family. After all, the Horn family has been somewhat in decline for the past 200 or 300 years. They haven't intermarried with the royal family, and it was hard enough for an old earl to emerge, and the old earl also married early. Now that you, brother, are so outstanding, inheriting the old earl's resources and thriving, the royal family naturally wants to intermarry to strengthen the ties between both sides. If you push me out now, it will give the royal family the impression that you do not want to strengthen relations with them. Moreover, you are now the head of the Horn family, and you must know the Horn family's secrets. Doing this might even make the royal family think you resent them, which is not conducive to our future plans. So, brother, just go along with it." Avon kept explaining the pros and cons, eagerly trying to persuade Robert to drop his plan of pushing him to the forefront. "So, For our future plans, I have to marry that princess. This is clearly something you caused, so why should I take the blame? Robert raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and said, "Who told you you're the elder brother? An elder brother is naturally supposed to take the blame for his younger brother," Avon said shamelessly, making Robert so angry he wanted to curse out loud, but in the end, he could only laugh in exasperation and shake his head helplessly. "Which princess does His Majesty want to marry to you? Is it the sixth princess or the little princess?" Avon dared not mention Ms. Amanda again, to avoid irritating Robert, and could only inquire about the relevant details again. "I don't know. George III just mentioned it once. I changed the subject at the time, but just as you said, George III definitely won't miss this opportunity, and the Augustus family also won't miss the chance to re-strengthen their control over the Horn family. The marriage alliance is already inevitable." Robert annoyedly tapped his head with his finger, still unsure how to tell Amanda. Amanda, after all, was the most promising, high summoner, of the Sanguine, with noble status. How could she tolerate Robert marrying another woman? Just thinking about these things made Robert feel like his head was about to explode. While Robert was distressed, Avon shifted his attention to how this marriage alliance could be exploited. Firstly, this alliance could reassure the Augustus family about the Horn family and also increase Robert's standing in the LotM kingdom, facilitating their future actions. Avon even harbored a very ambitious hope. If they truly took down the Fasak Empire in the future, could Robert and he, conversely, use this princess to influence the LotM kingdom? A son-in-law is half a son, and sometimes a son-in-law might be more reliable than a son. A son has inheritance rights, so a son-in-law should also have inheritance rights, right? Heir selection shouldn't just consider blood ties, but also the depth of affection. If George III could offer the LotM kingdom as a dowry, Avon wouldn't even mind Robert becoming a live-in son-in-law. Thinking of this, Avon suddenly realized that George III's queen came from the Castia royal family of the Fanapotter kingdom. In other words, the Princess Robert was to marry possessed the bloodlines of two great royal families and two great angel families, the Augustus family of the LotM kingdom and the Castile family of the Fanapotter kingdom. This was too valuable. In the past, even marrying a high-born princess would have been useless. But with Adam's schemes, George III's impending ascension to godhood, the true creator's descent, and various other events, everything indicated that a world war, potentially involving all true gods, was unavoidable. Under such circumstances, a princess with the royal bloodlines of two great kingdoms, even if she wasn't a Beander at all. Avon, you have more experience with women. How do you think I should bring this up to Amanda? Robert asked Avon a scoundrel's question with difficulty in his voice, which stumped Avon as well, because neither in his past life nor this one had he faced such a situation. But he had, after all, lived through an era of entertainment explosion, and quickly thought of many scoundrel sayings. For example, "I know my actions have deeply hurt you. Please give me a chance to make amends and win back your heart. My dear, I did this out of sheer helplessness. The Horn family's 1,000-year mission is too heavy, so heavy that I can only beg for your forgiveness, and I simply must do this. My dear, if you're still not appeased, then kill me. End my suffering from this dilemma. But even if you kill me, you will absolutely never make me say the word, break up. Cry, make a scene, and threaten to hang yourself. Anyway, show your difficulties, show your struggles, prove that you are indeed in great pain. Kneel down and hug her legs, begging for her forgiveness, asking her not to leave you. In short, you need to appear very pitiful and very pained, to arouse the maternal instinct in a woman's heart. Sometimes, maternal instinct can tolerate everything. Maybe even if you sold her, she'd still count the money for you." Robert, who was taking notes in his notebook, looked at Avon with difficulty, feeling that kneeling and hugging legs was truly embarrassing, and what about maternal instinct, and so on. At the same time, he inwardly blamed Avon for saying it out loud, making him, his elder brother, feel a loss of face. But he also felt that there seemed to be some truth to it and was reluctant to give up these suggestions, so he just shoved the pen and paper to Avon and said, I'm going to the restroom. Write all your experience on it, don't miss anything. Remember, Amanda herself and the sanguine behind her are forces we can win over, which will be very helpful for what we need to do in the future. If this messes up, it will be troublesome later. Do you understand? Robert also used the future plans to remind Avon to take this matter seriously, and Avon naturally knew the importance of it. He racked his brain, thinking of the Korean dramas he had watched with his grandmother in his previous life, and wrote various contingency plans for Robert. The railway from Backlund to Tingen was smooth. In just a few hours, Robert, Avon, and their party arrived at Tingen station. Outside the station, many important figures were lined up to welcome them, and even many noblewomen and young noblewomen came, all wanting to see the Loan Kingdom's most famous pair of golden bachelors. Unfortunately, they only saw Robert and not the younger Avon, because Avon had already slipped away to Blackthorn Security Company. Chapter 226, Dunsmith's Request, Repayment. Eowyn. Horn did not pretend to be unfamiliar with the Nighthawks as before, nor did he try to contact them through the church. Instead, he went directly to Blackthorn Security Company at 36 Zudaland Street. Thump, thump, thump. Eowyn. Horn knocked on the security company's door, but received no response, which he found a bit strange, as his spiritual perception clearly detected someone behind the door. After a moment of thought, Eowyn. Horn knocked again, with the same result. Having no other option, he changed from knocking to pushing and opened the door to Blackthorn Security Company. As the door opened, Eowyn. Horn saw the classical sofa used to receive guests in the room, and behind the table directly facing the door, he saw a brown-haired girl in a daze. It wasn't until Eowyn. Horn walked in front of the girl, blocking the departing sunlight, that she snapped back to reality and discovered the person who had appeared before her at some unknown time. She was so startled that she leaned back, causing her chair to fall backward with her. Eowyn. Horn quickly stepped forward, grabbed a corner of the chair back, helped her steady it, and then said with a playful smile. You don't need to be so excited just by seeing a handsome man, and slacking off at work isn't a good habit. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, Roseanne instinctively scrutinized Eowyn. Horn's appearance, and after seeing him clearly, she blushed unnaturally. But upon hearing the second part, she subconsciously retorted. I was thinking, I wasn't slacking off. And who are you? Why did you barge in without knocking? Eowyn. Horn smiled at the girl's retort and questions, saying, I knocked twice, and when I got no response, I found the door wasn't locked, so I just came in directly. My name is Eowyn. Horn. I'm from Ahova Earl's court, and I know your captain. I'm here to see him. Please inform him. Roseanne, knowing she had been distracted, smiled apologetically when she heard that the person in front of her knew the captain. She quickly invited Eowyn. Horn to sit down, poured him a cup of coffee, and then said ingratiatingly. The company has been busy lately, so my attention hasn't been very focused. Please don't tell the captain that I was distracted, okay? Eowyn. Horn took a sip of coffee and, seeing her expectant and ingratiating expression, nodded with a smile. Roseanne was very happy that Eowyn. Horn had let the matter go. She walked through the room door and into the inner office. Not long after, the brown-haired girl returned to the reception room and said, Mr. Horn, the captain has invited you to his office. Please follow me. Through the partition, Eowyn. Horn followed Roseanne into a corridor with 3 offices on each side. Through the open office doors, Eowyn. Horn noticed that most of the Nighthawks inside were dressed in formal attire. They weren't playing cards or conversing, and they didn't even seem particularly concerned about the appearance of a stranger, they merely glanced at Eowyn. Horn and then ignored him. Only Leonard Mitchell, with his black hair and green eyes, slightly less handsome than Eowyn. Horn, and whose romantic poet demeanor had transformed into a melancholic poet demeanor, was surprised by Eowyn. Horn's arrival. He stood up and walked over, asking, How did you find this place? Is it because of Klein's matter? Yes, I heard about Klein's matter, so I specifically returned to Tingen. I need to see your captain now. There were many suspicious points regarding Klein's death, such as where he got the high-level charm, why he could see through Ins Zangwil and O8's script, where the severely wounded Migos went, and why Ins Zangwil took Klein's Beander characteristic, among others. Leonard was 100% certain that Klein had saved Tingen and the Nighthawks team, and he was also 100% certain that Klein Moretti had a secret. He wanted to uncover Klein's secret, not to tarnish the hero's posthumous reputation, but to also see through Ins Zangwil and O8's script, and then seek revenge. But no matter how much he investigated these past few days, he couldn't find any answers. At this moment, Ewan Horn, Klein's not-so-simple classmate, suddenly appeared, raising his vigilance. The front reception room cannot be left unattended. I will take Mr. Ewan Horn to see the captain. Leonard directly took over the task of leading Ewan Horn, which made Roseanne feel a bit bewildered, but she still nodded and left the corridor to return to the reception room. Leonard led Ewan Horn to the deepest office on the left, knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, led Ewan Horn inside. He didn't leave but walked directly to the side, intending to overhear what Ewan Horn was going to do. Dunn Smith, whose hairline had receded further, was tidying his personal belongings in his office. He glanced at Leonard, said nothing more, stopped what he was doing, and smiled at Ewan Horn, saying, "Hello, Mr. Ewan Horn. I deeply mourn the passing of the old Earl." Ewan Horn glanced at the newspaper on Dunn Smith's office desk. The front page headline was reporting the old Earl's demise. "Thank you. My visit to the Nighthawks team this time is for my classmate Klein, and I am not here as a military intelligence Section 9 Colonel Intelligence Officer to understand the situation, but as a favored one of the Evernight Goddess." Ewan Horn's words immediately startled Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell. What Leonard could think of, Dunn Smith naturally could also think of, so they both took Ewan Horn's arrival very seriously, but they hadn't anticipated such a development. Ewan Horn took out the proof he had specifically obtained from Archbishop Anthony before coming to Tingen, to verify his identity. Dunn Smith took the proof and scrutinized it carefully. After confirming it was genuine, he drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, "Welcome, Your Grace, the favored one." Ewan Horn also drew a circle on his chest, nodded in return, and then said, "My main purpose in coming this time is to arrange Klein's posthumous affairs, and I also want to understand some details of what happened then, to facilitate my revenge for him later." Ewan Horn made no secret of his desire to avenge his classmate, which moved Dunn Smith and Leonard. "What do you wish to know, and what do you need us to do?" "Regarding the report you submitted to the Holy Hall a few days ago, I have a few questions, all listed here. Please prepare a written report addressing these questions as soon as possible and submit it to me within the next few days, as I cannot stay in Tingen for too long. As for Klein's posthumous affairs, I need you to send a team member with me to his home." Ewan Horn handed the prepared documents to Dunn Smith and, while doing so, stated his requests. In fact, Ewan Horn knew what had happened in Tingen even better than Dunn Smith, because most of it was his own planning. Moreover, Dunn Smith had fallen unconscious early on and was completely unaware of Grisha's birth. He did this only to strengthen the subordinate relationship between him and Dunn Smith. Only a superior leader assigns tasks and demands explanations from subordinates, not the other way around. As long as Dunn Smith accepted this premise, Ewan Horn would continuously use similar methods to strengthen their superior-subordinate relationship, eventually even drawing him under his direct influence. Dunn Smith took the paper from Ewan Horn's hand, glanced at it, and then said, "I will prepare a written report as soon as possible. Leonard, you often visit Klein's home during this period, so you should accompany His Grace, the favored one, there." Leonard, standing to the side, nodded silently, accepting the task. Ewan Horn looked around Dunn Smith's office and noticed several boxes, clearly indicating he was packing. He said with a smile, "Captain Dunn, are you leaving the Nighthawks team?" "Yes, Leonard and I have already submitted our applications to the Holy Hall to join the Red Gloves, and we received a reply from the Holy Hall agreeing this morning." No wonder the atmosphere of the Nighthawks team hadn't recovered even days after Klein's incident. It turned out their most reliable captain was also leaving. Eowyn. Horn thought of Roseanne's earlier days and the low spirits of the Nighthawks members he had seen. Are you doing this because Tingen is too small for you, or do you want to avenge Klein? As a favored one of the Evernight goddess, Eowyn. Horn didn't need to hide from Dunsmith and Leonard that he knew about their role-playing method. Klein took everything upon himself to protect Tingen and S, but we cannot rest easy like this. When speaking of revenge, a flame ignited in Dunsmith's eyes, clearly indicating that his joining the Red Gloves was for revenge. So, Your Grace, if you have any news of Ince Zangwill and 008, please also inform us. We also want to help. Dunsmith said to Eowyn. Horn in an almost pleading tone. As a senior member of the Nighthawks who had witnessed the solar flare, charm in Saint Selena's ashes, Dunsmith was well aware of the power of a demigod, and 008, who could directly control a deity's child, was clearly even more terrifying. Facing such a desperate opponent, and knowing that even if he joined the Red Gloves, the Church might not allow him to participate in related investigations, Dunsmith, with nothing to lose, could only turn his gaze to Eowyn. Horn, who was most likely to reveal relevant information to him. Eowyn. Horn was also startled, not expecting Dunsmith to be so direct, immediately moving his plan of slowly deepening mutual trust from the first step directly to the last. All right, Eowyn. Horn stared at Dunsmith for a while, finally nodding under Dunsmith's sincere expectation, which made him let out a sigh of relief. Originally, Eowyn. Horn only intended to use the Ince Zangwill matter to deepen his connection with Dunsmith and Leonard, and did not plan to further intervene in the revenge against Ince Zangwill. But Dunsmith's request made Eowyn. Horn realized this was an excellent opportunity to win them over. Anyway, the revenge against Ince Zangwill would be carried out by Klein, so Eowyn. Horn didn't need to do much, and he readily agreed. Leaving Blackthorn Security Company, Eowyn. Horn hailed a public carriage, righteously refusing Leonard's suggestion of using a public vehicle for private purposes. You are Klein's friend. If you want to go to Klein's home to pay your respects, you can go directly. Why do you still need to borrow someone from the Nighthawks to lead the way? Leonard had always had a bad impression of Eowyn. Horn. They had only met twice in total. One time, he went with his captain to a Hova Earl's court in Golden Banyan district to investigate Eowyn. Horn. And Eowyn. Horn mocked him as a black-skinned dog, who took bribes but did nothing. The other time, Eowyn. Horn went to the church to fish, causing the Nighthawks team to be in a very sorry state, and Captain Dunsmith even received a disciplinary action for it. The most recent news Leonard heard about Eowyn. Horn was from Klein, who told him that Eowyn. Horn was doing very well in Backland and had become a high-ranking official in Military Intelligence Section 9. Of course, I hope to get your endorsement. This is what I prepared for the Moretti family. Take a look. Eowyn. Horn took out another document bag and placed it in Leonard's hand. Leonard hesitated for a moment, then opened the document bag and found that it was full of property deeds, shares in some companies, securities, and debt certificates, totaling an astonishing £5,000. I prepared a total of £20,000, but for the Moretti family, it's really too much, so I took out more than half. Leonard stuffed the various certificates back into the document bag and said with a serious expression. Even if you and Klein are good friends, giving these things is too much. What exactly do you want to do? Eowyn. Horn shrugged indifferently and said. What purpose could I have? I just want to pay off a debt. You tell that to other people, and see if they believe it. Klein is already the highest earner in their family, with an annual salary of about £500. What you're giving is equivalent to his 10 years of salary. Leonard was very agitated. After Klein's death, he felt a responsibility to protect Klein's family. In his eyes, Eowyn. Horn suddenly wanting to give such a large sum of money to the Moretti family was a disaster, not a blessing, for them. He sold me 2 high-level talismans, equivalent to 2 full power attacks from a Sun Pathway demigod. 1 talisman for £10,000 is not expensive at all. Now that Klein is gone, the debt cannot be cancelled even if the person is dead. But to avoid scaring the Moretti family, I need you to tell a small lie with me. How about it, Ewan? Horn's words pulled Leonard out of his furious mood, and then he asked cautiously. Was this Klein's arrangement before he died? Did he tell you what he was going to do? Leonard knew that Klein had high-level talismans from the Sun domain in his possession, so Ewan. Horn's current actions seemed like he was carrying out Klein's last wishes. Moreover, according to his understanding of Klein, if he had extra talismans and intended to die in this operation, it was very likely that he would make arrangements for his family. And the best person to carry out this last wish was indeed Ewan. Horn, who was not short of money. Thinking of this, Leonard re-examined the document in his hand and then said, I can help you, but the church has already given the relevant compensation to Klein's brother. Under what name will you give them this money? You can't just say that Klein sold you 2 high-level talismans, can you? And how do you need me to endorse and guarantee you? Ewan. Horn smiled slightly, pointed to the document bag in Leonard's hand, and then said, There's a complete reason in here. Just say that Klein had already sensed the risks and opportunities before the financial storm in Tingen. Then he asked me to lend him £1,000, using his own credit as collateral, and then carried out a series of leveraged operations, finally successfully doubling his money. After earning money, Klein did not withdraw it, but entrusted me to invest these funds again. It just so happens that Backland has not been peaceful during this period, and assets are at a low price. The stocks and securities in here are actually only worth about £3,000 to less than £4,000 at current market value, but I have chosen ones with appreciation potential, so it won't be long before they appreciate to £10,000. How about it? Doesn't it look less exaggerated this way? Leonard was dumbfounded after listening to Ewan. Horn's narration. He didn't expect Ewan. Horn to be able to play with debt repayment like this. He was using a £3,000 inheritance to pay off at least £10,000 of debt. Using the least amount of money to pay off the most debt. No, you're using risky financial investment products to replace what was originally real money debt. Leonard seemed to be listening intently to something, then pointed out the essence of Ewan. Horn's operation with a serious expression. What if these financial products you've chosen depreciate, or their appreciation doesn't meet expectations? Having understood Ewan, Horn's operation, Leonard was now going to protect the Moretti family's interests. If they earned more money, he wouldn't be angry, but if they earned less, he would fight and speak up. In any case, they couldn't lose money. That's why I want you to come with me. My operation certainly can't be stated directly. I want to use financial assets to resolve a £10,000 debt, and there are indeed risks involved. But you can act as a debt collector then. If these assets don't appreciate to £10,000, you'll be responsible for collecting the debt from me. How about it? How about it? Do you have the confidence to collect the debt from me? This was Ewan. Horn's indirect guarantee that these financial assets would ultimately be worth £10,000. If not, Leonard would have the right to pursue the debt. From another perspective, Ewan. Horn also lost a lot of expected income by using these things to offset the debt. For him, it was also a loss. But there was no other way. He didn't have that much cash on hand right now, so he could only operate this way. The assets Ewan. Horn chose would definitely appreciate to £10,000. His operation was also a way to strengthen his connection with Leonard, so that they wouldn't be familiar strangers when they met in the future. Besides that, you also need to use your identity as a police officer, Klein's former colleague, to prove to Klein's brother that these things are real and valid, with no hidden dangers, so they can accept them with peace of mind. Leonard finally nodded and agreed to Ewan. Horn's method of debt repayment. Zudaland Street, where Blackthorn Security Company was located, and Daffodil Street, where Klein's family rented, were not far apart. It only took half an hour for Ewan, Horn and Leonard to arrive at Klein's home. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Leonard rang the doorbell. After a while, Melissa, dressed in all black, which was only worn when there was a funeral in the family, opened the door. Her expression was very somber, her cheeks had become very thin, and she was pale. Her brown hair had become a bit dry. When Melissa saw Leonard outside the door, her body swayed involuntarily. She clearly thought of how it was the person in front of her who had informed her of Klein's death a few days ago, and her lips began to tremble slightly. Leonard naturally noticed Melissa's reaction and guessed the reason. He could only bite the bullet and say, "I came with Mr. Ewan Horn this time to handle Klein's posthumous affairs." As Leonard spoke, Ewan Horn stepped out from the side, placed one hand on his chest, and said to Melissa, "Melissa, long time no see." At this point, Melissa also recognized Ewan Horn, nodded in greeting, and replied, "Long time no see, Mr. Ewan Horn." "Melissa, who is it?" "Oh, it's Mr. Leonard and Mr. Ewan Horn. Please come in, don't stand outside." Benson from inside the house walked over as he asked. Seeing that Klein's classmate and colleague had arrived, he quickly welcomed them in. After the maid Bella served tea to the guests and returned to the kitchen, Ewan Horn did not engage in much small talk and directly said, "I heard about Klein's matter, so I took the opportunity of my brother returning to Tingen to come to Tingen, and at the same time, I need to explain some of Klein's inherited assets." Klein's inherited assets. Benson and Melissa were both surprised that this term would be associated with Klein, clearly taken aback. Klein is indeed a top student from Hoi University's history department. He has a deep understanding of the rise and fall of financial markets in various countries. He had long seen that the person named Lanrius was a big swindler. So he wrote to me, borrowed £1,000, and wrote a short-selling investment plan, making a huge profit. Not only did he repay the money he borrowed from me, but he also earned a lot more. Klein also didn't touch this money carelessly, but directly let me invest it. Now it's worth about £3,000 to less than £4,000, and there is still some appreciation potential in the future. All these things are here now. As he spoke, Ewan Horn placed the document bag, which he had already retrieved from Leonard, on the table. Benson and Melissa were unprepared for Ewan Horn's words. They looked at each other in surprise, and neither of them moved the thick document bag. A few days ago, Klein's superior and Leonard gave them £6,000 in compensation, which they already felt was a windfall from heaven. But that at least had the name of compensation. And today, Ewan Horn again produced nearly £4,000 worth of assets, claiming they were Klein's legacy. This made them feel incredibly unbelievable, like they were dreaming. "Mr. Ewan Horn, you might want to do something for your friend, but there's no need to go to such lengths." Benson spoke very tactfully, but his meaning was clear. "We appreciate your kindness, but don't take us for fools who would believe such nonsense." No, Benson, don't misunderstand. Klein and I are good friends, but I wouldn't tell such a lie. Leonard was Klein's colleague and a police inspector. He can prove that I'm not lying. Ewan Horn had already anticipated this situation and directly pulled Leonard in to vouch for him. Leonard, standing by, looked at Ewan Horn, who lied without even blinking, and wondered how such a person could become a blessed of the Evernight goddess, but he could only go along and help him cover up the lie. "Mr. Ewan Horn is not lying. I did some verification before I came and confirmed that the contents of this document are all true. It is indeed Klein's legacy." Leonard's identity as a police officer played a huge role. Benson and Melissa exchanged glances, somewhat believing Ewan Horn's words, and opened the document on the table. Chapter 227, Benson's Astuteness, Klein's Revival. Benson, being a backbone of an import-export company, was very familiar with various certificates and documents. He quickly confirmed the authenticity of the items in his hand, even finding a detailed statement of Klein's fund flow within them. Forging a realistic and credible investment record was too easy for Avon, a high-ranking official in Military Intelligence Section 9. With just a command, everything would be prepared, and even if Lowen's official stock exchange investigated, they wouldn't find anything amiss. Avon had done a thorough job with the forgery, leaving Benson no choice but to believe it. This made his heart ache even more. The Moretti family now had a total inheritance of 10,000 gold pounds, with no debts, placing them among the wealthiest families, surpassing over 95% of households in the LotM kingdom. However, Benson would rather give up all of it if it meant getting Klein back. Seeing that Benson had believed his explanation, Avon continued. I've communicated with Klein. He said you're preparing for the government civil service exam, Benson. Yes. Where are you planning to apply for a position? Klein previously hoped I would apply for a position in Backland. Work in Backland is more respectable and pays better. He also said he would apply to work in Backland. Who would have thought? At this point, Benson's voice became low again. I also suggest you apply for a position in Backland, because selecting government employees through exams this time is risky. The kingdom is also feeling its way forward, so many people are very concerned about the situation of the first batch of employees selected. If you can achieve results in a government department in Backland, it will be easy to get promoted by the bigwigs who are watching you. This will be very helpful for your career prospects. Previously, it was Klein who painted a picture of a bright future in Backland for Benson. This time, it was Avon himself doing it. Compared to the future Klein painted, Benson was more convinced by Avon's. It wasn't that he was fawning, but having worked in society for many years, he clearly understood that people like Avon had access to information that others didn't, so his words were more credible than others. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility of Avon deceiving him, but Benson also didn't think his family had anything worth Avon deceiving them for. Compared to convincing Benson, Avon knew that the more important task was actually to convince Melissa. Due to the appearance of ironclads and the military funding corruption case at Pritt's shipyard, many engineers have been implicated. Therefore, the kingdom has decided to reorganize Backland Technical College into a university, establishing Backland University of Industry and Technology. This new university will officially begin enrolling students next year, without grammar and classical grammar exams, focusing mainly on technical aspects. It's very suitable for graduates and current students of technical schools from all over. I think Melissa can also give it a try. Melissa hadn't expected Avon, who was talking to Benson, to suddenly shift the topic to her. She was visibly stunned for a moment. I heard from Klein that you like machinery, Melissa, and steam. This is an opportunity for you to access deeper and more advanced technology. Perhaps the chief designer of the kingdom's next generation of ironclads will be you. Avon started with her interests to persuade her, making Melissa feel a moment of trance, as if she saw Klein's persuasion to her a few days ago, and her eyes couldn't help but well up. Mr. Avon is very right. For a girl like you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must seize it. Leonard also thought this opportunity was rare and, echoing Avon's words, actively persuaded Melissa. Benson and Melissa exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. They both wanted to go to Backland, not just because of what Avon said, but also because they both wanted to leave Tingen, this place of sorrow. Having made a decision, Benson was very decisive. He directly pulled out the house deed mixed in with a stack of documents. Then put the remaining items back into the folder and said, Klein didn't tell us about his investments, but after his death, Mr. Avon still sent the money over. This clearly shows that you are a truly trustworthy person. Melissa and I have decided to live in Backland, so we will leave this house. We don't understand anything about securities investment, so these things are not suitable in our hands. I heard that Ahova Earl's Court has its own securities company. I would like to entrust Mr. Avon to continue managing these things for us, and even the pension from Klein's company and the police station. We also want Mr. Avon to help manage them. I wonder if Mr. Avon is willing. Benson had worked in society for so many years and had seen too many instances of amateurs leading professionals. He knew the principle that professional matters should be handled by professionals. Since he had determined that Avon was reliable, Benson naturally wanted Avon to continue helping with these stock investments. Hearing Benson's request, Avon's expression froze for a moment, then turned to ecstasy. This was a development completely beyond his previous expectations. He hadn't expected Benson to react so quickly. However, From Benson's perspective, this was indeed the best way to manage their family's assets, and also the best way to strengthen the connection between Avon, Benson, and Melissa. Having a shared experience as a bond could bring people closer than an emotional bond. Klein was my good friend. Of course, I am willing to manage your property. Seeing Avon agree to his request, Benson was also very decisive. He walked into his bedroom, took out the passbook Leonard had just delivered 2 days ago, and handed it to Avon. This made Avon look at Benson with even more respect. Not many people could be so decisive when handling such a large sum of money. Benson and Avon chatted for a while longer. Seeing that it was getting late, Avon stood up to leave. Benson and Melissa saw him out the door. When he arrived, Avon brought assets worth 4,000 gold pounds. When he left, he took away at least 7,000 pounds of inherited assets, making Avon seem less like someone repaying a debt and more like someone collecting one. However, after this series of operations, Avon somewhat understood why finance was so profitable. It was practically turning nothing into something. The nominal ownership of the assets he prepared for the Moretti family was in the Moretti family's hands, but the actual right of use was in Avon's hands. As long as a certain dividend was given every month or year, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these assets had become Avon's. You didn't plan all of this beforehand, did you? Only a small amount of interest is needed each year, and the so-called debt is just a number on the books. Perhaps having received guidance from the old Earl again, Leonard once again saw the essence of it and couldn't help but mock. If I were only looking at money and had planned it all, I wouldn't have repaid the money, or brought you along as a witness, Leonard. Leonard thought about it and agreed. If Avon had kept the money after Klein's death, no one would have known. People die, debts disappear, and everything is settled. His repayment was making a simple problem complicated. In any case, I still want to thank you for going to such lengths to arrange the Moretti family's future life. You know that we Nighthawks cannot reveal ourselves in public, and there are many things we cannot directly help with. Avon nodded, accepting Leonard's thanks, but then he suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Looking at Leonard and saying, I recently obtained a very interesting badge. I think it might be helpful to you in the future. Saying that, Avon took out an eyeball-sized badge from his pocket. The front was engraved with symbols of fate and concealment. And the back was a circle of compact, tiny ancient Hermes script. Hold this, and you can join. It was indeed an item from Lanrius. This badge was the entry token for the Hermits of Fate. The Hermits of Fate was a secret organization formed by some marauder pathway demigods, primarily targeting their nemesis, Aemon. While it said, targeting Aemon, it was actually a desperate attempt to huddle together for war. Ever since Lanrius fell into Mr. A's hands, all his possessions were confiscated by Mr. A, and this badge was no exception. Before coming to Tingen this time, Avon specifically asked for this badge. Leonard hastily caught the badge Avon threw to him. Just as he was about to say something to decline, he suddenly fell silent, looking at Avon with complex eyes, and then said, Thank you, this item will be of great help to me. Avon looked directly into Leonard's emerald eyes, saying meaningfully and with double entendre, You're welcome. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Leonard felt the pressure Avon's gaze exerted on him. This was not the pressure of strength, but the pressure caused by unequal information and the disparity in their identities. Avon knew that he had the old Earl on him, but he didn't know how to explain it. Avon had the identity of a favored one of the Evernight goddess. He was a Nighthawk of the Night Church, belonging to a superior subordinate relationship. What was Avon's attitude towards the old Earl, parasitic on him? These questions pressed down on Leonard like mountains, leaving him at a loss. Should he confess to Avon? Then the old Earl, inside him, whom he had always been very wary of, might suddenly erupt and kill, and he would be the first victim. Not confessing, facing a favored one of the goddess, an agent of the goddess, and not telling the truth, this was a typical act of abandoning faith and betraying the church. It would be no problem to be dragged to the gallows in the cathedral, especially since he was a Nighthawk. The temperature in September twilight had already grown somewhat cold, but Leonard was sweating profusely, caught between a rock and a hard place. Just as Leonard was at a loss, Avon suddenly smiled and said, "I'm going to the cemetery to see Klein and talk to him. You don't need to come along. Thank you for helping me cover up today. If there's an opportunity to avenge Klein in the future and I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask." Leonard wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Although he didn't understand why Avon suddenly let him off, he still declared, "It's my duty. If you need help, you can always ask." Watching Avon's receding figure, Leonard suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, then asked in a low voice, "Old man, why did Mr. Avon discover your existence but not pretend he didn't know, then call the people from the cathedral to clear you out afterwards?" "I don't know, but since he is a favored one of the Evernight goddess, then his attitude might be the Evernight goddess's attitude. In short, you don't have to worry about me harming you in the future. I don't have the guts to plot against someone under the Evernight goddess's nose. And I don't have to think about changing a host for now, because your goddess has already tacitly allowed me to parasitize your body." An old voice sounded in Leonard's mind. Although he wasn't sure if the old grandpa parasitizing him was lying, the fact that the goddess's favored one paid attention to his situation still gave Leonard a certain sense of security. "Old man, what do you think of Mr. Avon? Is there anything special about him? Why was he able to become a favored one of the goddess?" Leonard still found it incredible that Avon became a favored one of the goddess. He felt that, apart from family background, there was nothing where he was worse than Avon, especially his handsome face. Shouldn't the goddess not look at background? Moreover, he was also a meander of the sleepless pathway. "I don't know what is so special about this person. I only know that he is very dangerous. When he hinted that he knew of my existence just now, I had the impulse to act, but I felt that if I really did, it would interfere with the direction of the entire world's fate, ultimately causing a karmic backlash and leaving me without a burial place." Leonard remained silent for a long time upon hearing this, then whispered to himself, "With such a person helping, I'm more likely to get my revenge." The sun was about to set, the crimson moon had already risen, and the deep black night was about to rule the sky. Outside Raphael Cemetery, Avon, who was riding a public carriage, arrived late, holding a bouquet of white flowers. He walked towards the cemetery, passing by a few people who were about to leave. When Avon found Klein's tombstone, it was already completely dark. Under the crimson moonlight, the entire cemetery had an indescribable desolation and quietness. For Avon, who had seen it without the crimson moonlight and had memories of his previous life, there was even a sense of evil and fear. Avon looked at the many flowers placed in front of the tombstone and casually threw his own flowers among them. He sized up the black and white photo of Klein on the tombstone, which had a very strong scholarly aura, finding it very interesting. After circling Klein's grave twice, Avon finally sat down on Klein's tombstone, closed his eyes, and began to rest. From Old Earl's funeral in the morning, Avon had not rested all day, which made him feel mentally tired. The cemetery's gravedigger patrolled twice and then never came again, ignoring Avon sitting on the tombstone. The September night wind was cool with a hint of coldness, and after passing through the cemetery, it also felt a bit eerie. Unless they were professional undertakers, no one wanted to stay in the cemetery for long. After an unknown amount of time, Avon opened his eyes. He had already sensed a slight movement. Soon, the stone slab sealing the grave pit loosened, and a hand reached out from the crack in the slab, trying to push the slab aside with force. But the stone slab seemed to be welded shut, not moving an inch. One hand wasn't enough, so two hands. Soon, another hand reached out from the crack, but no matter how much force was used, the stone slab couldn't be moved at all. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Klein couldn't push open the stone slab that he was stepping on, Avon couldn't help but burst out laughing. Upon hearing the laughter, the hands reaching out from the crack suddenly retracted. A crisp sound was heard, and a small tree by the roadside not far from the grave suddenly ignited. A figure walked out from the flames. Avon looked at Klein, who was wearing a formal tailcoat, with black hair and brown eyes, and watched the hideous wound on his chest constantly wriggle and grow. He said with a smile, "I knew Mr. Fool would not let his favored one die so easily. Your resurrection seems to have no side effects. You truly are Mr. Fool, standing at the pinnacle of the seer pathway." Klein also recognized who the very annoying guy sitting on his tombstone and stepping on his coffin lid was. His memory was still stuck on the scene where he desperately activated the solar flare charm to prevent Zangwill from obtaining Saint Selena's ashes. After recognizing Avon, Klein stopped his rapid retreat, then followed Avon's eyes to his chest, and found that his chest, just like when he transmigrated, was automatically wriggling and healing, only this time it was slower and more difficult. Just as Klein realized that the secret of his transmigration might be exposed, he heard Avon's words again and couldn't help but ask. Is this the ability of a high-sequence Beyander of the seer pathway? To revive people without side effects. Avon pushed off the tombstone with his butt and got down, walking and saying, "Old Earl, who was buried this morning, once asked an angel, 'What is a miracle?' That angel replied, 'To rise from the dead is a miracle,' and the name of the sequence 2 angel of the seer pathway is Miracle Invoker." Miracle Invoker. Klein repeatedly chewed on this name, thinking of the Antigonus family notebook, thinking of Zeratul, thinking of the gray fog connected to him, thinking of the legendary half-fool of the Antigonus family, and felt that the factors behind his transmigration were definitely not simple. "Is this why you formulated that, lure the snake out of its hole, plan for me? You were actually certain that the fool would be able to revive me?" Only at this moment did Klein clearly see the full scope of Avon's plan. Yes, the general situation in Tingen was too difficult to go against. I could only use the method of luring the snake out of its hole to minimize the damage caused by Zangwill's actions. Therefore, you, who could be resurrected under the Fool's protection, were the best candidate to execute this plan. From the results, the effect was very good. Tingen avoided the fate of being destroyed, no one in the Nighthawks team died except you, and you were able to die and be resurrected. Apart from Zangwill taking Saint Selena's ashes, it can be said to be a perfect ending. Avon proudly showed Klein the results of his planning. And Klein, relieved after knowing the outcome, suddenly thought of something else and said urgently, "No, besides Zangwill taking Saint Selena's ashes, Migos and the child in her belly also underwent an anomaly. At that time, I used the solar flare charm to severely injure Migos and the true creator's offspring, but they also changed. Their flesh and blood combined to give birth to a man. Where did that man go? Do you know his identity?" Klein was very concerned about why that man said, "Long time no see," to him, and a person born from the true creator's offspring's flesh and blood definitely wasn't a benevolent being. Hearing that Klein finally asked this question, Avon scratched his head awkwardly, but decided to tell Klein the truth. "The man you saw is the true creator, the God standing at the very top of all Beyander pathways." Klein widened his eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "You mean the man I saw is the evil God, true creator, that the Aurora Order believes in?" Avon continued to scratch his head, nodded awkwardly, and then said, "This is still because of me. I blindly expanded Lanrius's deception, causing a financial crisis to erupt in Tingen. The soaring grievances were very beneficial to the growth of the child in Migos' belly. The true creator used this opportunity to bypass the blockade of the orthodox deities and descend into the world through his offspring." Klein stood there dumbfounded, momentarily unable to accept this reality. In order to save Tingen, he and Avon had released an evil god that could destroy the world. Klein suddenly felt a bit breathless, feeling as if the world was about to be destroyed because of his and Avon's actions. However, he quickly reacted. The true creator should at least not have made any world-destroying moves yet, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to be buried in a beautiful formal suit. That day, the true creator deceived everyone. His king of angels subordinate forcefully entered Backland, and Augustus I, the founder of the Loan Kingdom, appeared and engaged in an angel battle with him over Backland, even using a Grade 0 sealed artifact. This great battle attracted everyone's attention to Backland, creating an opportunity for the true creator to descend by possessing a body. However, you don't have to worry about the true creator causing a divine descent and a divine war, because his main body is still being sealed by the 7 orthodox deities, and only his avatar descended. Moreover, even if his true body descends, it's none of our business. The orthodox deities are more anxious, just as Emperor Rosal said, when the sky falls, someone tall will bear it. Avon recounted what he knew, seeing Klein's shock and anxiety, and comforted him. You don't have to blame yourself for this. I am the main person responsible for pushing Lanrius's deception and greatly accelerating the growth of the true creator's offspring. You were just executing my plan. Moreover, if we're talking about responsibility, the Night Church has greater responsibility. High-ranking church members they cultivated can defect, and Grade 0 sealed artifacts can be lost. If it weren't for these things, we 2 small Beyonders wouldn't have had to fight 008 and face the evil god's offspring to save Tingen. Klein shook his head with difficulty and said, I agreed to your plan. I can't just push all the responsibility onto you alone when something goes wrong. This showed the preciousness of Klein's character. When something went wrong, he wouldn't shirk responsibility or let others take the blame for him. Do you know where the true creator went after his descent? Does the church know anything about it? Klein was very concerned about the true creator, not just because he was an evil god who could trigger a war of gods and destroy the world, but also because of the phrase he said to him, long time no see. No matter how Klein thought about it, he felt that this sentence was not solely directed at Klein, but possibly at Zhou Mingrui. To some extent, this might be the closest he had ever been to the secret of his transmigration. How could I possibly know the true creator's movements? As for whether the church knows about this, I feel they probably don't. You were actually the only one who saw the true creator descend, and until now, the 3 great churches haven't made any moves. Avon truly didn't know the true creator's whereabouts. He could only guess that he most likely went to the southern continent, which was the arena for the North Continent's colonizers and also the most miserable place in the world. The despair and suffering of the people there would facilitate the true creator's continued escape from the gods, blockade and also help him leverage the gods' oppression of the entire Beyonder world. To borrow a phrase from his previous life, the southern continent was the weak link in the order established by the gods. Then shouldn't we try to inform the church? Klein felt that if they didn't inform the church and let them be prepared, something big would happen sooner or later. I think it's better not to do that. If the news of the true creator's descent in Tingen reaches the church's ears, the most advanced detection methods of the church will surely gather here. In that case, your resurrection definitely won't be kept a secret. Not only will your reputation, after death, be damaged and implicate Benson and Melissa, but it also doesn't have much practical significance. This matter involves a true God, and the church's own weight is actually no longer enough. You shouldn't take this matter too seriously either. No matter how powerful the true creator is, he is facing 7 opponents of the same level. You should believe in the capabilities of the 7 gods, don't take everything upon yourself. If you truly feel uneasy, you can consult Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool might give you the most correct guidance. Avon used the simplest quantitative comparison to comfort Klein. A 1-to-7 ratio clearly favored the 7 gods alliance. Mr. Fool was just a pitiful sequence 7 Beyonder and couldn't provide guidance on such a high-level matter. Klein tried to force a smile, attempting to respond to Avon's comfort. If the 7 gods truly advanced and retreated together, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. However, having directly seen the eternal blazing sun through the gray fog, he knew that at least the eternal blazing sun was extremely hostile towards the storm god and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Moreover, with his memories from his previous life, he knew that there were no eternal allies in the world. If the 7 gods were truly united, in a 7-on-1 situation, the true creator should not exist in the world by any means. At the same time, Klein also agreed with Avon that the church probably couldn't do much about this matter. Reporting it would be meaningless and might even implicate Benson and Melissa. And since only he had personally witnessed the true creator's descent, if the church suddenly knew about it, even a fool like the true creator would know who leaked the secret. Tingen had just escaped a crisis, and Klein didn't want to bring more disaster to Tingen, so he could only skip this topic and say, "Why didn't Mr. Azek appear at the scene that day? According to your letter, he should have been waiting for our arrival there, right? It was still because of that pen. That pen sensed your intention, so it moved Mr. Azek away. However, precisely because Mr. Azek was arranged too forcefully, the wielder of the pen, Ince Zangwill, suffered a backlash as a result. If it weren't for that, even if you still had the sunlight charm, you wouldn't have been able to severely wound him later. So, although Mr. Azek didn't appear, it was equivalent to him joining the battle." Hearing that nothing had happened to Mr. Azek, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. This was something he had been worried about all along. Then Avon told Klein everything he had seen and done today. Hearing that Captain and Leonard had applied to join the highly dangerous Red Gloves to avenge him, Klein was deeply moved. He repeatedly thanked Avon for his arrangements for Benson and Melissa. "What are your plans next? You definitely can't go back home." Hearing Avon's question, Klein's expression turned silent. This was a problem he had always wanted to avoid but couldn't help but face. Regardless, resurrection from the dead was a very serious issue that couldn't be explained or reasoned away. Looking again at the inscription on the tombstone, "Best brother, best son, best colleague," an endless surge of grief and indignation welled up in his heart. He needed to find a target to release the pain within him. "Next, I will seek revenge, revenge against Lanrius, revenge against Ince Zangwill." Just as Klein was telling Avon about his future goals, Avon waved his hand to interrupt him. "Lanrius is already dead. He gained a lot from the Tingen incident, acquiring the true creator's divinity and becoming a vessel capable of receiving the true creator's descent. I leaked his information to a high-sequence Beander, who then eliminated him, on the very day you carried out your lure the snake out of its hole plan. However, from a post-mortem analysis, both the King of Angel's forceful entry into Backland and the matter of Lanrius were meant to cover up the fact that the true creator was about to descend in Tingen. Klein hadn't expected Lanrius to have already been killed. He paused for a moment and said, "Then my next goal is to strive for advancement, improve my strength, and find an opportunity to seek revenge against Ince Zangwill. Do you have any news of Ince Zangwill?" Avon shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He actually knew that Ince Zangwill would come to Backland, but he wasn't going to tell Klein. He had previously told Klein that it was because of the Antigonus family's notes that he was able to glimpse the script of Ince Zangwill in 008, which was a precision prophecy. Now that the Tingen matter was over, it would be too strange for Avon to still have a god's eye view, and it would arouse Klein's suspicion. "If you want to advance quickly, I recommend you go to Backland. It is the city of all, the city of hope, one of the most central cities on the North Continent, and it also has the world's largest underground market for Beander materials. It's very convenient for both seeking to roleplay and collecting magic potion formula materials." Klein thought about it. Ince Zangwill possessed that pen, which could even control the true creator's offspring. He should have become a demigod by now, so there was no need to rush to find his location. In that case, Backland was indeed a very good choice. "Okay, I'll go to Backland. Since you proposed this, you must have made preparations, right? What exactly is it?" After such a long period of contact, and even jointly planning how to save Tingen, Klein had a grasp of Avon's personality. He was someone who thought 3 steps ahead. Since he had actively proposed this suggestion, he must have made some preparations. As expected, Avon gave Klein a sly smile, then pulled out a document bag from his person and handed it to Klein. Klein took it and opened it, finding that it was an archive of a Dichi County resident, without a photo or name, but with a birth date, graduation school, and life history. Most importantly, there was also a corresponding military enlistment timetable. The owner of this archive was currently a Military Intelligence Section 9 captain, with official identification. "You are now essentially an unregistered person who can't withstand scrutiny. With this archive, you can avoid general investigations, receive salary and allowances from within Military Intelligence Section 9, obtain corresponding materials, and many other benefits. It's like you've transferred from the Nighthawks to Military Intelligence Section 9, still isn't official. The only downside of getting this archive is that from now on, you'll have to salute and call me Captain every time we meet. How about it? Do you accept this gift from me to celebrate your resurrection? Listening to Avon's mischievous words, Klein shook his head with a laugh, even feigning a salute to Avon and calling him Captain. Hearing Klein call him Captain, Avon was very pleased and repeatedly waved his hand, saying, at ease, no need to be so polite. After the playful banter, Avon seriously said to Klein, you should choose a new name for yourself and write it in the archive. As for the photo, don't attach it yet. The name of the next sequence 6 of the seer pathway is Faceless, which allows one to freely change their aura and appearance. After you advance, you can change your appearance and take a photo. This is also a precaution, as a single archive cannot make your identity foolproof. This was the first time Klein knew the name of his next sequence, and he also marveled at Avon's meticulous thinking. Does Military Intelligence Section 9 have the magic potion formula for Faceless internally? What is the name of the next seer pathway sequence 5? This was Klein's most pressing question now, and it was also the first small goal he had set under his larger goal of advancing to a high-sequence Beyonder for revenge. No, the number of Beyonders on the seer pathway is too small, and they are mainly concentrated in Intis's 8th Bureau. Oh, the 8th Bureau is Intis's Military Intelligence Section 9, which originated from the intelligence organization, Jinniwei, established during Rosal's time. The Secret Order was the main organizer of Jinniwei back then and still has a high say in it now. They heavily control the magic potion formula for the seer pathway. Klein's eyes lit up. He finally heard accurate news about the Secret Order again. Since a large number of Secret Order members were concentrated in Intis's intelligence department, then by joining Military Intelligence Section 9 and fighting on the front lines of intelligence, he should have a high chance of coming into contact with these people and seizing the opportunity to obtain the magic potion formula. Although I've arranged for you to infiltrate Military Intelligence Section 9, the fewer people who know of your existence, the better. It's best for you to operate in Backland under a hidden identity. Avon and Klein put the coffin lid back on, Avon continuously giving him instructions. That's what I thought too. Daly is in Backland, so it's best not to be discovered by relevant people. I came back to Tingen with my brother this time. Disappearing for a day has already attracted a lot of attention, so I have to go back now. Here's some money for you, find a place to settle down on your own. When you arrive in Backland, you can write directly to 9 Bellotto Street, West District. The addressee should be Carl Woodward. That's the Military Intelligence Section 9 station, and I can usually receive letters on the same day. Saying that, Avon took out a wad of banknotes from his wallet and continued, this is a total of 300 gold pounds, which should be enough for you to settle down in Backland. I don't have any other cash on hand right now. After some time, I will return the remaining 10,000 gold pounds to you. Klein took the banknotes, suppressing the urge to count them, and said to Avon, don't worry, with this money, I can settle myself. You should leave first, let's go our separate ways. Avon nodded, turned, and left the cemetery. Klein, imitating Avon, sat on his own tombstone, dressed in formal attire, in the empty cemetery. Fortunately, the gravedigger had already finished his patrol, otherwise, seeing this scene would surely scare him to death. Estimating that Avon had gone far, Klein found a secluded spot, took 4 steps counterclockwise, entered the gray fog, and sat in Mr. Fool's position. As his body was unprotected outside, Klein didn't delay. He immediately materialized the yellowish-brown parchment and a round-bellied fountain pen, writing down the content for the divination. The city where Ince Zangwill is currently located. Because Ince Zangwill had likely already become a demigod, and also had O8's shielding protection, plus the previous failed attempt to ascertain his specific whereabouts, Klein did not perform a detailed divination. Instead, he broadened the scope for a vague inquiry. Leaning against the high-backed chair, Klein silently recited the divination statement 7 times, entering a dream, a gray world. The gray world suddenly cracked open, revealing a wide, turbulent, yet slightly turbid great river. There was a magnificent bridge over the great river, and many docks on both banks. Even though the scene displayed was night, there were still many workers busily moving goods. On the northeast bank of the great river were rows of houses, many of which had the current Loan Kingdom architectural style, with hipped roofs and bay windows, clearly newly built in recent decades. The further east the view went, the more factories appeared, the further west, the higher the terrain, with pale yellow or light white houses encircling a beautiful palace, clustered around a towering Gothic clock tower. Land of Hope, City of All, Backland. Klein confirmed Ince Zangwill's location. After thinking for a moment, he performed another divination. My hope for becoming stronger. The dream divination yielded 2 results. One was Backland, and the other was a massive palace at the summit of the Hornassus Mountains. Compared to the Hornassus Mountains, Klein naturally chose Backland. It seems I will be active in Backland for some time. After leaving the gray fog, Klein, relying on his familiarity with the gravedigger's routine and the surrounding environment as a former Nighthawk, left the vast cemetery without anyone noticing. Entering the Tingen City area, Klein walked aimlessly, sometimes thinking about his revenge plan, sometimes recalling events since his transmigration, and sometimes remembering old Neil who had passed away, Dunsmith who was preparing to help him get revenge, and Leonard. Unconsciously, he turned into various fork in the road, with no particular destination, just wanting to keep walking. When Klein came back to his senses, he found himself back on Daffodil Street, not far from the terraced houses they rented. Klein instinctively wanted to go forward but stopped himself abruptly. He just kept looking at the door until dawn. Suddenly, he saw the door open, and Benson and Melissa, dressed in black, emerged. Their faces were haggard, looking as if they hadn't slept all night. Melissa had lost weight, and Benson's hair seemed to have thinned further. Klein involuntarily opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Benson and Melissa, but ultimately no sound came out. He just followed them to the nearest municipal square. The entire municipal square was bustling with people, and large tents were very eye-catching, clearly indicating that a circus had come to Tingen to perform. Benson and Melissa bought tickets and watched the performers, but no matter how funny the clown was, or how splendid the magician's magic was, Melissa's emotions remained unmoved. Benson echoed the cheers of the surrounding crowd, trying to lift his and Melissa's spirits, but eventually, his cheers also grew lower and lower. Klein glanced at his tailcoat, then at the clowns applying makeup in one of the large tents, and walked in. A group of clowns, painted with various colors of grease paint, ran over, then collectively released balloons into the air. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the sky, a clown, dressed in a proper tailcoat like a magician but with his face covered in grease paint, ran up to Melissa. He brushed his hand near her ear, and a large, golden yellow Seville chrysanthemum, symbolizing joy, appeared in his hand. Melissa held the chrysanthemum placed in her hand, looking blankly at the clown in front of her, whose lips curled up high, revealing an exaggerated, comical smile. Robert, holding a newspaper, looked at Avon, who had just come downstairs to the dining room, and asked, "Where did you go yesterday after getting off the train?" Avon picked up the coffee brought by the waiter, took a sip, and cleared his head, saying, "I went to mourn a friend, extended condolences to his family, and finally went to the cemetery to see him." "Oh, which friend? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? What was the cause of death?" Robert wasn't intimately familiar with Avon's friends, but he knew most of them. He hadn't heard of him having such a close friend. After this period of getting along and observing, Robert truly found that his brother had changed a lot. At least, his actions were quite ruthless, he rarely acted emotionally, and it was hard to imagine him paying such close attention to a friend who wasn't blood-related. "He was a classmate from my university. He joined the Nighthawks due to an unexpected Beander incident and died in an operation a few days ago. He previously helped me with asset investment reviews. Is that so? I didn't expect a Beander incident that could kill an official Beander to happen in Tingen. This world seems to be getting more and more restless. Knowing that Avon's friend was a Nighthawk, Robert wasn't going to inquire further, but Avon's next sentence almost made him jump. I went to the Nighthawks team to understand the situation. The escaped Archbishop of the Night Church, Ince Zangwill, wanted to use the True Creator's offspring's descent to seize Saint Selena's ashes, which ultimately led to my friend's death. What concerns me even more is that the day the incident happened was the same day the True Creator's angel forcibly entered Backland. Robert put down the newspaper in his hand, his pupils trembling slightly, clearly deep in intense thought. 008. Was the True Creator's offspring ultimately eliminated? Robert didn't care about Ince Zangwill's goals or actions. He immediately extracted two crucial points from this news. It's uncertain if the True Creator's offspring was eliminated, and it's clear that the Night Church Archbishop's escape and the theft of 008. This matter is not simple at all. Avon said to Robert with certainty. We analyzed before that Ouroboros's forced entry into Backland was very strange. The entire operation started strong but ended weakly, and finally, there was a planned and orderly retreat, calm and unhurried. At the time, I asserted that Ouroboros's action was a diversion, and the True Creator must be plotting something big, and it's within the Loan Kingdom. Could it be this matter? But what's the point of having an offspring descend into the world? Even if the Aurora Order had one more angel, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. On the contrary, Ouroboros was walking on a tightrope at the time. As long as a god descended, it would be difficult for Ouroboros to retreat unscathed. Robert continuously analyzed what the True Creator wanted to do, but he always felt like there was a veil, preventing him from seeing through it. What if this plot isn't about the so-called god's offspring descending, but about the True Creator descending? Avon's single sentence made a flash of inspiration strike Robert's mind, and he instantly understood the matter. Only something directly involving the True Creator would be worth Ouroboros taking such a great risk to forcibly enter Backland. If this is true, how could the seven gods not react? Even Robert, upon learning the news that the True Creator might descend into the world, couldn't help but swallow. This matter was even more serious than George III's planned advancement to Black Emperor. Two possibilities. One is that the Seven Gods alliance has essentially broken, and some god has colluded with the True Creator, helping to cover up this matter. Impossible. Avon hadn't finished speaking when Robert immediately interrupted him. I'm not saying the Seven Gods alliance can't break, because an alliance that can be established can certainly be broken. What I'm saying is that such an alliance must have mutual restraint measures. It's impossible to just tear it up without any ripple. Then there's only one possibility, which is that the True Creator used the physical body of his offspring to perform a borrowed body, returned soul technique, creating a clone without a divine rank, thereby indirectly descending into the world. After all, Beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway are skilled in flesh and blood magic. Robert thought for a moment and nodded in deep agreement. This explanation sounds more reasonable. George III wants to advance to Black Emperor, the True Creator has performed borrowed body, returned soul, the world is undergoing drastic changes, and we may not have much time left. Avon said to Robert solemnly. Chapter 229, Robert and Avon's Scheme. Robert frowned deeply. Avon had brought a lot of information, and he understood why Avon was telling him this. It was a reminder that he needed to act quickly. He had to agree to George III's proposed marriage alliance in the shortest possible time, gain George III's trust as early as possible, and secure an invitation from George III to join his inner circle. Only then could they acquire more intelligence and ensure they held an advantageous position in the coming tide of the era. Understood. After we return to Backland tomorrow, I will discuss this with Amanda. I hope it doesn't cause any unnecessary trouble. Avon was not as pessimistic as Robert and shrugged, saying, as long as you explain it clearly, I don't think there will be any issues. After all, it's not like you're getting married immediately. You can easily find excuses to postpone the wedding for several years. By then, no matter what, George III's matter will have a resolution. Robert, you must have confidence that we can prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor. And a George III who cannot become the Black Emperor has only one path: death. At that point, regardless of whether the Augustus family exists, the value of the woman you are engaged to will decrease. Isn't a marriage contract just a piece of paper that can be torn up at will? Robert listened to Avon's unusually cold and ruthless words, but merely shook his head. He had received the most traditional noble education, and he still felt a blockage in his heart regarding the casual abandonment of an engaged fiancé. This was also the difference between Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway and Beyonders of the Hunter pathway. Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway are very sensitive to anything related to contracts, and they involuntarily want to follow rules that restrict others and themselves. On the other hand, Beyonders of the Hunter pathway have an indifferent attitude towards all rules and contracts. They fully exploit what benefits them and discard what does not, rarely burdened by moral considerations. By the way, Mr. Hope should have arrived in the Fasak Empire 2 days ago, right? Has he sent a telegram reporting the progress of his mission? Mr. Hope had left Backland 2 days prior, secretly heading to St. Milan City to identify Fasak Empire intelligence officer Andrei Petrov, gather intelligence on the Einhorn family, and also see if he could plant some nails exclusive to the Horn family. No matter the place, there are always those who are favored, and correspondingly, those who are out of favor. In the Fasak Empire, those who are out of favor are often so because they have lost the trust of the Einhorn imperial family. And the favored ones surrounding the Einhorn imperial family, like beasts, keep a close watch on the disfavored, who wish to make a comeback, suppressing them with all their might. Therefore, in the Fasak Empire, once a person in the political arena fails, there is almost no chance of recovery. Over the years, this has accumulated into a force of hatred, desiring to overturn everything. This is a crucial mission for Military Intelligence Section 9 targeting the Fasak Empire, and it is also a force that Robert can utilize. If it meant betraying the Fasak Empire and the Einhorn imperial family, these people might hesitate and feel a great burden. But when told that a branch of the Einhorn family exists, then their actions are merely internal strife, not treason. This single reason is enough to make many people choose. This is why the Horn family is the Augustus family's trump card against the Fasak Empire. Now, Robert and Avon intend to play the card that was originally meant to be played by the Augustus family, ahead of schedule, by themselves. Robert and Avon even had another intention: to leak the information that the Horn family had already begun operations against the Fasak Empire to Einhorn, telling the Einhorn family that Augustus had broken the agreement and was formally confronting the Fasak Empire. The Fasak Empire's reaction at that point would be predictable. Seeing Robert's silence, Avon knew that he had implicitly agreed with his words, so he said no more. At this moment, Butler Buck came to the dining room and respectfully said to Robert, "Viscount Mason and his wife have come to visit, Your Excellency the Earl." Robert had just finished his breakfast and taken a sip of coffee, then said to Avon, "We don't have much time. We have to return to Backland tomorrow afternoon. I have many people to see today. Don't just sit around doing nothing. Last time, we acquired many factories and farms. You can go inspect them on my behalf. Also, don't forget your fief, Lamud Town. This is your first time returning to Tingen since you were in theft, so you must handle the handover well. At least let the people of the fief know that you are their lord." "Understood, I will go inspect them, don't worry." After breakfast, Avon, led by an assistant dispatched by Butler Buck, inspected the factories, schools, banks, shops, and farms that the Ahova Earl's court had acquired during the Tingen storm. After inspecting these assets, Avon truly understood the reason for the Ahova Earl's court's transcendent status in Tingen: 13% of all shops, 17% of all land, 21% of all factories, and 31% of all bank shares in Tingen belonged to the Ahova Earl's court. This did not even include assets in other cities within Ahova County. 1/3 of these assets were plundered during the Tingen storm, turning countless self-sufficient farmers into tenant farmers and numerous workers into their families' slaves. The Ahova Earl's court was like an indescribable tentacled monster, expanding and reproducing wantonly, turning everything into a part of itself. This also brought Avon more confidence for his future plan to overturn the Fasak Empire. After inspecting the Earl Ahova's assets, Avon went to inspect his own territory. Under the introduction of the town mayor, Avon met with the town's administrative officials, village chiefs, and elderly elders, receiving their obeisance. Avon then announced to the town residents who had rushed over upon hearing the news that taxes would be waived for the next 3 years. This delighted all the residents of LotM town present, who danced and sang with excitement, expressing their immense gratitude to Avon and naturally accepting their transition from free citizens of the kingdom to subjects of Viscount LotM. That night, the subjects of LotM town held a grand bonfire party to welcome Avon as the de facto owner of LotM town. It was late into the night when Avon's carriage finally returned to Tingen City. Upon returning to the villa, Butler Buck informed Avon that Robert had already gone to bed, so Avon did not bid him good night and returned to his own room. However, not long after Avon fell asleep, he suddenly sensed something with his spirituality. He opened his eyes and walked to the French window, pulling back the curtains. He saw the outline of a crescent moon in the sky rapidly becoming full. The thin mist and dark clouds that had faintly obscured the moon quickly dispersed, and the moonlight was crimson like blood. Avon clearly felt his spirituality grow and sensed the strengthening of yin power. Tonight, I estimate there will be many more Beyonder incidents involving hauntings in various places. Ever since Avon transmigrated to this world, he had always been very interested in the red moon, because according to the decrypted content of Lord of the Mysteries, the blood moon might concern the deepest secrets of the entire world. Rosal's abnormality was related to it, Mr. Dorr was related to it, and many major historical events had deep connections with it. According to records, the blood moon appeared more and more frequently, from once every 10-odd years in the early 5th epoch to once every few weeks now. Connecting this with the series of events that had recently occurred, Avon grew increasingly curious about the blood moon. I wonder how Furs is doing. Last week, I heard from Audrey that she had already taught her the honorific name of Mr. Fool. She should be fine this time, right? From the original work, she's not a rigid fanatic. If so, the Tarot Club should at least welcome a new member next time, right? Avon thought with some uncertainty about Furs's situation. Inside an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Tingen City. Furs, who had just attended a writer's salon, didn't even bother to change her clothes. She casually kicked off her shoes and sprawled ungracefully on the sofa, unmoving, causing Zio Derecha, who had already gotten off work early and was at home munching on an apple, to frown. But just as Zio Derecha was about to say something, Furs suddenly flipped over like a carp, clutching her head with both hands, emitting a beast-like sound of pain. Her body twisted constantly, struggling and falling to the floor. Her elbow hit the glass on the coffee table, shattering it directly, and glass shards pierced into her flesh. Zio Derecha looked in surprise at her friend, who had been fine just moments ago, now pulling at her hair like a madwoman on the floor. She suddenly turned her head to look out the window and saw the crimson, blood-like moonlight shining through the window onto the desk. Full moon night. Zio, kill me quickly. I can't make it through this time, kill me quickly. Furs grabbed Zio Derecha's arm and frantically shouted, kill her. Zio Derecha also noticed that Furs's situation was different from before. The blood moon had just begun, and Furs was already unable to bear it. Her hair grew wildly, almost instantly spreading across the living room. Her fingernails also became like daggers, scratching deep marks into the floor. Her eyes seeped blood, like a monster from legends. Zio Derecha had tears in her eyes, unwilling to act. Instead, she kept using the significantly enhanced authority she had gained after being promoted to Inquisitor, to repeatedly command Furs to calm down. Normally, in such a situation, even a Sequence 8 Beyonder would be unable to resist Zio Derecha's commands, but at this moment, it was ineffective against Furs, who was only Sequence 8, and could not alleviate her pain. Furs painfully broke free from Zio-Derecha's embrace and restraint, throwing Zio-Derecha aside and knocking over the desk filled with various books. Just as Zio-Derecha was about to get up and continue holding Furs, she suddenly saw A History of LotM Nobility in front of her. This was a book she had borrowed from Viscount Glint's study, with some Rosal text interspersed, and corresponding LotM text below. Previously, Zio-Derecha and Furs believed that Viscount Glint's ancestor had deciphered part of the Rosal text, so they didn't pay attention, merely reinserting it into the book, intending to pretend they didn't know and return it later. But now, it might be a glimmer of hope, because the note tucked inside that book contained the honorific name of a hidden existence. Almost everyone in the Beyonder world knew that once the complete honorific name of a certain hidden existence was chanted, it often meant drawing the attention of that entity. The consequences of such attention were often very unpleasant, even tragic, because many hidden existences were likely incarnations of evil gods. Looking at Furs, who was on the verge of losing control, and at A History of LotM Nobility, lying on the floor, Zio-Derecha gritted her teeth, rushed forward, and hugged Furs, saying, Furs, bear with it a little longer, listen to me, do you remember the honorific name with the title, Fool, that we saw? Now that the god of steam and machinery you believe in hasn't responded to your request, fight fire with fire. Use this evil god to deal with the whispers you're hearing. Don't hesitate any longer. Furs, barely able to divert her attention to hear Zio-Derecha's words, remembered this matter. Like grasping a life-saving straw, she struggled to endure the physical pain while chanting with a nearly distorted voice, with all her might. Mr. Fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls good luck, save me, please save me. Klein, who had just thought about the rented house in Backland and was preparing to organize his clothes, also suddenly noticed the occurrence of the blood moon and was looking out at the blood moon through the window. Just as he was about to ignore it and continue with his actions, he suddenly heard layers of echoing, ethereal prayers. Who is it? Klein concentrated and confirmed it was a woman praying, her voice intermittent and filled with great pain. It couldn't be Miss Justice, could it? Thinking of this possibility, Klein became a little anxious. He quickly put down what he was holding, didn't even have time to take off his shoes, and then performed the 4-step reverse ritual, lying directly on the bed, entering the gray fog, and arriving at the majestic palace. Sitting on the bronze chair, he found no ethereal stars expanding and contracting, only a bright halo continuously rippling outwards. A prayer from a non-tarot club member. Is this a member Miss Justice wants to recruit? Klein had previously noticed that Miss Justice was very keen on recruiting new members for the tarot club, but he hadn't expected her to act so quickly. Klein thoughtfully reached out and touched the rippling halo, seeing an unusually messy room with scattered books everywhere. A short woman was continuously trying to control a tall woman who was almost losing control. The controlled woman intermittently let out cries for help. Through the gray fog, Klein seemed to hear a faint, non-malicious whisper. Is this woman's near loss of control due to this whisper? Klein had no time to think further. He had already discovered that the person praying was about to lose control, so he stopped probing further and chose to trust the recommendation of the kind Miss Justice. He touched the rippling halo again, allowing his spirituality to surge out, establishing a firm mystical connection between them. Then, he pulled Furs's astral body into the gray fog. Meanwhile, in Zio-Derecha's eyes, Furs suddenly quieted down, and the anomalies on her body abruptly ceased, even showing signs of regression. Zio-Derecha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, simultaneously placing Furs on the ground and stepping back a few paces, watching her warily. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.